Here's Benjamin Hall on the Jaguar system to play Cybermorph. Let's see how those beastly graphics and intricate moves that only come from 64 bits of Mega Power feel. Then, Cybermorph only on Jaguar by Atari. Captain by Jaguar.
Damn. Cybermorph is the only real starting point, as it's probably most people's first, if not only, Jaguar game. Hell, it's probably the most single common thing in the whole Jaguar world. More Cybermorphs than Jaguars. To me, Cybermorph represents the Jaguar's reality, its problems, its image to most people, but also what can be favoured as its appeal. So you fly around and collect pods. The compass is very good at showing you where the pods are, so you'll rarely feel lost, despite how similar the areas can look and how often you'll cycle back around the level. Like, are these planets really small, or am I just really huge? Those bastards morphed my cyber again.
Good luck. Ouch. Good work.
Yeah, collecting pods is basically it. Some need to be broken out of buildings or containers, but most just sit there. Grab a certain few and get to the exit. Sometimes you'll need to navigate around with teleporters or open up force fields, destroy things, but it just still revolves around gathering pods. And in all fairness, it's not bad. It's satisfying in that kind of work sim way. So it's less like you're some badass space warrior blasting heroically from exploding planet to planet, valiantly warring a one-man army against the violent tyranny of space demons, and more that you're just some interstellar janitor cleaning up all this shit left by them space fly tippers, whilst occasionally fending off the odd mugging or rowdy hostile locals who don't want you fucking around on their emerald green hellscapes. Like I say, it's methodical but quite relaxing, like a light work sim, but could just do with a little more diversity. Maybe missions based on fighting, or flying challenges, or even just surviving a dangerous environment. The controls are fast and floaty in a smooth way that makes you want to pivot around a gunfire, but the game just doesn't really give you much need for combat. But hey, what I'm here for is the cloth-patterned, psychotic, desolate, multicoloured, silently folding wastelands. The atmosphere in Cybermorph is quite special. A quiet, spacey engine drone, zen-like cryosleep kinda shit.
Well done.
But yet this is a game, so enjoying it for that ambience is just a little hard when there's a rather boring game sitting right in its way. Cybermorph is not bad, I like it, but it's just dull, and not much of a gameplay sales pitch. These textureless, malted pastel landscapes hold the very core of the Jaguar's feeling of extreme emptiness, going beyond your typical low-poly, uncanny liminal spaces to a minimal poly world of complete lifeless nothingness. Yeah, it looks like Bubsy 3D's bright flat polygons. You can almost imagine that fucking cat running around down in these valleys harvesting atoms or whatever that crazy bastard does in his spare time. I like the levels with lots of water, or ones like enclosed, towering mountain passageways. Like this level, it's basically just a huge enclosed lake is cool. Likewise with all these tall pillars in the water, or obelisk-filled mountain ranges. The details too, the bridges across the lakes, the satellite masts lining around these cities who seem loosely connected by roads veering off into nowhere. The buildings are these fabric skyscrapers that litter the environment with vague streets and layouts, like a city was once here, but it's now somehow gone, and only its biggest structures remain. The sense of this almost being something understandable is what gives Cybermorph, these Jaguar games, and just really every pre-5th gen 3D game, this otherworldly feel. It's that PS1 liminal cool shit, but just turned down to a more abstract form. And unless you also like playing old games like a complete psychopath, then I am going to just come across as a complete fucking psychopath, but it's fascinating how these visuals and atmosphere basically come by complete accident, like something spontaneous that can never be replicated. Though contact with buildings is instant death, and some pods are nestled between them, so you gotta carefully inch your way through them, but it's a nice break from the endless flying over pea-stained valleys. All the cameras give cool shots of these landscapes, and I like the teleportation gem spheres thing you start the level in, some cool geometry pattern type shit. And the dimly coloured gradient skies are quite serene, really feeling like a completely distant void of an astral plane. And the sense of speed ambiently drifting over these bleak environments, I like it. I like these purple and lilac planets especially. These high contrast colours make everything artificially vibrant in a way that's quite mesmerising when floating above the lands at such a fast pace. Even just the way your ship smoothly glides up the side of hills as if magnetically repelled. Also, Skylar ain't that annoying. Apparently this is a version difference, as some later releases were on cartridges that saved on storage space, and so she's got less voice lines to cycle through in those builds, but she ain't that repetitive, and the draw distance is good enough that you'd have to be playing pretty carelessly to keep hitting the mountains and triggering her. Nah, Skylar much prefers going on about
Avoid the ground
and ouch, which is pretty funny in that robot voice. The level Hellfire is a badass concept, and then comes a world of this sick metallic black and white look, and only one pod, hidden amongst a block of buildings, apparently holding our military general. See, this is cool. If Cybermorph had that extra development time the devs wanted, the rest of the game could have had this theming and more purposeful design. Keeping the pod collecting, but just giving it different twists and scenarios, or just making more creative levels with them, like this one other later stage that's this gridded island settlement maze. There's cheat codes, but mostly just for these weird bonus stages, filled only with power-ups that feel like a test area. Hell, this whole game has some cool test level energy throughout, yet it still just ends on that good old sweet congratulations. You just saved the Ultraverse. Have a muffin. If Cybermorph represents what the Jaguar is to most people, its identity so to say, then Tempest 2000 represents its potential, the flagship for its legitimate strengths, and the inverted mirror of the thing most people know it for. The 2000 series was basically Atari taking some of their older classic arcade titles and giving them an upgrade. It may seem detrimental to focus so much on making super ultra versions of games that were still just basic arcade affairs and even considered a little bit outdated by the time they came out, but I really like the idea, and on sheer style, Tempest 2000 proves the worth of a deluxe update to an older arcade game. Because not everything should be some grand adventure, cleanly produced, tons of varied content. There's a lot to be praised for just taking a game that's simple and making it something that feels more expansive, more of a vision. Something that's simple that has its own identity and creates its own world with its concepts, its visuals, its music, whatever its style is. So you progress the wireframes, shooting down the neon lines to protect yourself from the masses of violent shapes, and one hit will kill. You start every level weak, and falling power-ups will each build up your strengths for surviving to the next. Faster shots come first, but after that, who knows, an AI assistant, some bonus points, level skips, screen clears, the jump. The jump is definitely the best one, it's the best defense, especially once the enemies reach your side and start moving along for the kill. There's not really much else you can do. so leaping off the stage allows for clearing your end with safety at the cost of lowered visibility. But you can still defeat the close-up enemies, but it's a bit of a crapshoot. You don't move per line in this game, it's more like a flowing momentum that can click to the line's edges and shoot down the middle of that same column. But it's precarious and should be a last resort. Try and save your screen nukes for these moments, you have one per level and life. The movement speed is great for accurately hitting targets whilst still remaining fast and constantly moving, which you will need to be. That's pretty much it for the core gameplay. It's simple, but it has enough depth and strategy. 2000 mode is the main one with all these power-ups, but there's also classic Tempest with no power-ups or extras, and Tempest Plus, which is classic mode but with some two-player co-op or AI assistant, like a sort of easy mode. Alongside the two-player combat mode, which is like a gunfight in a space court tennis tunnel. But yeah, the music in Tempest 2000 though, it just needs to be said how huge a part of the experience the soundtrack is. It's absolutely one of my favourites ever. It's got such a 90s underground EDM kind of shit, the sort of stuff I heard here growing up in the UK all the time, back when I was a baby. Ambient tinges in parts that subvert the aggressiveness, the chaotic pounding drums and sporadic abrasive melodies are a catharsis both consistent and diverse within each individual track. And sadly the entire soundtrack isn't on the cartridge, it's missing my favourite track, but they made the smart move of selecting the songs that worked better on the Jerry, the bassier tracks with less ambient parts, although they still work their way in really nicely here. And besides, having two distinct OSTs is a huge plus for any game. It doesn't take away from either, they're still part of the same creative identity, connected, same overall potential experience, even if they come separated. Sure, other versions of Tempest 2000 have more of the soundtrack, but this game just feels most at home on an Atari console, and its mechanical movement flows and feels amazing on this more mechanical D-pad. The Saturn version has more music, but it doesn't play them stage by stage, it just kind of plays them as like a background playlist, which kind of sort of takes the weight off of it a wee bit. I mean, then there's like what's fucking called Tempest X on PlayStation, which I guess you could say is Tempest 2000, but it's Tempest 2000 in the sense that they changed the code and the soundtrack so they wouldn't have to pay any royalties, so the soundtrack sounds a bit more of like a sort of sample pack mix. It's still really good, I still really like Tempest X's, PS1 Tempest's music's still really good, but man, it's nothing compared to that original soundtrack, dude. And the visuals are just the perfect match to this sound, all the warp drive star meshes and swirly menu patterns, the image of a deep space nightclub. You can set the line thickness, and they have this interlace option which rapidly flickers the vectors and was really off-putting for me. But I like this weirdly specific option. It's like something for replicating specific old monitors' look, or like a beat-up arcade cabinet screen or something. The vector lines are coloured, deep purples, sheen whites, and shifting rainbow tints. Yeah, vector graphics always look cool as hell. Shout out to the Vectrex homies. And the way the stars hover in the background has such a great depth. Every motion, movement, and shimmering electric sparking particle is fluid and trance-inducing. Its chaos and speed becomes kind of therapeutic, the intense bass lines and hammering drum fills mixed with the softer ambient pulses and the ever-present whirling vortex of sounds. You just zone out and play like a machine, and it's just a fucking cool sensation. It's a game I could play at literally any time. I could be on my fucking deathbed and you offer me a game of a Tempest 2000, I'ma sit right up and be like, okay Greg, just give me like 50 minutes my guy, then we can talk. Yeah, it's a very sensory kind of game. It's visceral yet blissful, some real arcade crack cocaine type shit. Like, you'll die within seconds, constantly, but once you get that shot power up, the droid or the jump, you're pretty set for the level. It's about staying calm and just making sure you're always on top of yourself. And the lives do stockpile pretty fast in fairness. although it is sometimes hard to tell power-ups apart from regular bullets and all the explosion dust particles, but you just sort of miraculously get used to it, like your brain begins to subconsciously tell them apart. The frantic guessing game to distinguish what's happening is quite exhilarating. Definitely a game you could find overbearing. It's certainly overkill sometimes, but again, that's part of its hypnosis thing. Stages range from flat lines, simple triangular geometry, to grand arcane symbols, confusing hexagrams, psychedelic shapes, and swooping curves. The small enclosed stages are surprisingly the hardest I find, I guess just because there's less room for movement, and the number pad switches between 3 different camera angles, and they're all good for different stages and getting different views. And when zooming on to the next stage, you've got to be really careful of the green lines that some enemies place, as hitting them will make you redo that level. It's really annoying at first, but you'll very soon get used to looking out for them as you go. There's just no downtime here, save for the level entries, and that's kind of part of the reason this game is so addictive. Once enemies are down your side too, it's your biggest threat, besides from just the damn electric zapper enemies that need to be shot down almost immediately, unless they'll electrocute the whole side that you're on. And yeah, it's impossible to dodge without the jump. They're by far the worst enemy in this game, next to those big white box demon guys. Yeah, didn't like those either. But at least their bullets can be shot down. There's a lot of variation in the enemies. Some float behind you and then attack, some split in 2 different speeds. They really are the centre of all this game's chaos, and they all come together to create a spellbinding mess of jagged polygonal swarms, like Tron had a real bad louse infestation. And the tense light pressure of only having 1 screen clear per stage is great, because you know that you might as well use it at one point since it refills no matter what. Yeah, there's this great element of surprise too. Certain items will just zap you straight away to the next stage. And the way the songs themselves suddenly change too really makes you feel like you're going deeper and deeper into this unending rabbit hole of early 90s trance sample packs. Beats and blasting bass lines and sharp contrasting synthpad melodies that give your brain but a mere moment of gorgeous beautiful respite from the swirling game overs, exploding text boxes and distant echoing of the announcers. And the way the bonus stage just comes out of nowhere is fucking amazing. I didn't even know these were a thing until 2 hours into the game, because you gotta be playing pretty well for a few levels to get to them. And just like that, from chaotic wall-to-wall action to gentle taps of the controller, steering this gliding entity through the rings of ever-growing speed. The game's chaos is turned down like a dial, and precision of a different, softer sort is needed. The change in tempo to the music is also incredible, one of the absolute best pieces of music on this console I think, and just generally a song I've been kind of obsessed with lately. This stage just comes and goes so fast, and it's always really out of nowhere as well. It's quite stunning, and such a great way to break up this gameplay. The constant yeah sounds in the background are just the oddball cherry on top of all this, like a scenic detour that throws you right back into the fire once done. Also the big line, the big strip of bacon at the top of the screen is very cool. I can't remember where I saw someone saying it looked like bacon, but I cannot unsee this now. I just keep thinking of Bacon Jupiter. Damn bro, welcome to the bacon dimension where we got sick beats and glow sticks and constellation wallpapers. There's a second bonus stage too, this flowing star tunnel to glide along with all these lights churning and some gently pulsing reggae beats back you up. The shapes of the star patterns in the background also morph as the levels progress. They begin to have more empty space and more fixated symmetry. Again, giving this great subtle sense that the space around you is shifting as you progress further and further into this ADD breakcore fluorescent tinged rave dimension. I mean, Tempest 2000's been more fun than any nightclub I've ever been to honestly, which isn't really saying much as I've only been to 3 and I'm also a massive musical bigot and generally asleep by 3 AM. Dying in this game just isn't that annoying. You're too hyped, too caffeinated and too alert to care. The downtime feels non-existent, and by the time you game over, you had plenty of fair chances, even if it was sometimes a bit hard to prevent, or even near impossible to see or comprehend. But that's all part of the rush and thrill of this game. Besides, there is saves for every 15 or so levels. Yeah, to me Tempest 2000 is just a masterclass of this best kind of basic stuff. And it's basically the reason I've gotten so fucking obsessed with Jaguar stuff in this last year. It's the best example of what's genuinely cool about the Jaguar. Like this little end screen here, where I detect a notable hint of Britishness here, and I will most certainly have a nice cup of tea, or cocoa, or chlorophyll after this, because fuck me, is this a game you gotta calm down after playing for the hour-ish it'll take you to beat its 100 or so levels. Doing so unlocks the beastly mode, the hard mode with doubled scores. The twisty vortex colour spectrum end screen is a very nice reward, a tasty treat on either difficulty. And it's an even nicer end screen on hard mode too, but no thanks. I think 6 cups of tea would probably kill me right now, as much as I wish this was the timeline and where Tempest 2000 was a good CV piece for a military application. So yeah, Tempest 2000 is pretty good, I suppose. The visuals are mesmerising, its soundtrack's the fucking earth, and the addictive game itself wields together all its qualities. It's probably the best known, genuinely great Jaguar game for a very good reason, deserving all its praise and more. Totally awesome Tempest, dude, for sure.
Introducing Alien vs. Predator for the 64-bit Atari Jaguar. You might not want to play it alone.
Ah! Mom.
Alien vs. Predator is considered the Jaguar's killer app, chosen as Japan's pack-in game and starting life on Lynx, as several other Jaguar exclusives did. It's no doubt a landmark title, non-linear, and sharing a lot of design concepts with much more modern, open-ended games, just dropping you down and leaving you to your own devices on where to go and what to do. It's truly a fascinating game. The lack of music really hits that alone in deep space feel, the constant threat of death ever looming in the distant corridors and buzz of the fluorescent tube lights. So you play as either alien, predator, or marine. The monsters have to fight to the alien queen, while the marine has to locate keycards for escaping. The alien is the frantic playstyle, easily killed, but by killing humans with claw, tail, and claw again, you cocoon them, up to 3 at once, and upon death these eggs hatch and you carry on from that egg, as if setting a breadcrumb trail of checkpoints. I never caught onto this at first, as it's an oddly specific series of buttons for something that's a pretty core mechanic to the alien's playstyle. But still, it's very cool. Since the alien is the agile class canon, it's neat to see a mechanic like respawns being used as a counter to that weakness, in a way that still makes the character feel powerful. The xenomorph just runs around and stabs dudes in the chest like a vicious little gremlin, it's great. The Marine's gameplay is like survival horror. Shoot, find health, ammos, and just explore the floors, rooms, and vent shaft shortcut mazes to hunt down the keys. While the Predator is like a tanky stealth action game, with his cloaking ability letting you sneak around enemies, but needs to be balanced out by only killing when invisible. There's like this honor system, where later weapons are locked until you reach a certain number of kills without using the invisibility. Health packs are also stockpiled into this bar that you filter into your health like a kinda inventory sponge. So you roam with the cloaking on and decloak when in range to kill and rack up points for the longer ranged attacks that you'll definitely need in the endurance of fights near the end. It's my favourite one, as it's shorter and focused, and also just because the Predator can't access the confusing maze of shortcut ventilation tunnels, because I guess he's just a big ass, chubby ass, chunky ass boyo. But yeah, these 3 very different playstyles change the feel of the core labyrinth crawling gameplay in very cool ways. The Marine is my least favourite, but I still like how they immerse you into the role with the sheer lack of direction, no greater motives other than mere survival. The sudden appearance of the aliens from behind opening doors, the frantic backing off and firing, trying not to get caught up on the walls, playing as the human turns this into a proper horror game, whereas the monsters, it's more a methodical action game. Even killing the alien, you gotta be careful where its acid blood pool will drop, blocking that path. You're just never safe. And I like the Predator's feeling of having to hold back your power like a barbarous ninja who refuses to act disorderly. The colour distortion that layers over the whole world when invisible looks so fucking cool. There's like 10 visual effects and they're all so cathartically deep-fried looking. Even the UI gets distorted, and the facehuggers too, who are by far the most annoying thing in the game, as they stop you moving, drain your health, and take forever to leave. It's pretty much a death sentence that's hard to see coming. I like the transparent HUD though, overlapping with the environments. The map can basically be left on screen the whole game like this.
What on earth got a hold of this guy?
Everything just looks so dull and industrial. Endless ceiling lights far into the distance blend with the fading walls. An eternal dystopian backrooms. The faded washy colour adds to this almost fake warmth, like an abandoned mall or some kind of underground city from a dream. The slightly jolted sprites only add to this eeriness. The way rooms are almost sectioned off in shapes that vaguely imply setting, like sleeping quarters, and the sheen white labs connected by strings of large windows, make this clinical testing area of stretching hospital wards. Then there's the huge open space near the bottom, like a docking or storage area full of exploding barrels and smaller bay rooms, the fluorescent lights softly glowing like a distant murmur. The machine hums in startling clanks of opening doors, and the distant roars of the beasts. All the screechy, grating ambience creates that fear and loneliness. It's impossible to pinpoint the source of any sounds. There's just such a cold, eerie lull over the whole experience, like the void of space has already worked inside. It's a game you will feel lost in, yet you will want to feel lost in it. Like a futile struggle, it's a great testament to the feel of the films. The alien's ship is like a skin cave, scaly intestines of a mechanical beast, a nightmarish prison, yet still with those odd little corners that are warmer and gently lit. And the Predator's ship, with its sandy clay walls like sickness and rot. With no obvious source of light, these areas ooze an ominous, unnatural, sharp tint, like the walls are emitting glow through their rocky pores. You'll never have any sense of place. It's one big, intricate, nonsensical puzzle with seemingly infinite ins and outs. It's a really unique and interesting design, as it's mostly just about surviving and slowly chipping away at its ceaseless labyrinth. And man, I just fucking love walking into a whole ass warehouse full of the same wooden drawers. Also, the cheat codes in this game are fucking insane. I mean, Jaguar games in general get pretty crazy here though, since like, you know, there's a whole 12-ass keypad, phone dialing pad just sitting there not really doing much. So they realise you can use that for cheats and they go pretty freaking crazy with it. You'll often have to hold multiple numbers down at once, like playing Twister with your fingers. Using cheats becomes its own little game. Even just entering level codes as fast as you can feels like activating like a cool secret function or skillfully pulling off an exploit. Makes me wish the Jaguar had some sort of like rhythm game or something just made for specifically playing with the number pad. But yeah, it's like you spell out banana to enter cheat mode, and then you hold down a bunch of other numbers while entering shit in this crazy sequence, and goddammit dude, I just want some more fucking health. So yes, this game is awesome. I really like what it's going for, even if I'm not that mad about the game itself. It is undoubtedly unique, ambitious, and very immersive, but I'm just not into intricate mazes and the sort, but that's entirely a me thing. But ayo, let's take a peek at the game's beta, since it's quite readily available. The black minimalist title screen is a very noticeable difference, as well as the HUD and the gun, and best of all, the way the Predator just fucking stands there jump scaring you at the door, yet being so polite about it. Like my guy's trying to sell me life insurance, or a monthly subscription to Men's Health, or just getting funds together for his church's upcoming August crafts fair. The way he chases behind you like the freaking weird kid following you straight out of the bathroom cubicles that one time in school, to even the cute little face hugger getting in on the shenanigans too, goddamn. This beta shows the immense Labyrinth survival gauntlet was clearly here already, and even if it's not my kind of thing, this game is cool as hell, and I wish the Predator and his body horror shipping yard ass half-lit hotel space bastille all the best success. To call Kazumi Ninja the worst fighting game ever is a very dumb exaggeration. Like, how can any such thing even be measured? What of old PC and Game Boy boards, or all the fighting games with less brute force catharsis? Nah, Kazumi Ninja is just as critically bad as any other clunky Mortal Kombat ripoff, next to no moves, pulled off in esoteric ways you'd never figure out. So it's basically a fighter where you just use your regular punches, kicks, jumps and crouches. The easy, cheesy strat is just jump kick everything. It's clunk as hell, sure, but so what? That doesn't have to take away from your enjoyment of the game. I'd take a meaty shitfest any day over something more smoothly polished and playing that lacks the same satisfaction that a bad, weighty feeling fighter can have. Kazumi ain't good, but Mortal Kombat was never high art. Both are hefty, mindless blood sports, dumb fun, and I've played plenty less enjoyable fighters than Kazumi. This is your average hot garbage fighter with jank, satisfying to wrestle down. The story is about an evil demon guy and body-stealing ninjas who gotta try stop him. The art style is stone patterns. I like the menu's blood pouring down like rain on a car window, and the parental lock system, a key for changing the blood setting. Pretty funny to think your mum would need to set this shit up just to turn off the stupid cartoony ketchup spills, as opposed to, you know, just not buying you the game. Like, who were the parents buying their kid an Atari Jaguar and Kazumi Ninja and also didn't want them to play it? The life bars are a sword that fills with blood as you draw closer to death, and the backgrounds are pretty cool too. It's that digitized photo look that the characters got. Some really gorgeous low-res skies here, and Pakawa's stage looking like a Bob Ross painting, while Danja's stage got some sick Streets of Rage energy. And hot fuck, the music is amazing. Holy shit, it's all just 40 tribal drum beats, and some actually have a pretty cool syncopated rhythm, to be fair. Almost this ritualistic feel. But then there's Angus McGregor. I mean, hey, bagpipes are usually way less chill sounding than this. Upon starting, arcade mode only lets you pick the 2 basic ninjas, since it's following the story of them going out and taking down violent famous people to steal their powers. So that's why you have to unlock each character during every run of arcade mode. I get it being redundant, but any character you want to play as is just one easy entry fight away, so I appreciate them sticking to the story concept. But it's weird that they made a whole 3D engine just for the menus, right? Like, I'd almost think this 3D section was going to be a bigger part of the game or something. Like some sort of ambition that had to be held. People say it's inconvenient, but you can just press left or right and treat it like a regular menu anyway, so I don't know what the fuss is. I think it's a really cool little space. So the characters, there's Martial Arts Pro, the King of the Goths, Caveman, Amazones, the World Kickboxing Champion, a street fighting assassin, and some Scottish guy who just loves to brawl. Yes, Angus McGregor, the pride of my people. This reminds me a lot of that one scene in the Painted Patties SpongeBob episode, where there's just that one fish wearing a kilt who goes, "Aye, they remind me of home." I'm getting that right now. No, I know what we all thinking. I need to address the big issue. Okay, look, so I don't want to talk about it either, but we all just gotta have to accept this fact. Okay, I am Scottish. Look, I'm sorry, but there's just no getting around it. Okay, I don't like it either, but we just gotta move on, I think. And as a Scot, it's finally nice to have some representation in video game format. Every other character is like some kind of master or historical icon, but no, motherfucking Angus McGregor is just some prick who loves to start fights. It's great, I swear, and this photo of his stage, this view, this castle, I'm pretty sure it's Urquhart Castle next to Loch Ness. I'm almost certain, in fact, because I used to live pretty close to here. I mean, Scotland's pretty small, so I mean, you only live at most like 4 or 5 hours away from here anyway, but still, this was just like up the road from where I lived. Seeing an actual place you know in person and so close to home as well in a random old weird little game like this, it's a really cool sensation. And see, if this game didn't use that photos compressed to run on console look, this kind of stuff wouldn't be possible. I'm serious, scruffy low-cost techniques like this rock because of shit like this. This photo to sprite looks likely just something for saving time and money, yet it gives the game that homemade, down-to-earth touch, like just sharing photos of places that you think look cool with others. It's really great. Oh fuck yeah, and he says "oh aye" every time he wins. It's fucking, I mean, we don't actually really say that over here, at least I've not heard anyone ever saying it like without deliberately trying to ham it up, but I'm pretty bad at, I don't know, I feel like very patriotic after all this. Shooting fireballs from my groin and drop kicking everyone in the throat, you know, all the traditionally Scottish things. Nah, I'm just fucking with ya. We really don't do all that much over here, to be honest, although my urethra does often feel like it's been burnt from the insides, so I suppose that one's at least accurate. So yeah, beat everyone and enter the final boss room for this badass fire gif. And he's just some scary ninja guy who turns into snakehead chili dog demon man, but ayo, it's a cool area with all these clouds in the background. And yes, just keep kicking him in the face. I'll fucking kick you in the fucking throat, pal. I'll fucking kick your fucking face in, mate, yeah. Fucking take a shit down your fucking windpipe, you wee fucking shite bag. I feel like I need to be like wearing tartan while I play this game. But yeah, it's one of these games that's not going to give you the real ending unless beaten on hard mode, or sorry, ninja god mode. It's annoying, yeah, but the game is short and lacking much outside arcade mode, so I get why they'd include this. You can fight as the final bosses with some cheat codes, as well as tiny mode, a super duper fun CPU mode that basically AI fights for every matchup there could possibly be in the game. Like some sort of like really long demo mode that would take absolutely fucking hours to cycle through. Like just imagine some old electronics shop having this mode running all day long in some dusty corner of the store, barely touched or played by anyone, just waiting for some poor unsuspecting fool to give it a try and then never proceed to buy a Jaguar. Hell, maybe that demo kiosk is still running this mode to this day, still not having reached the end of this fucking huge goddamn fucking Kazumi Ninja Marathon Showcase playlist. But yeah, Kazumi Ninja is a game alright, but there's plenty of Mortal Kombat clones out there, doing everything as wrong as this one does, but also with less scrappy charm. It's a rough, hefty, clunky blood sport. It's primitive, weighty, but I find it very satisfying to try and pin down its awkwardness. Also, I just like that the CPU opponent is always referred to as Jaguar, as if the console has had enough of your shit and is about to threaten me with violence. Checkered Flag is one of many Jaguar games with ties to a Lynx title, and it's kinda unpopular due to its controls, but that don't really matter to me. While controls like crap to some will seem fine to others, it's a very esoteric thing really, trying to explain with words what it feels like to control a virtual thing in a virtual space on a piece of plastic with your hands that are probably very different to mine. Not enjoying a game for its controls is fair, of course, but it's not as much of a technicality as people make it out to be, especially if you just play racing games for the ambient, zone out and watch the scenery pass you by kinda thing. It's often compared to 32X Virtua Racing, but there's some things Checkered Flag actually has over it. There's more tracks, yet none of them are as long or detailed, but there's music during gameplay, but nothing near the god tier groovy ass bangers from Virtua Racing, even if they were just all fanfares. Basically, it's a poor man's Virtua Racing, but to me that's like saying it's only vanilla ice cream. Like, I'm still gonna eat that shit up, ask for seconds, get brain freeze, forget to brush my teeth that night, and then not sleep well because I ate a whole ass fucking 2-litre tub of ice cream at 1 in the morning. The point is, Checkered Flag has the same appeal as Virtua Racing. I like it for the same reasons, and that makes it one of my favourite Jaguar games because I can just boot it up and enjoy it anytime for its similar feel as Virtua Racing. The way the menus bolt to life, crunchy MIDI guitar, power chords, full blaze, big title card backdrop, car running you down. It's like the start line cars all firing up. And the music, oh boy, it's like you took the Genesis guitar and gave it too much monster. It's distortion and overdrive to the max, almost ear bleeding, but in that kind of noise rock way. Bassy, thumpy, it fits the pace, yet the lead melody is this twangy kind of saw wave sound. It's just such a goofy choice for a lead melody, it just kind of bonks the music and gives it the feeling of a shitty travelling funfair merry-go-round. It's a weird little tinge to the game that just gives it that classic, very Jaguar Kusoge feel. So you accelerate, brake and cruise control, which keeps your speed up at a constant. Great for giving your fingers a rest and avoiding some of that onsetting arthritis. Ha ha ha, no I'm just goofing, nah, your hand's fucked. Especially after a 99 lap race, and I would love to meet the person who decided that that was a reasonable number you could choose. From the menu there's all the car settings, track, weather, opponents and game modes all on this one screen. Every necessary menu item squished into one. And yeah, Jesus, I just want to know why was 99 where you decided to stop at? Like, it would probably take like an hour and a half for you to play 99 laps, and I'm almost tempted, but then I remembered I have a life to live, things to experience, and more importantly, more Jaguar games to play. Races end very abruptly as soon as a few winners get by. Legit, it just fucking goes to black like the console's given up on your pathetic slow ass and shows you which of your different coloured brother cars has proven you to be the useless little fuck you are. The controls feel sticky, but again, I don't care. It's an old 3D arcade racing game, of course it'll be jittery. I'm more interested in the way that turning makes it look like the world is turning around you. Like reality bends and shifts to the power of blue car. In terms of game modes, there's time trials, basic free race, and the main tournament mode, which is just doing the 10 courses in order and having to win to move on, and also doing like 10 fucking laps, which I just found to be a little too much. I like all the different camera angles, making the car look tiny or giving it hands. The many different angles they offer is nice, cause man, I fucking love old 3D houses and roads and trees and shit. Everything is such a nicely moulded chunk of polygon, a real weird smoothness to it all, and the skies and rain make the whole world feel bleak, as the fog especially does in the coastal courses, and ocean mist creeping in. There's even a code for nighttime, which turns the game into a totally unseeable neon mess, and it's sick as fuck. The sides of the roads become like cat's eyes. And I like the way that the skyboxes sort of blend into the tracks too, through nothing but their colour choice. And like I say, I love these minimal poly buildings and stuff like the flags, the streetlights, and even the odd blimp or plane above the crowd stands. Imagine driving through this barren realm. Oh, and of course, the repair bay never does anything at all, just adding to the empty, useless oddity of these places. The first track is a forest of triangle trees and long views of the ponds, them lakeside landscapes. Desert's got cacti, square houses and satellite dishes, and these amazing arc buildings that I'd love to know what they are and what the fuck they're doing in the desert. They're like motorway service stations. You know, like the ones where it's like there's like a tunnel. There's like a stairway tunnel and like a Burger King hanging over the fucking highway, the motorway. I'm not an American. Like, imagine this was real, eating at an overtrack cafe here, watching these week-long races going on down below. Getting immersion in a game with these visuals and such random surreal bits of world building, it just fucks with your brain in the best way, bro. Drugs are for bitches. I like its confusion, asking your mind to fill in the blanks. You hear people saying this for 2600 games all the time. That their limitation is a charm that means you gotta use your imagination and make up some of the fun yourself, and I think it's a shame that people can't say the same for old 3D games like this, or maybe more accurately choose not to. Because Jaguar bad, haha, I'm really quite a funny guy. 2600 games are primitive, sure, but Jaguar games were from just as technically challenging an era, primitive also, so I don't know, just try to enjoy things consistently rather than for a specific reason. I love the hole. A weird track as it's pretty much just strings of tunnels. And Island Hop is cool because coastal drives are cool. Palm trees and odd views of the coast hills jutting out into the ocean, and lighthouses past the McDonald's arches. The way it sort of lights up in the rain as well, it's really pretty. The gorge got a lot of empty space and these random beams between the hills like they're being forced apart, and Concrete Canyon opens with a motherfucking UFO, and yes, suddenly I guess we're on another planet Formula 1 racing through. It's all artificial looking grey mountain valleys with these comically huge lights alongside reasonably sized normal street lights. These overhead boys are so weird looking, I don't even know if they're meant to be lights, but if they are, then I really want to know what the hell these mountain ranges abandoned by God are needing such heavy duty lighting for. Sunlight Strip is the beach vaporwave one, warm evening sky and hot air balloon ambiently just dangling there. The huts and palm trees like a beachfront in the middle of the desert where surfboards line the roadsides to form a makeshift fence of the long flowing stretches of track going around the only body of water in sight. Easily my favourite track. Then Arctic Run, it's just got cute ass little penguins, snowmen and igloos all over. It's pretty cool. And for once I get to say that, and it's sorta not redundant, because it's also now a snow pun, and puns are pretty damn funny, I have to admit. Also, I had this weird error when playing this once, where only one skybox would appear on every track. And also very early on, when I first got the Jaguar, sometimes it'd make this deafening static that was genuinely painful to hear, but would slowly die down like rain easing off, and once the last trickle of static was gone, the game's regular audio came back through. So if you experience the static noise issue, try just leaving the system running a game for 10 minutes or so and see if the static leaves. Iron Soldier is the kind of game that, even if you don't like to play it, you'll still find something that you like about it. So the Iron Fist Corporation is doing some pretty shitty dystopia type stuff, and with your stolen as fuck and swole as fuck mech, you need a rebellion to tear them down. Menu's got cool art, looks hand painted or like high spec MS Paint. and gives a cool glimpse of each mission's setup on the pastel-coloured motherboard UI. The music too, it's thumpy, slow, bassy electronic battle symphonies, real percussive. I've noticed a lot of Jaguar games have some very high quality sounding drum samples, which is a cool little specialisation. But yeah, the music isn't memorable per se, but its brutal industrial pulses fit the robot tearing down dull chrome cityscapes really good. And I really like the track Industria because it kind of reminds me of Lisa's music. You choose weapons before every level, unlocking more as you go. Rapid fire, arcing grenade blasts, rockets, a self-controlled drone, and my favourite, your big fucking sausage hand fists, which are actually really good for smashing up buildings and look like punching trees in Minecraft. Each level's mission is usually just destroy building, requiring a trek to the other side of the city. Some throw you straight into the middle, while others are an assault on the city's innermost structures. Sure, you're mostly just smashing shit, but it's still got enough variety. You fight and turret buildings to raid their health and ammo supplies. That's the core gameplay loop here. And it's well balanced. The enemies are a threat, so you need to be accurate and smart with your weapons, since you're, such a huge, slow, hulking mass. You're powerful, but carelessness will cost you. The camera turns are equally as slow, so close combat isn't ideal either. The action can escalate, so you really gotta avoid getting overwhelmed. Positioning the camera can be a wee bit awkward though. Getting your mech turned around so the camera can face forward takes a bit of twiddling around. But destroying buildings feels fucking awesome. The way everything breaks up and explodes in this array of tumbling cubes and crumbling rocks that fly in all angles. It just feels really cool, piloting this monstrous lumbering war machine, stepping on tanks to death and tearing down the city, totally levelling entire business districts. My only problem is just the mission-specific thing I need to destroy is often not very clear. I know I have to destroy a factory in the Northern Bay Area, but which of these is a factory? All of them could be. And the mini-map is just a little too mini a map to be a handy map. That's really my only gripe. It's a little tedious working out where I'm needing to be when you're such a slow big target. The acceleration works similar to Cybermorph's, and when not accelerating, the D-pad aims. It's alright considering both movement and camera controls are done on a D-pad. It's a bit cumbersome, but it's very appropriate for such a big bulky robot. The distance you can shoot and see is pretty heckin' far. I mean, there's a really great depth here, a real vastness and scale to these cities. It's impressive. The skyboxes, the colour schemes, the distant buildings and structures all blending into the horizon. It's some perfect ambient city exploration. The cute blocky little neighbourhood houses, the cone trees, the big boats stalked by the sheen white pillars of the factory chimneys. It all blends together to make some amazing low poly landscapes. Like the kind of creative layouts you'd see on those children's town map carpets, only, with more war crimes, depressed colours and imposing skyscrapers. Like this bridge and how it tries to mesh into the skybox's colour to give the illusion of being a really long bridge leading off into the colossal megacity in the distance. It's just oddly really well set out and immersive for such an old 3D game. You can get sucked into these minimalist locations as if you can almost believe they'd exist. Like, just imagine a city as flat as this, with army bunkers alongside both road and waterfront. It's minimal enough to where it resembles a real city, but just nothing makes sense or feels nearly realistic. The symmetry of it all only adds to this unnatural feel of this oppressive metropolis. It's heavenly sparse, like an abstract Lego project by crazed architects. The drone bomb shows these cities really well too from the sky. The movement of the enemies and the distant park greens is just quite a surreal combo of things at play here. Colour-coded districts by the waterfront, artificial lakes, walled-off desert fortresses linked to the city by trailing wire road patterns. Iron Soldier is a great game, some real Jaguar AAA. I have some definite hold-ups, but they're mostly just me problems, to be honest. I mean, it's a really good meaty kind of game. And once you save the world, you get a statue in your name, except in the name of the big motherfucking mech you were driving. It's like you yourself are your own trophy, and that is quite nice. Another of the classic Atari IP upgrades, although not a 2000 game as it lacks that aesthetic and style, but it's still very similar in essence. And I gotta talk about the music first. This MIDI prod rock it's got going on is awesome. There's some catchy riffs in here that sound really great on a proper guitar, even though I do love that guttural, chunky fake guitar. The electric organ sound is a great mix too, with the lumbering drums, and on the water stages the cavernous water driplet sounds are really nicely played into both the melody's backing and the lower end of the drums. Especially the boss theme, this shit slaps. I don't know, I just love me some scruffy sounding crunchy MIDI guitar work, a fairly meaty OST with pretty sick beats. And it seems to contain an emulated version of the original Missile Command. Cool to see, at least assuming it's emulated since it's got all the size fuckery settings and these borders that are quite some of the 3D ever. How squishy that Lynx look in. Missile Command on Lynx is cool and one of the few Lynx games I've played so far coincidentally. And those low poly TVs are great, and look at that cabinet, goddamn. I like this old game's bright lines and sharp colours that glow in a neon explosion. Yeah, I like Missile Command. It's a visual judgment heavy, slow kinda arcade game. Select a point and time the blast radius missile to clear the skies. Having that in 3D might sound confusing, but it's more 3D in name. It's pretty much just taking Missile Command and making a static turret shooter with it, with multiple cannons to keep track of which side's got the best angle to shoot from. Or there's also the simplified 3D version of the regular Missile Command with no extra cannons or quick shots that's, you know, not like a turret shooter but just like Missile Command. Just good old big explosions taking over the sky above the sheer isolation of these small desert towns. God damn, what a place to live. But yeah, then there's the main mode. Stage by stage it goes underwater town, Bespin sky looking towers and space city. In this mode, the big bombs are used alongside quicker bullet shots, splicing in some faster action. The big regular missiles you shoot are actually pretty hard to make hit, as there's not too much a sense of depth to these shots, but the regular instant blasts get the job done very well, so the titular missiles are best used when close range here. So yeah, it's like Missile Command, but you shoot from the sides rather than from below. Power-ups drop for health, as well as the missiles themselves and the screen clears. This crosshair is great for precision, and it's a good difficulty overall, expecting you to be very accurate but giving you lots of room for error. Despite being simple, there's almost a sense of grandeur to this game. Maybe I just get that from the big long views and the big chord sounding music. But I really like its underwater visuals, the bubbles and the way the lighting goes in and out. Really hits that feeling of being submerged. Underwater cities interconnected by tunnels. And check out this sunspot. This must have been one of the first sunspots in video game history. Damn, what a pioneering sunspot. God damn. So yeah, just keep shooting the things coming down to defend the structures below, switch to different camera angles for dealing with different patterns, and fight the odd boss, which is a cool surprise. They're contrastingly big fantasy beasts, very cool, and kinda give me Panzer Dragoon boss vibes, and apparently this was indeed the inspiration. Especially noticeable because they sort of take ages to down. But yeah, Missile Command 3D is a seriously good game in every way. And it's in that sweet realm of being a legit great game that just so happens to carry a certain Kusoge kinda energy, mostly just in the scruffy sounding timbre of the music. And the thank you and good night on the credits is a nice little ending touch, as the fucking dragon has a heart attack and dies and has presumably crushed a small town below. This game may just be one of the weirdest breakouts there is, mostly just because for being such a late release it's so basic. Like a basic desktop time killer game. Imagine Minesweeper, Cocaine Edition. Hell, it was only available through mail order from Telegames themselves, the last publisher officially licensed by Atari, who were still releasing games after Atari themselves had abandoned the Jaguar to go morph with some storage company, who were also on the brink of death. Yeah, Telegames were there from the early days and stuck around till the end, longer than anyone else. With the console effectively dead in any official capacity, when late games like this dropped, you could debate if they count among the official Jaguar releases, but it pretty much has the legit Atari seal by proxy of telegames, and it is one of the 2000 titles, so I feel it should be counted. Yeah, to me there's a clean 50 Jaguar games, but it's not all that definitive. It depends what you're counting, which publishers, if Atari had any hand, or games that just went unreleased but were still finished. It's really up to you, but to me I say there's 50 games, and this is certainly one of them. I mean, I like Breakout as much as anyone. It's pretty hard to mess up, and this game does not do that. It's just not really doing anything, but you know, that's alright. Besides that music though, bass lines lasting forever and rigid slogging measures going nowhere like music and AI would write. I like it, it's funny, and it still's got some kind of groove. All the tracks are just variations of each other, leitmotifs for fucking Breakout, even sounding a little bit out of key at notes. It's a graceless in a way that makes it hard to think. A mesh of hefty electronic pulses, amateur sounding, but it's got a lot of character, and I eat this kind of shit up, this unintentionally surreal music. This shimmying stilted rave like a nightclub midday, everyone standing around with no dancing, house lights on, maintenance to the toilets in the back. It's mesmerizingly awkward music, but enjoyable in its shaky, bassy, lumbering, mind-numbing swirl, like something written in one very wacky afternoon. So yeah, you set ball catch, brick phasing, and then one of two breakouts. Damn, hole 2. Classic breakouts as simple as you bet. 2600 looking and playing breakout, while the fancy 2000 mode is just pretty angled competitive breakout. I like its focused simplicity, but just wish it lived up more to the 2000 name, as it sure ain't the souped up arcade extravaganza the other 2000 games are, but it is nicer to have something more chilled out. You've got your basic power-ups of big paddles and slowing the opponents, but you gotta catch them pretty fast as they fall down when you don't expect it. I like the sound effects too, highly bleepy and bloopy and very fun to hear constantly on repeat because it's almost annoying, but it's not quite there, so it just comes off as extremely goofy and stupid, and at the start of the level every single block gets a loading sound, making you just sit there and watch and listen to the endless fucking boop sounds. Also, the backgrounds look really cool. Space cages and big metal tech boxes, odd machines and mesh patterns. But yeah, it's basic competitive breakout. You can mess with the opponent if your balls get over to their side, as missing anybody's ball counts as a miss for you, but then they could also use that ball to clear their own blocks away, so it's a case of being careful to stick to your own side lest you're feeling confident you can mess them up. The multi-ball adds to this light, controlled chaos, and I can imagine this being pretty fun for 2 players honestly, and kudos to anyone who gets their friends to play Jaguar breakouts of all the things you could play in the world. So overall, yeah, a bit of a disappointment it ain't some crazy EDM tripped out clusterfuck of a breakout, but it's perfectly serviceable. A cute, fun, awkward little game. It ain't much, but it'll quench a breakout thirst nicely. Also, the high scoreboard is called the Ballbuster Hall of Fame, and that alone makes it all very worthwhile. Defender 2000 is like a sister to Tempest 2000, almost like a mirror to it in many ways. It shares developers after all, you can tell with all the bullfighting on the high scoreboards. I love the idea of the Red Dwarf crew owning a Jaguar. It feels totally like it belonged on that show, and I can absolutely picture Lister playing some Tempest 2000. Sharing similar stylistics to Tempest, Defender 2000 goes for more kaleidoscope, rainbow patterns and flowing colours kind of a look. So you got Classic Defender, which is just a plain old arcade kind of thing. Defender Plus, which is that but with more cool visuals, and then the 2000 mode. The batshit hard as fuck chaotic swarming trance with power-ups, about 100 levels, bonus stages and all that good shit. Defender Classic is very quaint. It's extremely basic, but it's good to have as a palette cleanser and still has flair in the particle scattering and bright lasers. And failing to, or deliberately, killing the humans, and there's some very 2600 style screen flashing, as the ground erupts beneath you like some kind of dry spaghetti earthquake. The effect's very surprising the first time you see it, and I find myself killing the ground's people just to see it sometimes. But in Defender, failure breeds failure, because sure, you don't have to worry about the people, but No, the swarms of enemies practically double, and the game of careful shooting and deliberation turns into just crazed gunfire. I really like how you have the choice though. You don't have to save the people, you still ultimately only lose once you yourself are dead as fuck. So deliberately not saving them is a perfectly valid choice. It's a cool dynamic that adds a simple brute force element of strategy, since your high score is still really your only main goal. There doesn't feel like there's levels so much, unlike Tempest. Sure, they're both arcade high score games, but Tempest has more design in the wireframe pipes that made it feel like progress. Only the enemies really change in Defender, and they all just follow the same basic philosophy of ram you up the ass. But ayo, who cares when sick neon star effects? Having 5 high score letters is also great. I mean, there's only so many 3-letter words I can think of. But yeah, Defender moves very fast, so you really need to pace yourself. As great as it feels to zip all around, touching the enemy is instant death without some kind of shield, so speed controlling is crucial. In the plus mode, I love the kaleidoscope ground, like an Earthbound battle back, and the Northern Lights background too, the random blue cubes, the 2000s arcade space carpet aesthetic is very strong here. Wish I knew a name for this kinda nighttime, rave, warp drive kaleidoscope mix. If I wanted to be a pretentious internet word man, I'd start calling it rave core, or EDM core, or space core, or neon core, or trip core, or flip core, frick core, shit core, perhaps even fuck core. The main 2000 mode has much more vertical room in its stages, and power-ups that work similarly in idea to Tempest 2000. You basically have to slowly build up your power-ups per stage. Without them it's a rough time. There's basic shot power-ups, a one-hit shield, auto-zap beams, big blue wall attacks, and these crow dudes who swerve in to save falling citizens automatically. The shield's definitely your best friend though, then the auto-enemy zap. That's when you start feeling like you're set. As apart from just running smack face fucking first into enemies, killing humans is a big hurdle. Just killing them accidentally is really easy, I found, and half the time I kill them before I'd even hit the enemy. You really need restraint and gentle tappings of the D-pad. Failure is extremely fast and frequent here, even though you'll get tons of lives and screen clears once you again hit the swing of it. Don't get me wrong, it doesn't feel unfair, it just needs more adjustment than Tempest 2000, and don't be surprised if you expend all your lives or bombs in one go. The seizure-inducing world explosions continue, but man, this game becomes insanely hard once you lose the ground in the 2000 mode. Enemies are so aggressive they swarm in here, and in later stages it feels like a monumental challenge to even survive long enough to get a single power up. But I guess it's a fair setback for letting all the meat sacks die. The locations look really good though, like more abstract looking versions of regular places. A shadowy, no sunlight desert, a green mossy cityscape, the lilac crystal ice caps, and the day to night changes in the sky are cool too. And all the voices of the humans are great, because it's not like you're saving the world, but instead just the same one random guy over and over. Like, bro, please stay the hell inside, dude. Can you not see the flying goldfish bowls, alien death footballs, and magical space frisbees? The effects on the humans saved screens are really cool too, and with enough points, why, what a joyous occasion this is. The music is another big deal for me here too. It's definitely not as impressive as Tempest 2000's soundtrack to me, but it feels much more tailor-made to fit on the Jaguar this time. The vast majority of the soundtrack is here from the CD version, and the songs themselves are sort of like the opposite of Tempest 2000's, in that they have a much more structured feel to them. A very different style. Noticeably less about crazy drum fills, sequences, and dissonant sounds strung together with softer ambient moments. Nah, Defender 2000's soundtrack is punchier, more riff heavy, with clearer lead instruments and a bassier, dancier feel. Much more consistent too, with no sections that really deviate much. No, it's much more straightforward, but not to a fault at all. I love the ballsy sections of lead guitar coming out of nowhere and the almost bouncier, synthier sound of the melodies. It's got some real big city vibes, some real Soul Hackers type shit. If Tempest 2000 is the desolate industrial outskirts of the Blade Runner cities, lone night walks and late evening travel, then Defender 2000 is the city centre bus stations, the less popular nightclubs, and the views from the dirty Bayside high-rises. I especially like track 5's big blasting chord melody that sounds almost exactly like something I'd actually thought up once before. The special stages come just as out of nowhere too, and winning warps you ahead by 5 stages, which, trust me, really helps out. And I love the almost out of place remix of Beethoven's Fifth of all fucking things. It's also building upon Tempest 2000's second bonus stage. Yeah, I didn't really mention it much then because, well, this is like the proper version of that. It's once again all about that gentle precision. Glide this ball of light and with its fluctuating tempo that matches the song's shifting pace, tap the left and right to remain moving along the half-pipe road of green stars, almost like a rhythm game. The Tunnel of Stars looks amazing, and while I much prefer Tempest 2000's bonus round, this has got much more of an addictive, God I really want to beat this shit kind of quality. And I don't even know if tapping to the pulse helps, but man, it sure feels like it does. It's a really cool juxtaposition to the rest of the game, even if a little bit awkward. And the use of the word humanoids here suggests the ship we pilot in is actually part of the alien invasion force who's gone rogue and is now the sole defender of the same planet his superior race is attacking. That's some cool shit, and I'm sure it's not true. I just made it up because I thought it sounded cool. There's some really good cheat codes in this game too. There's Rainbow Transpong, which feels like a Pong 2000, which I'm shocked and disappointed was never a thing. And another cheat which turns the plus mode into sheep mode, rescuing llamas. Apparently this sheep's name is Flossie, and they seem like a very silly little critter. The final boss of Defender 2000 is the Camel 8080s, and they're hard as hell. Even using up all my bombs, I just ended up cheating my way to the end screen. The obsession with fuzzy bovine and sheepish animals is so fucking specific, I love it. Hell yeah, I mean sheep are cool, I had plenty of sheep all around me where I used to live. And beating the game unlocks the Vindaloo difficulty. Man, this game really was made by Lister himself. And yes, I would again love to take you up on this offer, but I'm afraid I'm going to be too busy playing more Jaguar games to eat anything anytime soon. Yeah, I don't find Defender 2000 as much fun as Tempest 2000. It lacks that same feeling of inspiration, but what it does have is great character, much more personality, the sense of it being less of a major release and more of a personal project, with all the llamas and Red Dwarf references. I just get the sense of the creator's spirit without it being something apparent, and I really like that. It feels like it was just made by some British guy who likes curry and watches Red Dwarf and plays a shit ton of classic arcade games, and I really get that. It's a great companion, a great palate cleanser to the main course that Tempest 2000 provides. A kindred spirit, so to say. Even if not as special, it's still got that same addictive arcadey charm that I find myself coming back to every so often. Pitfall the Mine Adventure was one of those games that was just ported to goddamn everything, but it's maybe most at home here since Pitfall is so synonymous with the 2600. Classic Pitfall is playable via cheat codes. It's funny to see a 2600 game running on Jaguar as if suddenly terrifyingly backwards compatibility has become a thing here, goddamn. Pissball, the Flying Dentures, is something of a semi-linear platformer, the sort of thing that's not very easy to navigate, nor is there even much platforming. Lots of moving around for switches and doors, and levels that trail up and down, but it's got moments and still makes for a fun challenge to tackle if you're down for something very basic with a simple sort of charm. It does feel a bit cramped. Sometimes you'll hit your head and be stopped hilariously mid-jump, and you'll end up going in circles a bit too. Switches and doors aren't that well highlighted from the background sometimes, as nice and clean as those backgrounds might look. Yeah, the platforming is solid, but I just wish it was more the focus rather than going the maze level route personally. The rock throwing attack feels great though, and you have a short swipey kind of punch alongside it, but it's a little too close range for comfort. I like the tiger bosses though, because it's very simple and mostly just a test of your reflexes. Jump, turn and hit with the rock. There's a rematch atop a temple, and I love the insane cloud speed in the background. The rest of your foes are just your usual bat and spider enemies though, but it still gets points for being funny, cruddy NES type stuff. I'm just not really into jungle settings, but its smooth sprites, mossy swampy colours and dimly lit caves and temples are very calming. And this waterfall, I like how it just takes over the whole screen in its bright wash like TV static. And the zip wiring over the sides is some fun traversal. Yeah, very vertical stages with sprinkles of little mechanics and set pieces like the big stretchy vines that toss you up and the minecarts, lots of movement based things. The lost city of Coping has some awesome werewolf-ass looking sky. That cloudy early night blue is very pretty, and the cave temple's got some fire animations. But the game starts with a bunch of instant kill pits that open and close, and the timing's kinda awkward, a frustrating start to a solid romp. Like the health bar top right being that croc chasing you down. It's a nice creative little idea, but a little hard to gauge. While the music's just jungly drumming and light melody, it's just sorta there, but it's chill. And a Simon Says minigame too kinda comes up like the ones in Donkey Kong Country. A cool idea to have those Indiana Jones style kinda death rooms as a breakup in the regular platforming and exploring, but this was the only one I found. This is the kind of game that just feels so forgotten, so much a thing of its era. Like, I'm the only person that's probably played this since like 2009 or something, I'm sure, but it's fine a game, but just lacks any sense of inspiration. Like, it just kinda exists to exist, and that's alright. It's a decent game, and the core platforming is very sound, but it's just something I find a little bit boring. There is an argument for Jaguar Rayman being the best version, and it's an argument I would sort of make. I mean, almost all Rayman 1 complaints seem aimed at its difficulty, and I've always thought that was slightly unfair. Rayman is like a love letter to those classic 2D platformers, the kinda hard-as-nails NES era games that made their way to the hands of kids and adults alike. That kind of brutally hard classic game, but put into something with more of a vision of its world. Rayman 1 is, to me personally, the pinnacle of those classic 2D platformers, and honestly one of my favourite games of all time, an easy top 15. And the dislike for the kind of challenge it's got holds up much less in regards to Jaguar Rayman. If PlayStation Rayman is the slightly overwritten novel edited last minute, then Jaguar Rayman reads like the more concise but messier final draft. The more concentrated lump of vision, the rough ore. Simply put, Jaguar Rayman is a much easier game than the other versions. And if your complaints are mostly just about its difficulty, then you can't not agree that a less frustrating version of this game isn't massively worthwhile. Now obviously having the CD quality soundtrack is a huge plus to these other versions, but honestly I don't think it's that huge an advantage, as Jaguar Rayman's renditions of the music have this really nice feel, this warm soft compressed timbre, this elegantly gliding spongy electric piano, gentle yet very lively sine wave melodies, fuzzy yet very intricate drum patterns and percussive little flourishes. It's just got a pleasant tiny ring overall. Very DS sounding. I like it a lot, and it fits the game's look perfectly, arguably giving this version of Rayman a more consistent overall sound and tone, plus lots of the CD exclusive tracks are just the sound effect ambience. Now don't get me wrong, they add a cool cinematic feel, but there's Jaguar exclusive music tracks that I actually really damn like, and of course the sound quality difference doesn't make the Jaguar's compositions less enjoyable. The lower fidelity just adds to their soothing sound. They make for such a different listening experience that they're both very valuable soundtracks. Sure, the CD soundtrack is the intended way to go, but I think Jaguar Rayman has more identity than the other versions. Like, even the main menu music sounds more concise, a sparing melody and beat, like a theme for Rayman himself or the series as a whole, this lightly focused bouncing groove. But I mean really though, what it all comes down to is the gameplay, and what takes away so much of Rayman's frustration is the knockback. Now, call me crazy, but I swear to God, I really noticed this being a huge difference. The knockback in Jaguar Rayman is way different to the other versions, and amazingly generous. Hell, even maybe nicer than any other game's knockback that I can think of offhand. And the way it works almost makes it feel like a mechanic in of itself, and I'd say quite integral to some of the levels. Let's be real, when you play Rayman, the deaths pretty much always come from just getting hit back into pits. The life bar is rarely what will do you in. But in Jaguar Rayman, it's like the knockback can very often trigger a recovery jump that you can still also use the helicopter out of as normal, meaning course correction is way easier when you need it, gutting the very worst parts of this game for me. It could just be because this is a slightly more unfinished version of the game that you can sort of like jump whilst you take damage, so this might not be specifically the knockback, but even still, you will notice this if you've played Rayman before. Eat at Joe's feels designed around fighting with this knockback, and its absence, among other things, are what contributes to Rayman, in most of its other versions feeling kinda bullshitty and frustrating if you're not very familiar with the game's feel and layout. Jaguar Rayman is considered like a beta version by some, and while I think that's a bit of an exaggeration, I agree, at least vaguely to the extent that the game feels more simple and almost seems like levels were made with this older, more lenient orienting jumpy, helicopter allowing knockback in mind. And Jaguar Rayman, rushed to release, lacked those final details, the ice physics, the extra enemies, extensions to the levels, and hence also missed out on getting the difficulty spiked by this one little alteration to the controls, which was just one of many little tweaks made to the gameplay, physics, and other basic stuff. But hey, that's just a theory, a biased theory. Thanks for watching. But regardless of that one thing, and me just being a massive fucking hipster, as I'm surely sounding like right now, there's way more regardless that makes this a way easier game to me, and honestly I find it a lot more enjoyable because of that. The enemies are way easier to stun, and they don't butt rush you nearly as much. Like, the gunman can't actually block your punches here. And the boss fights too, Mr. Stone doesn't overuse that darting rock throw. Viking Mama can't kill you if the knife bounces after you've won the boss, which happened to be in PlayStation Rayman a ton. Mr. Dark is missing a whole phase, and most importantly, Space Mama is fun as hell and easily my favourite boss in this game. No damage on entry, no ramming you into the corners, and hence you've got more openings, max health sitting there on the floor from the get-go, no bouncing washing machine damage, less sporadic patterns on the rolling pin laser section, goddamn I sound like a psycho. This is why you play Jaguar Rayman. It's Rayman without the same frustration, leaving only what I think it really is. An exuberantly fun platformer with a tough yet perfectly satisfying challenge. A uniquely slow-paced action and hugely creative level designs that keep you constantly engaged. Imaginative world ideas, atmospheric rich music, and just a fucking stupendously great game. But it's on Jaguar, so none of that matters. Nobody plays this version. And look, I know my Rayman alright. This is like one of my comfort food games alongside like Sonic CD. Like, I play this shit when I feel like crap, alright. I've beaten it a ton of times. I've beaten PlayStation Rayman at least like 3 times. I've played it once on GBA. I've given the DOS version a spin. I've beaten the Saturn version once, and I've beaten it 4 times on Jaguar. I know that's not all versions of Rayman, but it's all the sources for the later ports as well, like the DS one and the PC one, so it's close enough to call all of them for me. I promise you, okay, I can tell you, Jaguar Rayman feels by far the easiest one. Hell, I'd even say Jaguar Rayman's quite comfortably beatable within the starting continues. And this isn't a practice thing, because that's the first time I played this game I'm talking here. See, I beat PlayStation Rayman when I was about 15, and man, that took so much from me. That was such a fucking big undertaking. And so I hadn't touched any versions up until I got into the Jaguar, and I immediately found this version to be way easier and way less annoying than I remember it being. Hell, and that was without gathering all the extra lives early on, because I was feeling lazy. Yeah, like replaying Rayman but on Jaguar, it just kinda ignited something. It made me realise how much I loved everything Rayman 1 was going for, its music, its world, and it got me to binge through all the other versions whenever the craving for the game came over me in this last year. Right after beating Jaguar Rayman, I played the PlayStation version again, for the first time in 7 years to compare it, only days after, and I struggled. Like, the ledge grabbing feels way snappier in Jaguar Rayman to me, as does the movement in general in the helicopter air sections too, although this all could just be because the Jaguar's D-pad is fantastically mechanical. It's perfect for a game like this, and great for the constant jittering moves left and right that you gotta pull. I mean, personally, I find most PlayStation controllers to be kinda shit honestly, and that's mostly just because of their D-pads. Sorry, but for me, you've got to go all thin, clicky and mechanical, or all spongy, smooshy and loose. Don't meet me in the middle with this rubbery crap. I guess the one thing that's harder in this game is that the fist power-ups are lost as soon as you take any damage, as opposed to when you lose a life, but like, it's not really noticeable, you never really need them for anything. Also, the single health 1-ups also sometimes refill 2 points as well. So I don't know why or when, but that's also nice. And also there's basically no load times either, which is a huge deal maker for me. The level ends aren't as goofy and stupid sounding too though. But the tongue face move is still here, don't worry, bitches map straight to the options button. And it's funny that there's bits of levels that feel like they weren't entirely finished too, so we're just quickly tied up last minute with whatever design ideas came to mind that moment. Bandland, for example, is completely devoid of its slippery loop pipes. In fact, like I say, there's no ice physics anywhere in Jaguar Rayman, yet it still has that sloping pipe section, as if the slidiness was meant to be here, so now it's altered to be more like a strangely long skyward bridge guarded by a few sparse enemies and some wide gaping chasms. And the darkened cave room, you know, later in the game where you got a light with your fist, yeah, it just straight up lacks the darkness, like someone just flipped the lights on. And the mosquito ride is also way cooler because it becomes like a sort of little shmup section. I way prefer this one too. Yeah, most of the levels and stuff that it's missing are just like the really gimmicky levels, like that fucking, that big rock that you gotta cut the ropes with. Yeah, that's not here, thank God. And the instant death spike pits in Picture City that you could totally get out of actually do let you in Jaguar Rayman. And the candy level is also a proper level too. Still has that inverted control section, but not the stupid evil Rayman chase. The final candy level is an actual proper like sort of little short obstacle course. It's a great little gauntlet level, and makes for a nice sort of exam at the end of the game. Yeah, overall the jump in difficulty between Dream Forest and Bandland feels way less steep with them slips removed. As does Blue Mountain, my favourite area in the game, to Picture City, my second favourite area. Then I'd say probably, I don't know, Bandland, Scops Cavern, and Forest is my ranking of the levels, of the worlds I should say. Although the water rising bit in the forest doesn't use the tense dramatic music for some reason. Yeah, some of the music doesn't appear in like the same stages that you expect it to, or would really make sense in. But I guess this bit doesn't really fit in at the start of the level when, like, you know, there's no flooding, when you're just helping Bro become unnaked, getting his pants down for him, suggesting that Rayman's species, or people, or other Ray men have a junk. Perhaps the penis is also not attached to the body. Motherfuckers got no testicles. Scrotumless ass bunch of Jerrys. Oh, but thankfully, Plum Man is still possible, I know. Rest assured, Plum Man lives. Yeah, and there's also a few missing backgrounds too. That's a bit of a shame, but it's not a huge problem. It's just one of these things that gives the levels a different setting and feel, and makes the game a bit more of a different experience if you've already played Rayman. And the exclusive music tracks are great though. Mosquito's Nest's thumping bassy riff sequence is so fucking good, and I can't not like tap along to this shit. It fits Rayman's walk cycle really well and feels much more video game music than most of Rayman's soundtrack. Almost a little bit out of place, but in quite a cool way. Same with its totally different rendition of Crystal Palace, which they remixed in the other versions, but I way prefer the simpler version. Its arpeggiating melodic ambient sequence is really fucking soothing and shiny sounding. It's generally a little bit bassier as well, like Eat It Joe's is way funkier sounding, and Mr. Dark, whose villain name I will defend, it's a perfect fit. A stylish, whimsical, pantomime-ass villain needs a name like that, you're all bitching about nothing. Anyway, yeah, his theme has much more an aggressive melody here, I find. And hell, I even love the 2 minutes of unending carnival drum loops, this hypnotic in and out of syncopated fills and rhythmic bonks, it's peak thinking music. And Candyland got a similar unique track, this riff-heavy percussive bop, bringing back the boingy tom drums from the main menu, making it feel like a finale party and giving the soundtrack a nice cyclic endpoint. Rayman's Jaguar soundtrack is just overall more ambient and melodic than the more cinematic CD soundtrack, who's much more fleshed out and full sounding. Yeah, I prefer it as well, but I like more what Jaguar Rayman is going for. It's a real unique sound, like chiptune near its highest quality, raw electric sounds to mellow songs left unfiltered by its sound chip. Like Batilla's theme, the way they forced the glissandos to work here sounds fucking awesome. This version sounds much more melancholy, it's a gorgeous composition really, kinda sadder sounding somehow, like Picture City's overlapping, compressed instruments that tiredly churn and mask the lead melody in the static swirling days. The opening is different too, Rayman's limbs running havoc in the void. Yeah, I way prefer this theme. It's bouncing MIDI tom drums, and the intro, which is almost word for word the same, just with some text screen caps of the FMV and some neat art that's exclusive. But yeah, the load times are a huge benefit here, especially on boot up. I hated waiting around to get into the game on PlayStation and Saturn, but the time it takes from turning on console to controlling our boy is mere seconds on Jaguar. And visually, the game looks largely the same, I would say. I know some people like to get down to the technics, and that's cool. There's apparently a greater amount of colour in the Jaguar version, but I think I prefer its look purely because of the tasty pixels are more noticeable here, like gorgeous sprite work rather than just a digital art as it sort of appears in the other versions. Even if there is quite a few graphical assets missing, it's just as good, I think. But I forget how Mega Man and Castlevania Rayman can feel, with all its back and forth twitching jump attack stuff that you gotta manage, pulling off those precise air pot shots. Oh, and yeah, there's this weird puzzle maze in Picture City 2 where you gotta step on the spikes in the order that won't kill you. Now, I did this the dumb way by sacrificing lives, but the order you need to walk is literally plastered on this eraser here just below, so it's a pretty simple sequence in fairness. And the Doot Doot Trumpet Man section is way easier here too without the slipperiness, as it's now just about timing your jumps. And I quite like the action, jumpy primary school font that's all over this game and at the start of the levels. And I like Rayman's scared shitless face when he's falling down, like even a few steps or something, it's quite the expression. This version's also got Ray Breakouts, a breakout game unlocked via code shown at credits or spelt out in tings during the mosquito chase. It's pretty fun, a bit hard to hit the ball sometimes, as Rayman's legs are somehow not as good a pong paddle as a pong paddle. It flies off way fast, to the point that you ain't gonna catch it unless you've been predicting where it'll go. It's some hard-ass breakout in the Magician's Schoolhouse talent show void. But it's a great touch, being a minigame so synonymous with Atari as Breakouts. And I'm pretty sure this is also an exclusive, this little minigame, although it might also be in one of the PC versions, I'm not sure. But you get some cheat codes for some developer messages during the intro. I know I don't know any French at all, but you can still tell there's some really nice messages to family and friends in here. And I've always liked in Rayman how Batilla gives you your basic skills as you go. Gives a real weight to the movesets that you unlock as you got to slowly build them up. Her tutorial areas feel like a fountain of healing, and there's just these great little moments all throughout the game, despite not being like story driven or anything. And I like this suddenly appearing shit in the levels, okay? I get why you'd hate this, but they give the game such a spontaneous feel, like some kind of mad controlled improvisation. I can imagine the devs sitting around and laughing about making you go back along this damn pencil swamp just for one cage, and yeah, okay, it is pretty funny. I respect these concepts. They're bullshitty, maybe, yeah, if you're a little bitch. but it's like the level design itself has character, stage editor kind of admirable prank-like fuckery, and yeah, I get why you'd find it annoying, but I want some challenge and enjoy these just for their creativeness. I don't think it's just trying to be brute force obtuse first, but rather interesting level ideas foremost. I just feel people do not judge this game fairly at all. I'd disagree that it's trial and error. I mean, you can say that about literally anything throughout life. No, Rayman just needs a certain focus. Obstacles come fast, things have odd placements, the safety it creates is illusionary, and there is really no downtime here. The enemies and obstacles give you very little warning and don't hold your hand, but it's a slow and methodical precision platformer, where you're 99% of the time just going at a walking pace, so it definitely needs that spice, I think. And the random stuff it throws at you makes it feel very action-packed despite this slower speed. And I don't think anything the game throws at you isn't dodgeable or preventable. I'd consider it like an intense zen, zone-out sort of challenge. And I unironically consider it quite akin to something like Dark Souls in that slow, methodical sense. And ain't nobody allowed to have issue with Dark Souls because I'm a big alpha male Sigma Chad gamer who's happy and fulfilled in my life because 6,000 hours in Bloodborne objectively says that. Yeah, Rayman's just as much about patience and simply getting used to the kinds of reactions and shit the game throws at you as any other supposedly brutal hard game there's ever been. So I just think it's a shame that the game from a creative art and vision stance isn't showing that much lenience overall, based only really on some gameplay design choices that are equally as creatively driven and that are very obviously deliberate and in which the whole game is designed around. I don't know, Rayman just feels like a very inspired game to me, that makes its own little world, and I think the best albums, games, shows, whatever, they all have that kind of very specific, very personal and focused form of oddball creativity that lasts after you've first experienced it. Like the kind of media that you can just sort of live in for a while. Ambitious, mad creative shit that inspires more dumb, cool creative shit. Like, you can sort of feel the time that was poured into it, like it's a part of somebody, or a year of their life manifest. Like, something a child dreamt up and then waited years until they could make something that even tries to capture a glimpse of that sensation. Rayman feels like one of those to me. Hell, I think the whole Rayman trilogy is the best platformer trilogy, and by quite a long shot if I'll be honest. The dream, brutally hard-ass 2D platformer, constantly moving and being inventive, followed by Rayman 2, the early 3D atmospheric adventure in an experimental, exciting kind of world. And then Rayman 3, the swan song, vast magnum opus that perfects the latter. The more modern Rayman outings are cool. Yeah, they have a great speedy kind of challenge, but I just think that they feel sort of corporate and vague. There's no tinge of madness, no glare in their eye. They're good, but they're not the same kind of over-the-top circus core folklore European fairy tale art house tripped out fantasy shit. Rayman is just one of my favourite games ever, and this, to me, is just the best version for me, purely gameplay stance. The version I'd recommend playing the most. It is undoubtedly my favourite Jaguar game. It's not even close, frankly. Nothing else on the console feels this complete a package, this much of an experience to me. Jaguar has some very sick arcade-style games, pretty good PC ports, and some of the most psychotic batshit that I've ever had the honour of witnessing. And Rayman, a game whose most played and known version is arguably the one that has the least individual value. I mean, I'd say Saturn Rayman is probably the best one, but that's really just for the music being there, and also because, sorry Big Cat console, but my loyalties lie with the Blue Hedgehog machines. No, I just think that Rayman on Jaguar has more value than the PlayStation one and some of the other versions, as it's the most different. To me, PlayStation Rayman is just a lesser Saturn Rayman, and even with Saturn being my preferred version, it's Jaguar Rayman that I always want to replay, as it's the one I have the most fun with. Yeah, Saturn's really only winning on having that CD music. It's funny little extra bits of polish and visual flair, and also just for being on Saturn, which is pretty perfectly suited for a game like this, and a controller that I kinda fuck with. Saturn Rayman is the one to play if you've already played Rayman and are familiar with it, and want that extra little bit of challenge that the other versions tend to have that annoys people and sort of puts them off. Whereas Jaguar Rayman is simply the best one to play in a very general sense, I think, especially if you've never played it before. But ayo, any version of Rayman is still mostly Rayman. A game full of perfectly intense, demanding difficulty and imaginative, cool, whimsical ideas, and I just think it deserves a little more respect for the latter specifically. And right after beating this game, I swear to you, I was kinda wanting to replay it all over again that very same minute.
And I say to you, my brothers and sisters, hell is a deep, dark, foul-smelling prison of the damned, filled with fire and brimstone, lost souls and demons. And how do you escape this eternal damnation? You blast the nasty demons right between their beady little eyes.
Doom for the 64-bit Jaguar. The best Doom ever.
Really, there isn't much to say about Jaguar Doom. It's considered one of the better versions of the time, basically the best version before the PlayStation 1. But like all Doom ports, it's got some unique quirks of its own. I'll spare the details as I'm not a huge Doom guy. It's an awesome game, yeah, but I'm just not a huge fan of the searching around for keycards and doors. I'm usually just turned off by gameplay like that. But Doom's gun shooting, base looting and cum splooting are all great. And I like how PS1 Doom feels more like a horror game. But yeah, I just like to shoot the things and soak up environments, but I'm really bad at keeping up my attention if you ask me to go back and forth looking for specific things. But yeah, Jag Doom is a good Doom experience, even if the lack of music is a blow for some, and I get that. There is music on the cartridge, but it just sort of got designated to the level clear screens, because as we all know, that sound processor was helped handle the game's collision. So you can't really blame Silent Doom. The sound effects just have more weight and echo now. It's a different way to experience Doom, and that just gives Jag's Doom more individual worth. It don't need music because it's still Doom, as much as I agree that even some ambience would have been nicer, or some of them 32x Doom bangers. Also, I'm pretty sure a mod exists that actually puts the music back in during gameplay, so I mean, it's like it was actually possible. Also common knowledge, but Jag Doom was the only port by id themselves, and was apparently a Herculean effort on the supposedly very buggy and unstable dev kits. There's definitely something to be said about the worth of a game made under extreme difficulty. Sometimes it's just enough that something works, and that's reason enough to like it, because you don't need some grand methodical reason. You can just like something because it exists, and that's enjoyment at its purest, or some shit. The lighting effects are cool. The compressed pixelated look of these dark industrial zones is murky and eerie, yet the lighting has a soft warmth to it, making it noticeable from very far away. It flickers and shimmers like an underwater effect, becoming crisper and clearer as you draw nearer. And those hellish skyboxes look pretty awesome with that slight compressed look. Also cool is using the level skip code, but entering a level number that doesn't exist. You get some cool in-engine text. Very nice to see this kind of back-end stuff like that, just behind a cheat code. And then it just kinda ends with a flipbook sprite showcase of all the friends we made along the way. Reminds me of a Donkey Kong Country with its character roll call, and I fucking love it. It's only a text box away from being a "what are they up to now" section about the fucking cacodemon and shit, and it just straight up ends with our boy fucking coughing to death. Goddamn. Homie needs some lemsip. Goddamn. Look, it's the Hitler Atari sphere. Wolfenstein's one of these games I've not really properly played, just kinda dabbled in, and like Doom, the Jaguar port of Wolfenstein is considered one of the good ones, and became the basis for later ports. Control's simple as hell, you just shoot, run ridiculously fast into walls, and toggle the strafing. It feels fine, I think face button strafing isn't bad, although compared to Doom it doesn't feel so nimble and whirly. I found it better just to shoot from afar, rather than getting all up in your opponent's grill and circling them to death. There's saving mapped to the number pad, almost like a quick save, which is very convenient in an old console game like this. Wolfenstein probably needs even less review than Doom in terms of gameplay. You just shoot, explore for health and ammo, and just don't become a Nazi, I guess. The music fits the look well. There's a bright, cartoony, comical, satirical look to the game. I mean, there's Mecha Hitler, so yeah, it's definitely not meant to be too serious. Music's alright, it's just sort of there to add to the sense of battle and gunfire. I never really got much from it, but it's just chilling there, getting you more into the feel of these wacky, rusty Nazi castles. The world looks almost symmetrical. It's all wooden walls, red brick tiles, and deep dark blue bunkers. It's a choppy and blocky kind of look that's surprisingly pretty colourful and cute for a game about shooting the fuck out of fascists. Primary school wall display, big bright chunky mega blocks ass looking rooms, and the sheer amount of Hitler portraits on every single wall everywhere is pretty funny. The chrome shiny doors are nice and metally looking and always easy to spot from far away. The map looking more like a spreadsheet, but like it works alright. Yeah, it's a fun, simple FPS. Enemies go down fast, but the tension is still pretty good. Its visuals are unique and the music fits alright. I'm not finding it to be amazing or anything, but it's no doubt a fun game that I can totally see an afternoon being spent on. The bosses are pretty cool as they don't seem to break up the game at all. They more feel like a quick stopgap hurdle, a spontaneous test rather than a cumbersome roadblock. It's a fast-paced game, I will say that. The running speed is almost too fast as well, very easy to run smack bang into the opposite wall from where you intended. The chain gun and flamethrower only add to this hyper-feeling, controlled chaos kind of pace. And yes, Mecha Hitler is obviously a highlight. Oh, and can't forget the Nazi zombies either. The room full of pillars with views to the outside world are fascinating. I always like these kind of weird little details in old first-person games that seem like they're trying to make the world feel more believable, but it just ends up creating this strange little area in the room that really stands out and gets your imagination firing on what could be outside the boundaries of these soft play center-ass colour scheme looking sex dungeons. Basically little details that contrast add a great bit of unexpected depth to an area. The locations start looking a little classier as you go, moving up into mansions with nicely decorated walls and carpeted floors, militant sophistication, and a very cool build-up. And with that, Hitler is no more, and we get the same character roll call from Doom. Meet the cast? Oh, happily. I love vicious guard dogs, chain gun-handed Nazis, and of course, everybody's boy, Mecha Hitler, and his very different, legally distinctive relative, Hitler. Miracle Designs is best known for those budget PS1 kart racers, and by comparison, Atari Karts is pretty good. Nothing amazing, but at its core is a racer with smooth gliding motions along some very basic but enjoyable tracks. And also the characters, who are the godliest, shitty crud-ass clip art bastard thought up on the spot splats, like discount cereal or caravan park mascots you'd see at fucking Butlins or some shit. But Atari Kart's looks can actually be pretty stellar. Luminous natural beauty transplanted one for one to old art software. Especially the space track's shimmering purple galaxy background. And the Mode 7 looking roads bend and swerve around in a way that makes this one of the nicest looking 2D kart racers I've ever seen. It's slick looking. The hills fold into the landscape like silk flowing atop a rippling pool. Music's pretty epic too, but all the tracks use the same instruments, sounding like such dramatic banana-ass fanfare anthems. Majestic chiptune. I mean, it works, the melodies and dramatic arpeggios go hard in places, but it just gets kinda samey sounding, even if they really fit these backgrounds. But yeah, Atari Karts is a very plain 2D kart racer. The power-ups don't seem to do anything, but that's alright, because the controls and steering around turns feels great. Even on such basic courses with scarce shortcuts, no crazy sections of road, little jumps or off-roading, basically it's super vanilla, especially without any wacky weapons. It's just racing. Racing with the finest characters, the tightest bros in kart racing history. These beautiful fuckers are the perfect, mind-breakingly dumbing contrast to the majestic art and dramatic bleep-bloop keyboard symphonies. Like the race and game over screens sounding like one of the Park Dean mascots up and died in a terrible karting incident. And now all of Atari World and their many royalty-free inhabitants are in a state of mourning. See, this just kinda shows you the sort of branding Atari had. No recognisable characters except, I guess, Bentley Bear. Oh yeah, you know, world famous Bentley the Bear. I know we don't got any Mario or Sonic over in this PC ass on console ass kinda realm, but wouldn't it be dope if they got like the Pong paddle from Pong, the missiles from Missile Command, or even just make up some characters that are more Atari related, even if they couldn't drive. Legally, drop an animal mascot who's a lynx, or why no Jaguar character? Why not just name them after Atari stuff then? Why not the crazy Atari man from the Atari adverts?
Hey!
Yes?
You look like a real jerk!
I guess the Atari logo appears in the menus and the lap counter, but that's the only really noticeable Atari thing here at all. Motherfuckers really put the fate of their whole company on goddamn Regis the biker chicken. And wait, what? what kind of name is fucking Petarmagan? Petarmagan the snowman. It's beautiful. Like, the only girl character is called Miss Tress. Like, wow. Goddamn. The frickin' Skull Bro looking like the Bad to the Bone riff manifest into a physical being capable of reproduction. But yeah, you unlock new characters and courses as you go, like the samurai dude on the Japan course. I see that's at least vaguely Atari related, since their logo is often called the Fuji. So at least that's some relation to the brand, I guess. A dried cum globule's worth of DNA, but hey, dry cum is all okay by me. I like the way you jolt and bounce around when hitting things. These few random obstacles littered about. I guess this is track design, of sorts, but it's more just like some arse forgot to clean up his damn signpost collection. So yeah, it's just a basic kart racer with very, very stupid characters. It's extremely simple, but I find it fun enough. Having such long tournaments in the main mode is maybe my least favourite thing here, but with 5 cups in total, even each taking an hour, I guess that isn't too bad. But forgive me, Regis, my prince, for I must move on. But not out of anger, in mere respect. For the gift to the world, these fuckers are, God bless. Zool is best known as an Amiga game, and one of those old PC platformers with a distinctive, chaotic, busy level design, full of random little visual details, non-linear stages, and just a generally wild and slightly claustrophobic feel. More sporadic than your console platformers. Some say these things make a game stock and uninspired, but I feel writing off games like that is such a waste of time. Ironically, stock, mediocre, generic, they're all as unhelpful and nondescript as their meanings. Cause my guy, even stock photos have an appeal, and that's absolutely the same for games like Zool. I think it's a good game, and it does have visual consistency, just not consistently. It might look a bit messy, yeah, but the gameplay and music tie it together, and to me, Zool 2 is more interesting and more fun than your average platformer, just because it is a little crazy. The intro for starters, the uncanny black void as the horrifying marshmallow ninja man slowly turns to jump scale you and flail his rubber arms around. It's such a jarring way to begin your game, but hey, it's kind of impressive to see it running, you know, it gives me Sonic 3D Blast on Mega Drive, it reminds me a lot of that. Oh yeah, and can't forget the Chupa Chups branding sponsoring this game, goddamn. Like, okay, Zool collects candy sometimes, and I guess whacked out Hyper Ninja Gremlins probably do need a lot of sugar, because I'm at least 2 of those things. So yeah, at least Chupa Chups sort of makes sense alongside Zool, but man, it's still just really bizarre to see a platformer that ain't outright an adver game have such a heavy emphasis on a branding like this. Man, I've not had Chupa Chups since I was like 11. Dude, I think the last time I had one I was on the outskirts of Paris, walking down this big river on like the neighborhoods around there. And I was always a cola kinda kid as well. Man, this shit better not stop working. So yeah, you just play through the main game, but you got some 1 controller 2 player. 2 characters as well. There's some little shortcuts that change between them, but nothing you'll really notice. So you run, jump and shoot. The speed is very fast and snappy with almost no momentum. You just stop immediately when you release the D-pad. It sounds a little fiddly, and at times yes, but it's generally very fun. The sudden acceleration and stopping makes the precise platforming manageable for this fast a game. You zip and dart around in a very ninja-like way. The shooting matches this speed, even if the shots are a little too small to hit accurately all the time. I really like how this game controls. And there's power-ups courtesy of our friends at Chupa Chups. Just your usual invincibility and close range offensive shields, but with enemies going down in 1 hit, the power-ups aren't the most useful, just a nice bonus. Oh, and there's screen clears too, but I sort of always forget to use them honestly, even though they're very satisfying to pull off. I suppose not many platformers have screen clears. It's like more of a shmup thing really. But you get to the end of the stage and nothing happens, so you gotta collect the vast majority of the random basic pickups. It's a nuisance, it doesn't tell you to go back to specifically do this, but ayo. I think you need 75% of all the items, and the counter bottom left shows the percent. Yeah, it's a bit dumb, I'd rather it be 50% as it kinda slows the game down and it took me quite a while to work out what to do to actually move on to the next level. But once you know it, it's pretty easy to just gather whatever comes your way and it'll always be more than enough by the time you're at the end. And the bonus rounds of Breakout are cute too, but every time I just lost within seconds. But still, it's cool how many games on Jaguar have a Breakout bonus round, you know, because Breakout on Atari, you know, is very, very fitting. And yeah, the visuals can be messy, but I think it works really well. It's bright and confusing eye candy. The background's sharp basic details and the levels themselves make good use of colour schemes, keeping them mostly from looking like a clusterfuck. It's crowded, yeah, but it takes that Sonic CD approach of being a very coloured, sensory look, very concept-driven environment ideas. Maybe not all the time though, like Checkerboard Land is kinda dumb, like a psychotic intermission. I don't really know what to say about this one, as it sort of lacks a focus. I mean, Snakes and Ladders ain't exactly a standard level type, so I appreciate it randomly thrown in amongst all your usual desert, snowland, or rather frozen treat land. Tasty candy cane walls and the cold condensation of these cans legit kinda makes me thirsty. That Chupa Chups budget on full display here, goddamn. The Christmas nighttime navy starfield sky is pretty great looking though. Shame they went a little too trigger happy with the precise platforming over tall levels with hidden blocks, but like it's still nice looking. Unlike the game over screen's cup noodle men, whose faces make me feel very inferior and I am hugely offended by them. The bouncy synth-heavy music is honestly really good. I love the crunchy ambient drum fills and the compressed sounding melodies. It's some really relaxing, deep heavy beats, especially the first 2 tracks. Yeah, Bulberry Hill, I don't know what this level is, but man, that music's awesome. This purple licorice looking turquoise Willy Wonka showbiz factory warehouse. It's probably my favourite level in the game. as the stages start to just get a little bit too non-linear for my liking, and the locations start kind of lacking more of the atmosphere, as opposed to being chaotic and colourful places. Like Swan Lake, sure it's chaotic, full of stuff, but there's still an atmosphere here. Like a sun-drenched pastel lakeside fantasy, the verges of a purple forest where the dwelling birds and their eggs lay, alongside earthly walls of birdseed and strewn cages. There's a visual core to the chaos, unlike Snaking Bass for example, which is just checkerboard patterns, and while I love me some checker tile aesthetics, it's not like it's some sort of environment from a psychotic dream, but rather just psychotic. Lacking that contrast in background and foreground elements, or having any recognisable structures, consistent layouts, not being somewhere that something could live within. You with me? You picking up what I'm putting down? You feeling what I'm reeling? You sipping what I'm shipping? You smelling what I'm selling? You better be smelling. This game's style is chaotic, but I like that crazy visual design. Like, it's not just random colours and shapes. Like Sonic CD again, for example. That game is nowhere near the random mishmash of things that a lot of people say it is. It's chaotic, yes, but there's still a sense of this being an identifiable place, just in a different plane to ours, for instance. It might be nonsense to us, but if we can still feel its atmosphere, we can still feel some connection to the place. Basically, chaotic visuals aren't the problem, it's when the visuals don't really have a core focus, when you don't understand what the setting is meant to be. No consistent style, colours, shapes, buildings, layouts, or even just solid ground. Like Mental Blockage here, for example. I have legit no idea what to say about this one as well. It's like piano key, white paper heaven, but hey, that's still something, I guess. I'd kind of rather that out there shit than the usual grassland, desertland, snow, sky, forest type Mario shit. That, to be fair, feels just as disconnected as Anywhere in Zool 2 does to me. Yeah, it's a fun, chaotic little game with some cool, weird atmosphere, if not just a tad unfocused and overzealous in its layouts. But I think that's definitely part of its appeal. It has many moments where a really great game shines out from beneath its fun yet slightly unpolished, scruffy charm. But that great game is absolutely still there, and it just takes the right approach to find it. There's a wild, controlled catharsis at play in Zool 2. I like it lots, and will be coming back to try and properly finish it off one day. You know Jaguar's on some serious shit when they got their own exclusive Bubsy game, goddamn. Fairy Tale Bubsy no less. Like Zool, there's a lot of set dressing and details that makes the levels look busy, but I feel this does a better job holding a consistent feel, even if that feel isn't as interesting as Zool's. So yeah, you run, jump and glide, which is amazingly not the same button as jump, so twiddly mid-air button alternations are a must. A 10-minute timer and 9 lives, because cat puns are always preferred. Sure, it's a bit of a sensory overload kind of platformer, with random shit making sky podiums. It's messy, but again, I think it's quite interesting to look at in its ways, like Zool, but more focused. They're fairly comparable games. Bubsy is also fast, but more sense of momentum, especially jumping or coming downhill. The screen could definitely use some repositioning for seeing what's ahead, but honestly it's actually pretty fun darting around and launching off slopes into unforeseeable certain death. Balls to the wall kinda shit. Yeah, my biggest issue, and really the only issue, is simply the fact that every little thing kills you in one hit. No life bar, infrequent checkpoints, dense levels, sparse extra lives. It's crazy to think someone made this game without it having a life bar. Bubsy devs must have either been insane or just insanely good at video games. Honestly, this game is really not that bad. It looks crisp, I like the music, and its speedy momentum jump glide gameplay is genuinely good fun. But like I say, it's kind of infuriating to actually play it, as you'll die constantly. Within seconds, no progress at all the way back, rewatch the intro screen and hear Bubsy spout his grandpa ass one-liners. It's got the appeal of a rage game or a prank, like when there's this much on screen, you move so fast and it's non-linear. It's amazingly ballsy to make every hazard a one-hit death. This is really the only problem, and the only thing that makes Bubsy annoying. Really, if Bubsy had a life bar, nobody would hate these games. They're honestly not bad. Quite a typical platformer of its time, but I genuinely enjoy its momentum's feel. But with death so frequent and unclear, and with backtracking too, yeah, it's just really not that fun to play, I don't think. But it's a shame because there's definitely elements of fun to it. The proper strat is to play with this constant, overcautious, tippy-tappy glide motions across the land, but it's kinda hard not to just want to go full speed because it's, it's fun to, but it's just a hazard. The running jumps get more height, and I really like platformers that use momentum like this. It's why Sonic CD is my favourite one, and why I think Knuckles Chaotix is fucking awesome. But imagine playing Sonic with no rings, 28 times as many enemies, and Sonic had the charisma of a toothpaste mascot. The levels need to be more spacious, preferably with no switch door backtracking too. The desert levels kinda do this, but this game still just feels like watching your least favourite Looney Tunes section repeating on a dreary Sunday 1:14 PM. Again, the speed feels fun, especially launching and gliding off of ramps, but Bubsy is just a little too non-linear to have any focused sections that make an interesting use of these movements. But I appreciate that the water level doesn't fuck around with the speed or remind me that these anthropomorphic animals have lungs and need air because realism. Also, it feels way easier later on, like the Alice in Wonderland and Beanstalk first two levels felt way more harder than these last few do, although they do have more noticeably vertical designs. The projectiles are a real challenge to see coming, and the power-ups are very spread out too, just your basic invincibilities and such. I do love me a good candy level though, everything being made of cake with its candles and fucking Aldi ass sounding Chunko, off-brand chocolate bars, eclair platforms and killer jam drops, oh my sugar dependency is a big fan. Now, all the little animations of Bubsy doing shit on the level entries, it's a bit annoying, yeah, but that's only because I gotta see it so often. Bubsy himself is just kinda funny to me, I don't see how he's hateable at all. He's just such a vanilla design, it gives me the feeling he was made, improvised from the office water cooler, and yet he was trusted as a whole company's mascot. A room of executives all sat down and said yes. This gliding cat with zero drip and the personality of what your grandma finds funny, yes, he is the face of our enterprises. No, I'm kinda kidding though, I kinda feel sorry for this little cat. I know Bubsy's annoying, but his try hard to be cool type shit is so completely off that it goes into the realms of comedy genius to me. I respect the hell out of this motherfucker. He's so aggressively not cool, not funny, like the kinda kid who thinks he's hot shit. Goofy, yet with a certain corpo, personality lacking side that's a very interesting contrast. It's not funny because the game or character are inherently shit, but just because he's such a nothing character who's so full of himself, he's pathetic in a way that I really quite enjoy. And also, while we're here, if Bubsy 3D is one of the worst games you've ever played, then my guy, you ain't played many games. Hell, even in the last, let's see, it's been like 20 minutes. Yeah, I've played about at least like 5 games that are all just as arguably bad and don't have Bubsy 3D's mesmerizing, weird core acid trip ass shit. That makes it a genuinely one-of-a-kind experience. Critical reception, be for bitches. The basic collectible's got that Sonic 3 special stage orb looking smooth gem type shit. And you gotta break boxes to get power-ups and bonuses, but most of these crates are usually just traps, slippery bananas, or full of nails. God damn, who's going around filling crates with nails for cats to run into, bro? Thank fuck our boy Crashy Bandy Candy ain't fucking about here. But yeah, the music I really enjoy. It's got this really bouncy, upbeat, Saturday morning cartoon kinda triumphant energy that's pretty infectious. The melodies are lively and the tempo changes and shifts in the song are pretty interesting and catch you by surprise. It's snappy riffs and Casio keyboard trumpets going full blast. So yeah, overall, Bubsy ain't great because of only one small problem, but really it's just one of the games people hate because they don't know anything else about it. But it still definitely has its flaws, and it's a good example of not overlooking the basics. as with a life bar we'd have ourselves a fun, speedy platformer, even if still just a little too on the where the fuck is anything kind of side. But alas, Bubsy must be designated to the shit zone, because I guess liking something ironically and genuinely, for different reasons, different attributes separate from the whole, is just not possible, because, I guess, someone else said so. Raiden is an awesome shmup, and one of the best games on Jaguar, the black sheep of the console. I love this purple sunset on the high scoreboard, but there's no waiting around, you just select players, continues and go. This game is perfectly beatable on the 8 continues even if you've never played before. And it's not a long game either, but that's totally a good thing. The 5 continues would be a pretty good challenge, and the 2 would definitely need some practice. I always appreciate games that don't actually mess around with the gameplay at all for difficulty settings, and just make the challenge differences something that's non-intrusive that doesn't change the core gameplay. Enemy Zero is an interesting example of this kind of thing, but god I better not start talking about that game or there'll be no end to it today. Because this takeoff screen is hype as fuck, man. So the controls are just your move, shoot and screen move. And this is a one-hit kill shmup too, so yeah, gotta be careful. The trick is to manage your bomb usage with your shots together. The bombs land in a radius of destruction that also acts as a sort of defensive circle, as most of the enemy bullets can be shot down in Raiden, and they, subsequently too, die off in the bomb circle. So use bombs and then place yourself within their radius when you need some cover. It's super useful on the bosses and their insane attack patterns. You'll really want the power-ups too. It's all your classic homing shots and big beams and crazy huge arcs, all insanely great fun to blast away with. But the power-ups often linger near the top of the screen, so you have to either risk quickly heading up to grab them or using a bomb to provide that safe space. Also, the screen isn't fully visible at all times, so you gotta move left and right to shift the camera around. So be aware of shots coming from off screen, kinda Panzer Dragoon style. You gotta be alert on all sides, and it adds a nice little tension to this game. The ship's movement speed is pretty slow too, so it's one of those bullet hells where it's not about the twitchy high reflex movements, but careful elegant swerves and planned out dodging between shots. Yeah, the full screen would probably be visible if not for this HUD sidebar, but maybe it's to keep the game's aspect ratio more in line with like a specific arcade cabinet or something like that, but either way it's hardly anything. The first level is grassy plains and rivers and farms and military looking bases scattered below, and I love the cows just sitting there powering on through all this crazy air combat, just chomping away at their grass. The boss is this gear turret combo, and these boss fights are the shit, man. All these badass warship bases and futuristic structures and buildings you see. Like the buildings you see below you too, all the little details on the landscapes are awesome in this game. No two parts of it ever look the same. And while sometimes projectiles can be a little bit hard to spot, it's a small sacrifice for these bird's eye views of the stony ruined temple and the sick concrete jungle. I like the way that the stage ends over this view of the city below. It's an awesome little moment. The music is very arcadey SNES sounding, just the kind of thing you'd expect, but it's got some melodies and chords that give a sort of almost post-punk, light hype kind of energy. Yeah, Raiden has this really cool PC Engine feel overall. It's definitely the most Japanese feeling game on Jaguar. It really doesn't feel like it belongs on this console that much. But yeah, after refueling, your jet suddenly goddamn takes off into the stratosphere and suddenly we's in space now to fuck up an asteroid belt. This change is sudden and it really gets your brain kicked up a notch as you near the end. In the last 2 levels you take down a whole ass space station and brass coloured moon base. The final boss is this strange machine, like some kind of central computer brain. I mean, I guess most of the enemies are strange machines, but man, this shit's cool. And with planet Earth saved, I suppose, you just sort of mosey on back to your landing craft and settle back down as if nothing ever happened. As if all this was gonna start back up again any minute. And it will. And honestly, with just how fucking good this game is, you'll be glad it does. It's just cool to see this oddball console having a game that feels so different to everything else. Raiden is awesome, it's an ideal shmup. It's explosive and satisfying as hell, the slow-paced feel and incredible bullet patterns to weave through, the light element of strategy with the bombs working as both an offense and a defense. Raiden is by all accounts just an awesome game, and no doubt one of the Jaguar's best. I knew Fight for Life was a fighting game, but my god, I was not ready for the majesty of a Jaguar 3D fighting game. The chug-ass guitars in the intro hit so hard with these stilted, chubby action figures staring each other down like they're vying for the last slice of pizza. This opening theme's got vocals too, goddamn. Music's kinda wild. Butt rock MIDI grunge meets 80s new wave post-punk, sparse drum fills and synth pads. Think Kusoge Joy Division. I do like this velvet blue art and the green aged marble look of the character select, with all its dramatically posing action mid-figures. But damn, there's blood in this game. Kinda weird to see that Mortal Kombat-like stupidly thick blood and something more Virtua Fighter looking. Like the era of the Mortal Kombat clones and the janky early 3D fighting games have had a child. This game is that bridge between the two breeds of shitty 90s fighting games. But yeah, it's molasses slow, and with no running either. Some of the basic moves give you more forward momentum, but just getting in punching range is a task. So yeah, I guess just keep spamming and going for the ring outs is the best strat I found, as trying to drain the health bar is really slow, and it also only shows up when you take damage, which is very dumb, and I don't understand, but I respect it immensely. Damn it, you can sidestep too, done by the way of numerical pad, so you gotta move your whole damn hand down just to rotate mid-fight, slowly shuffling around. This game's so slow it's practically a feature, it becomes a totally unique breed of jank at this speed. But it is quite interesting for Jaguar, as it's really the only 3D thing that's trying to go for something with human models. Pausing lets you change the current music track, and the volume controls are like volume dials on an amp. But man, I was absolutely floored to see a bloody rewind. Yeah, like a free cam replay mode, and the kind of shots you can frame here are truly some divinely captured moments. The fact that the camera has so much range is actually really cool, as even once you've unpaused it will stay in the place it was positioned at, so you can hang it overhead to give an interesting view that's very different to how you'd normally see any fighting game. The camera can get right up behind your back too, sit in an upward facing angle, or even just a completely side-on 2D view if you'd prefer. It's cool. I do honestly really like the background art a lot too. It's got that same vaporwave kinda hazy summer washout look that I love from a lot of Saturn fighters. Big bright skies and long stretches of natural land. A lot of deep reds and evening hues, bronze dusky glows, and some awesome ambient photos for all these squishy dough men to squish each other in front of. So any enjoyers of low-res sky photography out there will be very pleased by this game. Chessboard-ass looking stages too. I'm a huge fan of checkerboard aesthetics, and these colour combos rock, like you're fighting on a big carpet in the sky. The models' faces look extremely flat, almost pan-smooshed, but in all fairness their animations are pretty smooth. The level codes however are just a little too long, but this is also how you cheat in the game, with your usual play as the final boss type cheats, nothing too crazy. Said final boss is this court jester ass looking ass. This stage is like these hellish mountains lit from below under a dark purple sky. But yeah, Junior's the same as all the other characters, just force him to the ring out with the fast punches. After winning though, it's just one very jarring text box and then damn, you're fighting the devil himself. I told you before, life is not easy, try again. well shit. And the end screen is just damn, that's some evil shit right there. This art is so out of place, man, like what's up with it? I guess the plot is that all these people are fighting to reach the devil and then kill the devil and get their lives back because they all died and are now stuck in hell, hence fight for life. But yeah, it just plays like butter that you left in the freezer. Like there's random kicks and shit mapped to the top 3 number pad buttons, but there is this really cool mechanic though during arcade mode, where you gain the special moves from the characters you've beaten. But the thing is, I don't think I've actually managed to pull off any moves at all besides the very basics, and I really wanted to see what these models were capable of, yeah, but sorry, no special moves from me. I like that the characters though still have that Mortal Kombat knockoff feel to them, despite this being an old 3D fighter. I love Ian with his constipation stance and army shirt. And Jenny's built different, like a fucking Skeletor with boobs. And Mr. G is just some bogster who loves like mustard gold clothing. The stupid ass little jigs and voice lines the characters bust out when they win is just the fucking best too. So yes, Fight for Life is a shitty fighting game, but it's a very special kind of crap that I love. It's a slugfest, but again, that's kind of the appeal here. Another big dumb punch up, but it's genuinely an interesting game in many ways. Even if it falls short, it's still a very ambitious game and it should be praised for that at least. After all, this was the very last game on Jaguar headed by Atari themselves. Club Drive is one of the most psychotic games I have ever seen, at first glance, but actually sit down and give it a minute to ready its frantic, nervous thoughts and it's truly quite something. Like, what do you even say? It's practically in its own genre. It's not a racing game, but more just like a driving game, like a car physics sandbox game, very ahead of its time. The menu just makes you think you're about to play some nice little racing game, but this summery, slow-paced Sunday joyride crashes into and through the walls of a multicoloured psychiatric ward for ex-circus performers. I like how you can freely change the music at any time with the asterisk and pound sign buttons. In fact, it's one of few games to actually use these two buttons specifically. In fact, it might be the only one. It's neat and fits the idea of being in a car and clicking between tracks on the built-in stereo. The music ranges from chill beats, funky grooves, and some of that signature Jaguar mindfuck kind of music that a genre or style could only dream of being applied to it. There's 4 maps to choose from and about the same number of different modes, all playable with 2 players, so already this has got more variety than plenty of other games out there at least. But let's leave that for a minute because, well, get a load of this. Let's start with the desert with snow-capped mountaintops and this somehow grassy little mound of graveyard in the middle of sand. And there's a portal in the sensory deprivation mine tunnels to the actual, real-life Atari headquarters. They got a frickin' warhead in the front lawn, bro. Atari HQ looking like a supervillain base in the middle of butt-fucking nowhere, this screensaver wasteland with an unflinching, never-ending summer blue cloudy sky. Trying to drive along these walls in this desert really shows up the controls weightless and loose feel, which I find quite fun honestly. You don't feel that fast, you just kinda trundle everywhere like a shopping trolley with jets tied to the wheels. But they really went all in with the fun Easter eggs though, like the secret dinosaur lake oasis near the outskirts of the town from A Town with No Name. The little tent village too, and the signs with their obvious massive arrows pointing stupidly close to where they're leading. This game's just goofy throughout, and I can totally picture this being a great 2-player shitfest. Yes, on a technical level it's utter balls, oh boo-hoo blah blah, please shut the fuck up, Dad. It's the kind of game that just doesn't care, it's all over the place, but it seems to know that, almost making it the point, and it's really fun because you likewise just mess around with it and meet it halfway. I just imagine 2 friends playing this shit when it dropped and knowing that it's shit, but just having something great to take the piss alongside, ramming each other over the haphazard layouts. There's just something really pure and fun about this game. Like, this game was loved, even if just by the people who made it. I mean, bro, they recreated the Atari HQ and dinosaurs and shit, bro. They were having as much fun as they could working with this. The dumb fun shines through, and I love this game for that. Not for being good, because if you want to start insisting on good and shit, then you'll just be completely blind to the kind of enjoyment that can lie behind anything that people make. This shit is just fun, I think. It's broken, sure, maybe not even presentable, but hey, so are you most days, and why should that matter? You can't just focus on all that technical shit. This is one of my favourite Jaguar games and one of the weirdest games I've ever played, and I really do like it. It's beyond unique, it's maddening and nonsensical in the best kind of way. Even the shit like the rewind soft locking, or the fact that it replays the entire checkpoint race's run, even if you just crashed into walls for the first 20 minutes, enjoy watching that bitch back in real time. So for gameplay modes, there's collect the orbs within the time limit, race from checkpoint to checkpoint, and tag. Bump into the other car to tag them, and whoever's tag longest loses. The orbs in the orb gathering mode make me think of Lisa's soap ball from that one Simpsons episode. I don't know why poverty soap comes to mind right now, but I guess that fits. The controls are just accelerate, brake and reverse, number pad for camera changes. The first person one is great for when you make jumps off ramps, and moving somehow feels faster in POV mode, but the car still always feels like it'd tip over at any time regardless. There's like no weight at all. But we're driving around a life-sized house, Hot Wheels tracks, so like, are these real cars in the first place, or toy cars? Who knows? That's the magic of Club Drive. Okay, but really, there is actually a story, and it's meant to be a futuristic car destruction themed theme park, because here in the future, safety is never first, and frankly, we're actually just trying to keep Earth's population under a sustainable number, and cars are pretty great at killing people. But man, the way the camera rolls around in POV mode is genuinely a bit nauseating at times, and I'm not usually someone who gets sick from things on a screen. The cars bounce with every little bump, chaotic and awkward, yet the frantic, hectic feel to every turn makes every turn exciting. It's rough, yeah, but that makes it work in its own mess of depth perception. The jank almost is the game. Anyway, next up is the city track. This Golden Gate Bridge stretches vastly across the ocean to an island and the city itself. These streets and sets of houses joined up along the hillside, and trees carefully positioned, all the pastel colours and long views. It feels like what an old open world driving sim could have been. The first of its kind, as in you can just completely pass this all by if you want. This ambient, almost fully modelled section of city to be running on this hardware, this eerie, desolate city, not a soul in sight. This kind of attempt at scale and realism being replicated so badly yet with so much ambition. I was just dazed. I drove around here for like 20 minutes, honestly. It's so out of nowhere, like it shouldn't be here at all. The houses, windowed and detailed so minimally, set in such a regular and believable manner as if modelled off real streets. It's just one of the oddest environments and weirdest atmospheres I've ever gotten from any video game. The opposite side of town too is more spacious, with tall buildings, warehouses and individually modelled structures all across this bright, static sky, a true liminal space. It's just the peak of weird old 3D game stuff to me, a really oddly immersive and otherworldly kind of robotic zen. The colours, the gentle shakiness of it all, empty parks and trees surrounding it, blends together and loops around with the sense of your brain scrambling to work out what the interior of these homes could even look like. It all seems to move like the world itself lives but nothing inside of it. This is maybe the best example of the kind of weird feelings that old 3D games can generate, and it's an absolute highlight of the whole console for me. And my god, it's not even anything. It's a bunch of fucking pointless roads. There's a whole ass tram running as well, with its own little circuit and ledges to try falling off. Outside the city is this deep riverside mountain canyon with some very cool views in the cinematic third-person camera. And with one more tunnel, you're suddenly at the beach. The palm trees and lifeguard towers and the obstructive, useless signposts convincing you to drive yourself off the pier. The other city track is this empty, massive park, as if the city photographed and plastered on the sky was built in a circle, just to surround this miserable green space and its life-sized Hot Wheels track. This is really the only time the game feels like a race. It's beyond basic, some crazy minimalization, like some kind of insane millionaire's creation, his childhood obsession with toy cars gone berserk. The high-rise parking bay is pretty sick too. I have a weird fondness for parking complexes, and I don't know why, I just really like their atmosphere. It's like a cave or an underground city. The desolate opposing aura is like the opposite of a mall, and they're both cool and calming in that temporal ephemeral kind of way. Speaking of, there's this industrial warehouse-like place, but it's just a bunch of big ramps and with some, you know, weird little towers and big, like kind of like a skate park. The big house is also insane. Goddamn Jerome, whoever you are, you lived in one fucked up home, homie. It's awesome. I'm sure all the Dreamcast bros will be reminded of Toy Commander. I like how the TV is playing Pong and also playing Club Drive, goddamn. All these Jaguar renditions of common household furnishings is really charming. The blocky chairs and tables, square toilets, the fireplace gif, sofas, piano, lamps, houseplants, just all these normal dull things are rendered so abstractly, and that poor goddamn milk, bro, it's just too fucking sad. The static colours make it slightly hard to look at sometimes, like a magic eye puzzle or an optical illusion. And the ever meowing faceless cat golem chasing this mouse around too, it's pretty great and silly. And with planks for ramps, it seems to imply that a bunch of kids set this whole course up with the random things in their home. Like, this whole game is potentially nothing but the imagination of the weird kids, playing with their Hot Wheels whilst stranded in the middle of the shitting Gobi Desert. But do you think they actually tried to recreate the entire ground floor of someone's house? I mean, it could be. It's not like houses aren't real. Like, imagine this game being a permanent living room. Imagine it being a permanent living room, I was gonna say. Yeah, imagine this game wasn't a game, but instead it was a room. Whoa. What an analysis. Like, imagine this game being a permanent record of the layout of one random living room from somewhere in the world. It's really cool. Like watching yourself on the TV, it's that sick infinity shit. This area is big though, and with no camera control you really feel lost somewhere so seemingly normal, yet with such a warped and jarring perspective. But it's also a good showcase for the Jaguar itself. I mean, look at all these shapes and the way it's being displayed all at once, no popping. This big space being rendered in full, it's fairly impressive, especially in split screen. There's also 2 secret tracks via codes. They got some cool test level energy. Lots of flips and ramps in this huge room over a pit with a very precarious path to this ramp which I just could not get up onto. Whatever was up there, man, I really wish I could have found out. But I guess it's like how many Jaguar games feel like tech demos, only halfway to actually being finished. Like the back end of innovation, the messy experimentation, the prototypes for what would become stable, sane 3D games. The Jaguar is like those backstage products that were never intended to be seen publicly, but put out on full display, like games that shouldn't exist kind of thing. A lost pre-5th gen 3D look, a completely forgotten world and era. Like I say, the Jaguar is what I'd consider to be the real transition into 3D. 5th gen was the start, not the transition. So yes, this game is bad, but that thinking becomes suddenly meaningless in the wacky, tripped out funhouse colour schemes of these many terrifying surrealist prisons, like a glaring waking nightmare of car stunts, Hot Wheels sets, novelty horns and violent crashes. This game is on some crazy shit, and I think it's really, really good. Pinball Fantasies has easily my favourite soundtrack to any Jaguar game. The music goes so fucking hard and sounds legitimately leagues more impressive than anything else on the console, and it's become a favourite game purely on the music. Like, this opening is badass, it's audibly distorting, pushing that fucking Jerry to his maximum. Like, dude, it's just a fucking pinball menu. My guy, it did not need to go so hard. It's like 7 minutes long, like an RPG final boss phase 2 type shit. But this game ain't no Jaguar exclusive, oh hell no, it's been on damn everything and sold pretty big, but it certainly has its charms on this console over other versions. I really like these transition effects. They remind me of the Vortex effect in Microsoft PowerPoint. Yeah, it's teacher time. In primary school, when we had to make a PowerPoint on fucking wind turbines or whatever, me and my friend would just type up everything as fast as possible so we could then spend the rest of our time in the spare computer room messing around with the transition effects and putting up all the images and stuff. I remember we just came across the Vortex transition and thinking it was like the most advanced thing ever and just plastered it all over every slide. Man, Vortex transitions are rule. Shout out to all the Vortex homies, next to the Vectrex homies. You just gotta love that shiny, shimmering kind of visuals, man, and there's a cool lot of that stuff on Jaguar. But yeah, this game's OST is legitimately amazing. It's out there, and it all just flows and constantly changes. Punchy riffs, insane drum patterns, a strange ambience to its great lead melodies, and plenty of cool dynamic shifts as well. It all bangs. More sick kaleidoscope backgrounds too, like a living, breathing pinball fog monster. So you got 4 tables to choose from: theme park, fast cars, game shows, and boo haunted house. And you just gotta bonk a number pad number to choose that board. I like that they used the number pad here just for the sake of giving it something to do. The options have this little descriptive text too, in case you don't know what music is. Nah, it's a really nice little sign of care, and the control options give a glimpse of what a number padless Jaguar controller could look like for all you absolutely small-handed little bitches out there who can't appreciate the comedic value, wrist-snapping, hand-filling cheat code twist-ring worth of this controller's batshit design and godly ergonomics. The tables all look great, awesome blended colour schemes, flickering LEDs, it's bright but never convoluted, with the side flippers, swirling chutes and ramps spiralling all over. Partyland's all about the big round slope up top, and side bumpers near that ramped area. Not a fan of clowns, but I am of this one. Its music is bouncy and circus as hell, with an actually really nice chill, jazzy chords and crazed drums. Speed Devils is for all you car fucks out there. Big ramps down sides, aligned with bumpers, a mini pinball table overhead, and a slope sloping around the whole thing. Cool patterns and winding twirling ramps like intersections of a highway. This game just reminds me why I like pinball so much, you know, all the bright sounds and lights and motion. It's not the fastest or most chaotic pinball game, but I like how bouncy it feels, without the ball ever flying around out of control. Also, there's one controller multiplayer for up to 8 people, and I just thought that was kinda awesome. $1 Billion Game Show has 3 cage shoots and ramps and crazy patterns, easily my favourite board, cause I liked game shows when I was a kid, their whole vibe, and the absolutely god-fucking fire music here, aggressively groovy piano chords, insane percussive shit, and the hype as fuck melody. The scary, overly smiley host and the 2 ladies just kinda standing there uncomfortably, it's such a look. And last is Stones and Bones, thumpy Halloween school disco party something bangers, Halloween wall stickers all over, the colours blending across decorative text, the spiral ramp and bumper lights leading down to the vault where the balls bounce, it's like a little roulette for entry. Overall, yeah, this is a great pinball game with a fucking god tier soundtrack, easily my favourite OST on Jaguar, and sure, all the boards have a similar top heavy layout, but their simplicity is perfected, and my god, yeah, that music's just so fucking good, it makes this more than your average pinball affair. It truly is a pinball fantasy. Ruiner Pinball is a nice contrast to Pinball Fantasies. Has only 2 boards, but they do that cool multiple boards in one thing. I like Fantasies more, but really it's just for the music, and I prefer more tables personally. But Ruiner's 2 boards have more going on, a more unique style of video game centric, metal as fuck pinball. So as the name implies, Ruiner Pinball is all about them ruin-themed shits. Nuclear apocalypse, war, dungeons, hell, and big green, big booby sorceress demon girls. I like how the copyright screen actually addresses the Jaguar's 64-bit. I don't think any game's actually done that yet, and the intro's badass as hell anyway, ridiculously cinematic for freaking pinball. Like, goddamn, that fucking nuke going off hits hard when you're in a cold dark room, 11:38 PM, that blinding light tearing down the city, and the flames that grow and spark as they rise, goddamn. And these wormy demon dudes, this whole cruddy death metal album cover look is freaking awesome, I love it. I love the loading screen meat-faced men standing there like your Uber has arrived. And anyone familiar with old drum sound fonts will definitely enjoy those boingy ass sounding symbols on the main menu. The music's all grungy, electric, sparse riffing. Ruiner's got a nice rough, low fidelity feeling to its production, more bedroom creative, charmingly scruffy art, clanky drum fills, chubby bass lines, and crunchy noise music tinges like air raid sirens and thrashy groove riffs. So yeah, Table 1 is Nuclear Apocalypse, how fun. The visuals are quite busy, lots of lights and motioning details like how the flippers are missiles and dragon tails. It's less realistic too, with all the shit sliding around to hit, bounce off and keep the ball clattering all around. The moving speed is pretty frantic, the flippers aggressive, but there is also plenty of space. And once you're done, the huge blue "Great Score" text that rolls over your whole damn TV screen is freaking nice. And the name entry screen's stupid custom characters shit, like an elaborate Discord emote coming into. The sideboard is accessed by rolling up this one slide chute. It's not the easiest thing to do, so you might not really see the other side much, but ayo, side by side dual pinball tables is hella cool an idea. Again, there's tons of details on these boards, yet it doesn't feel over-designed, even if what's a bumper and just a background light ain't always too obvious. Table 2 is the hell one, and easily my favourite of all Jaguar pinball tables. It's the height of 3 tables stacked like a totem pole. You start in the middle, and towards the bottom where you'll lose is the blood pool. The devil himself. Bones and eyeballs, pulled teeth, all sorts of gory shit, like it's the executioner's dungeon where you come to perish. The middle is more like a purgatory, central keep of the devil's tower. Gargoyles, axes, like a crypt or purple cave palace. And yeah, the 80s metal ass looking top heavy demon lady is fucking awesome. She's cool as hell with that dark green hair. I love her. The top layer is more like the moonlit high-walled Bastille with Resident Dragon. There's a lot more bumpers here, so it's got less room. You really don't want to mess up and shoot back down. Also, shout out to my homie in the middle. Hope you'll be able to walk this shit off, my guy. Yikes. But yeah, it's cool to see a pinball table that's so tall like this. It's all reminding me of Alien Crush on PC Engine a bit, in overall edgy-ish feel. And while I do like fantasies more, Ruiner has much cooler pinball style, like the kind of pinball you'd play in a grotty shithole bar. It's rough around the edges, but in the best kind of way. And Ruiner is still a top Jaguar game. Really, either of these two make for some hella good pinball. And so I hope this has been a chill little change of pace, feeling very much unlike these other Jaguar games. So thanks to all pinball games out there, and now on with our scheduled whatever the fuck this is. Damn, bro. Look at these scruffy ass screens with their mysterious high compression look. Aircar shows a lot of Cybermorph's blood. It's basically Cybermorph on land, and was one of the very last and most limited releases on the Jaguar. Not even coming in a box, I don't think. There's no music, just the constant gentle hum of the air cars as they car on air like a hovercraft for eBay scalpers, but I find its airy mechanical drone to be pretty calming. Air Cars is just another very weirdly zen kind of game in that sort of shitty game way. The multiplayer, for example, requires the Jaguar's link cable, a peripheral for letting consoles connect. Now, obviously I don't have a second Jaguar just sitting around, nor the right cable, nor anyone who'd probably benefit from playing Air Cars in my life, but it's just hilarious to me that there's only 3 games to use this cable and Air Cars is the one using it the most. See, it allows for a maximum of 8 players, so if you really wanted to, and had 8 Jaguars, 8 monitors, 8 copies of Air Cars, and enough link cables to hook them all up, controllers and people, then, and only then, can you enjoy some 8-player Air Car deathmatch. Like, my fucking god. That sounds like an insane night, and I'd love to know if anyone has ever actually somehow managed to get this working, because I highly doubt it ever has. Maybe only the devs, if anyone. So unless your 8 pinball friends are also avid Jaguar peripheral collectors, then damn, what a blessed life you live. So yeah, they show you what you gotta destroy on the level and just sort of leave you to it. Nice and easy to get to grips with. You just air car around and blast away at buildings that fall down like a house of cards smothered in jam, and avoid enemies, and once the targets are destroyed you zip right on through the end gate. It's easy to die, but there's unlimited continues, although you respawn in a different place every time. The arrow up top does a decent enough job of showing you where the nearest target is. It only points in 8 directions though, so there's still a bit of guesswork, but the map is alright as well. Same kinda acceleration dial controls as Cybermorph, and similar power-ups that I never really found much use for, cause the controls in regular shots just do fine. It maybe benefit from a strafe button for combat, but you don't really need to fight, you just kinda dart around smashing buildings, and the speed feels nice. The hills and low poly trees fly past, really giving you that rush of going fast and lifting you over the land with momentum. The air time in the air cars feels fairly far, and the side cameras give very nice ambient views of these desolate landscapes. Now used down on the grounds of the cybermorph worlds, now Bubsy about to become a victim of vehicular manslaughter, or whatever the fucking air car classes as. So again, yes, I think this game looks awesome. It's such an off-kilter, desolate ambience. The flat buildings and towers you tear down all look so out of place on these barren lands, like an oasis in these darkened, skyless realms. Gazing from the ground at Cybermorph's gradient skyboxes, the way the whole screen turns as you do also makes for a cool, if not hard to follow ride. Especially the rotating autopsy cam and the worldwide red damage flashes bleeding dark red light across the screen. I like how they try and sculpt a room in this building. Like, just imagine the view up there. The amount of green you'll see on top of this bitch, god damn. And this yellow is presumably a desert, but it looking more like a fucking custard realm, bro. Also, fog in the desert? Is that a thing? Is it? Did they just make it up? I mean, inventing an environment like that, it sure is some old 3D game type shit. I mean, oh, okay, so no, apparently it is a thing. Oh, damn. The cruddy side little fanfares are so freaking good as well. It's peak fart trumpets. But yeah, the combat is basically just aim and shoot first to win. Now, avoiding gunfire ain't easy, but again, with this speed, fighting ain't the preferred method anyway. I can definitely see this being chaotic fun in multiplayer. Hella stupid, wrestling with the jank. Like, just imagine a room of 8 Atari Jaguars all playing this shit at once. It would be stupendous. Aye, friends with a question mark would be correct. These foggy, grassy hills remind me a lot of home when, you know, it's all foggy and shit out on the moor, a dreary walk in the British countryside on a typical Wednesday afternoon. The snow levels too, this fog-bathed sensory deprivation winter wonderland, such a stark look, the sheer liminality of this blank slate world, navy box buildings and lilac domes, luminous among the endless white horizon. Barren Christmas vibes, man, I love me some destitute snowfields. Makes me wish it'd snow again soon, the way snow blankets everything and subdues the feel of everywhere you go, and trying to capture that visually, this kind of altered state that snow brings to the world, it's cool. Also low poly, big tall boy, chunky snowman, yes, no, don't decapitate the snowman, no. And there's this turret thing that always kicked my ass before I even got 2 hits in. It's sort of like a mini boss, but I know, it's kind of weird. The gunfire can get pretty crazy at times, but who cares, bro? Imagine caring when bouncy air cargo wee. Yeah, sometimes the level exit is surrounded by these turrets, so just trying to swoop through the exit is pretty hard. You gotta be like dead center lest you bonk off the sides. You just keep frantically throwing yourself in and praying you can somehow shimmy your way past the dangers and through the goal. It's honestly the game's highlight for me. And man, the level boundaries are just these huge red lines as if God has sticky taped the earth together to mark where fucking regions exist. But yeah, I like air cars and how its play feels, but like Cybermorph, I'm mostly just here for its weird, elusive sort of shit, you know, the colours and shapes of all these hills rising from the land, hurtling through this empty zen nowhere. Whatever the shit an air car is, I am quite a fan. Brutal sports football is one of the more well-known of what I'd call the Jaguar's B-side. If 25% of its library is its unique masterclass kusoge kinda terrible, shitty, amazing, another 20% the actually good games, then this is part of that 55% of Jaguar games that are just fine. Perfectly decent PC ports, and mostly from Amiga, as Atari themselves had largely stopped making computers to focus their efforts squarely on the Jaguar. This Telegames Company logo goes hard, like maybe the highlight of the game for me, to be honest, just cause big brawny dudes playing American football and tearing heads off ain't really my kind of game as much as I can enjoy the latter. It's a very chunky, arcadey, meaty action kind of sports romp, but it is still a sports game. I like the brutalist dystopian space castle stadiums, and all these big hulking muzzle sacks could have used a little more designing just to tell teams apart, but the way they look is kind of funny. They're so fucking floppy, although monster teams are looking pretty good. But yeah, it's football, just dodge, move, pass, shoot and punch. Weapons and power-ups include speed-ups, bombs that fall ahead for defense, but really the weapons are where it's at. Hit dudes to knock the ball and slow them down. With enough hits you'll fall and be immobilized for a while, and with even more hits you're dead as shit. Straight up just dead and out of the match. In fact, your whole team can get fucking stabbed and decapitated, so winning through just killing all your opponents is a perfectly valid tactic. It's funny at the end of the match just seeing all the ground destroyed, weapons and severed heads all over. It's just what it says, a football game that's brutal. It's simple, easy to pick up, and it's pretty fun. It's not something I'd play for more than 15 minutes at a go, but it's no doubt a good time. You can treat it like a more tactical sports game or just a big dumb punch-up. Gotta love fake sports game adverts, bro. I wanna know what the fuck Brutal Cola tastes like a mix of motor oil, sriracha, and semen, and whatever the fuck else big manly macho manly men like to drink. And maybe Beast TV is a never-ending block of Mr. Beast videos, oh fuck. And the monster-filled audience just sitting there motionlessly, completely unimpressed. And the way the losing team just fucking stands there sobbing as camera pans over the aftermath, and bros shitting around like a bunch of gnomes lifting weights that don't exist. Between matches is this team set screen, all these guys in healing chamber pods. It makes it seem like they're playing these matches against their will, like they're prisoners, or that nothing else in their lives matter as they sink themselves into these back-to tanks and await the next game. It's got some pretty bad vibes. It's a weird little screen and sidestep that seems far less understandable than anything else in the game, giving this locker room a cool, ominous presence. So yeah, overall, Brutal Football is just that. It's almost my kind of thing, but it's great if you're just in the mood for something punchy and cathartic to sink a little break into. This game's just got hella Worms energy. Goofy cartoony warfare, simple hill menus crammed with troops, and the overly detailed stereo system volume menu. The game also has this weird aspect ratio thing, low res and high res, and I thought it said lowers at first, like we were going to get a detailed backstory as to why these Eggmen are recreating Vietnam from the ground up. This game looks clean, everywhere you can go is obvious, and the ambient sounds are relaxing, if not a little lacking in atmosphere without any background music, aside from all the chunky fanfares. So you'll have a mission, kill the enemy or destroy a certain building, and you move the cursor around to control both your little gnome troop and the fire of their guns. Like a kinda tactical twin-stick shooter without the twin sticks. You got grenades and rockets for dealing with buildings, and you gotta be pretty stealthy sometimes to nab the supplies, and also just during general combat, as once all your little plumpers are dead, the mission restarts with a new batch of boys. These are the dudes you see on the hill menu, and they basically act like lives. Once you're out of men, it's game over. All the graves will mount up fast, and there's even a counter for wins up top. The home and away losses, because war is only the second manliest thing after ball play. During missions though, you can split your men into smaller troops to distribute ammo in case you feel 3 little teams would be better than 1 stronger but bigger target. It's an action game, sure, but it's hugely dependent on strategy. Sometimes just keeping the men waltzed together kills quicker, but sometimes you're up against gnomes with rockets, so 1 man at a time is better for pot shots and acting as cannon fodder. Whoa, epic name drop moment. Movement and positioning is key, and traversing the land requires consideration too. Water will slow you down, yeah, but luring foes in will make them sit in ducks too. Falling down hills can kill, but the shape of the world can work like a shield, so aim in the direction of the foes and then move around for a swift stealth kill. There's just these really great John Rambo kind of moments when you down to your last guy and really feel the retry pressure mounting up. Enemies die fast, but so do you. Even got to be careful of staying away when letting off your grenades, as bits of building come flying off. Constant moving is a must, especially because the shooting has range. So you can't just snipe everyone, you gotta get half close whilst still also moving out of their gunfire's way. Some missions want stealth, but some are just big dumb shootouts, but caution and accuracy are still your main export. And I really like these maps, as they give me the vibe of the kind of random maps you'd just draw as a kid for the fun of it. And these level ends, these JPEG Fat Lego War veterans, the fact that they list every single fucking man who died as well is stupendous, and I'm all for the 5-minute name scroll, as if I'm meant to be mourning the death of all these faceless potato dudes. The problem for me though is that this just feels so clearly a game designed for PC. I mean, you're moving a cursor around and I'm sorry, but I don't think it really translated all that well to a D-pad, as you need to constantly be clicking down to move your guys in and out of enemies that sneak up from off screen. Dealing with this rocket launcher guy where you need to be both moving to dodge and having your crosshair moved in position to shoot, doing both moving and shooting, it just don't work for me on a D-pad, man. This game is begging to be played with a mouse. This rocket launcher guy, I just couldn't do it. I really tried, but it's fiddly with so much little tippy tapping fucking around, and would just be so much better on a mouse, and it's a shame because it's a really fun action game. So as much as I ain't enjoying, Cannon Fodder is indeed a very good game, but this just isn't the ideal version to play. It's a perfectly fine port besides that, but again, I'd just say this is a game you really need a mouse for. But hey, still, I guess I can't really think of many wars that have been much more fun than this. Maybe Star Wars, or the Emu Wars. I always forget Worms 1 was ported a shit ton. I know I love Worms. Armageddon is a huge childhood game for me, and Worms 1 scratches that itch fairly well, and Jaguar Worms, which sounds like a kind of deadly crotch infestation, is perfectly fine Worms. I don't really feel like reviewing Worms because, I don't know, it's a game that needs no introduction to me, so it'd feel kinda redundant. So I'll try to be as brief as I can, and not that I can't, but I probably still won't, and so I can't, and hence won't. Worms. I forgot the old worms looked really freaking ugly. Goddamn humanoid worms. Oh, an even worse infection. Setting up your teams and naming is pretty laborious here, and it's not like the game keeps record anyway. Of course I still tried to make a team, but they're not even kept over if you reset, which I did on accident, so yeah, shit. So if you don't know worms, basically, right, so you got worms and they take turns to burn their opponents. Yeah, you just throw shit at opponents, shoot them, nuke them, poke them, which is objectively the best strat, and just see who's left standing. It's chaotic, strategic, fun, and all the weapons are cool, even if there's not too many in this first entry. Nothing really goes beyond the airstrikes, and the wackiest thing is probably just the Dragon Ball. Bazookas are your main deal. Aim, judge power, watch wind direction, then shoot. Grenades do the same, but land first. There's guns you point, mines, and dynamite to plop. I wrote homie missiles. I'm not fucking changing it. I'm not. They're homie missiles from the homie missiles and airstrikes when you really want to be a cheeky little fuck. Worms go boom when they die if they didn't drown, which, let's be honest, most of them do, because the baseball life is the only life. Health and extra weapons drop from above. Be careful of your environment, don't fall off shit from too high, and just tear apart the world. It's great 2 players, great 1 players, man, I just fucking love me some Worms, and this port is quite alright. Having the number pad mapped to each of the main weapons is great, I will give it that. I've always loved Worms music. Its sparse ambient melodies have a relaxed, easy tension. Like, yeah, we're still in a war zone, but it's like the nice secluded rural bit. The landscapes too, the bright cartoony shapes make for great haphazard battlefronts. The big-ass grenade Worms logo looks pretty intense for a game about the internal conflicts of a compost bin, but it's still... I mean, it's a shame about the Worms names, but still, the default ones are fine. I've always dreamed of shooting royalty and carpet bombing the Beatles. The backdrops are all awesome too. Cold blue steeple mountains across that lavender pink drenched sky. All the little set pieces and bridges too, and I just like the theming. Grasslands, Candylands, Wonderlands, Drylands, Treelands, Moonlands, Junklands, Funklands, Funlands, Bumlands, Cumlands, Fucklands, and Hell. And the randomly generated landscapes with their chaotic layout can be really fun to watch unfold. Just enter numbers and see what plops out the generator. Endless interesting little shapes, corners and crevices that make for both fun traversal and destruction. So in conclusion, Worms is Worms, even on a large cat. It is a game for cheeky little shitting fucks, and that is quite great. Also, this was the very final Jaguar game to be officially released in as late as March of 1998. It is now time for Peak Jaguar Kusoge, as the menu's title is not the actual game's title, so God knows you're in for some good shit. Just taking that dirty concrete graffiti rainbow paint splat sort of early internet old ass PC software aesthetic. If that doesn't hype you up, then I'm sure all of these choices of the same man in different bike man attire surely will. Give him a name, give him a homeland, a shirt colour and preferred way of standing. Then you can change your bike's suspension and tyres, and I don't actually know what any of it does, and I'd be in no shock to find out if they did absolutely fuck all, so really just pick whatever one sounds funnier. Then you get a map of the Muricas and you work your way from stage to stage. And the music, hot damn, those grating chubby bass lines and deep scaling synth, fuzzy staticky drums mixed into some butt rock grunge type shit. It's a big and dumb sound, but it actually does kinda rock. The tournament mode has 3 races per state and forced rematches if you lose, which feels pretty time consuming honestly. But you know, there's a part of me that really wants to know what's at the end of this game, man. What single text box of insight would greet you after this long, arduous pilgrimage? Damn, bro sounds just like Kurt Cobain. So you accelerate, brake, and do incomprehensibly epic bike stunts. And yes, they are completely pointless. The number pad allows you to watch replays. It saves a maximum of 5 at a time. Oh, did I say replay? I mean, the last fucking time you crashed. Yes, the replays only let you view your pathetic failures like a personalised self-deprecation compilation. And yes, this is how tanked the game runs. I mean, the stadium is large, it's uncanny in its grey bleakness, and it's always rendered in full with track, hills and textures and all, which is, in fairness, kind of impressive. But also the fact that they bothered to put up a bloody replay board showing you a mirror of your biker man is an amazing choice to sacrifice even more precious frames and resources for the sake of showing you what you're already doing in the very middle of the screen, only now in potato quality and in the furthest reaches of the world. And bro, why is there a race of nothing but Irishmen? Bro, this is America. Yeah, all the tracks have the same tinge of sandy brown, sometimes only a little darker or redder. Although I do quite like the dirt effects that come up from the back of the bikes on the ground, and the way the back wheels look when spinning in motion, it's oddly quite hypnotic, seeming to deny any traditional sense of how a wheel works. But they actually do manage to make the tracks look pretty fun when you see them in full rotation, like all the ramps and stuff. The vague implication that there is a sky in this world is suggested by the presence of a pale blue hanging in the corners, but it just feels impossible to imagine anything outside the confines of this boxed factory, dirt bike coliseum, a biker's limbo even. The mangled swarm of insects that makes up the audience, this cuboid island prison is just such a weird little space, and the stilted, impish look of the bikers just perfects this. I don't know what it is about them, but their rigid, chubby, SGI, dwarfish mannequin look is just quite stunning. The way they sit there on the bikes as if holding in a massive shit fart between those shiny buttock cheek markings. And the almost disproportionate head size and droopy stickman arms. The way they shimmy and shuggle around with the bike itself like they're surgically attached, and just the fucking falls, man. The way they just crumple down into this fetal position as if all life and soul has completely given up on them. The sheer lack of motion on the ground. It is a grand thing and shoves this game into the realms of comedy genius. The floppy, clumsy look of it all is very addictive to watch, the way the other bikers just keep trucking along too, with nobody taking interest in your Play-Doh and no man suffering. My brain just keeps picturing him in the voice of like, ah, no guys, please, ouch, oh no, wait for me. Man, the game only keeps replays for when you fall over and forces you every single time you crash to sit there and watch that fucking tubby man collapsing again every single time you fail. It's amazing. It fills me with a certain Jaguar owner pride that I simply cannot describe. This game's performance is terrible, sure. When you start playing, you'll just turn and crash into nothing all the time, falling butter side down on your face. The game seems to be barely holding together, and you'll strain yourself to pull each turn so as not to graze the sides of the tracks, wall or not. And when there's a group of you all together, you just bump shoulders and nothing will ever work out well. You'll feel your eyes reeling in agony. But then, after some time has passed, something inside of you just changes. Like your brain has reverse evolutioned itself to see the world in 5 frames per second. Suddenly, the jittering mess becomes manageable. The slideshow disaster becomes clear, and the game becomes this mind-altering, soul-emptying kind of plain amusement. The turns just come to you naturally, no braking necessary, you'll just start snapping into position at every corner. In fact, mastering the awkward turning and sudden falls becomes this sort of exciting challenge that you just subconsciously accept as your duty. You'll bounce around and bump your way from corner to corner and magically just thump around and avoid the crumpling falls. The random bumpy bits of track that slightly throw off your control, the big ramps you start angling your jumps off to shave off a tiny portion of the next corner. There's something so undeniably fun about the sheer mess of it all that's contagious. Even the pissy 2 little tricks that you can pull off with their own dedicated pissy trick button, that meek little kick of the legs and that triumphant defiant fist in the air. You'll want to pull them off at every possible chance, even if it means crashing down like a sack of wet cement. Its shaking, unstable, psychotic mess becomes the challenge and the game itself, and it's somehow just fun. The airtime in particular gives you the sense of true freedom, as if the bike has grown wings and can fly now. Even the muddy, poopy, textureless land suddenly seems rich and fertile and reaves and squirms as if living. Also, I love how the flag dude just stands there as multiple bikers hit each other mid-air off a ramp. The resulting human car crash is some cartoon-ass kind of destruction, and I think it's very beautiful. You gotta wonder who that guy is on the race over screens. This unexpected real biker man in this game. You think he's ever played this? I mean, yes, this game is terrible, arguably the worst on Jaguar, but I could not disagree more. It's that perfect masterclass kind of terrible that's so rich and ripe here. The fact that so much time and emphasis is put on your failures just fucking kills me. Like, the whole game was built around just making all your fuck-ups center stage. This game is absolutely one of the best worst games I've ever played, perfected by the random player select music that's actually really damn good, the stolen Nirvana riff, the way your brain extincts itself into running at its speed. There's a satisfaction in wrestling down Supercross 3D, and I honestly will boot it back up again at some point. This is what I came for, and I am hugely satisfied, for this is some high-level kusoge. Super Burnout is the most arcade of Jaguar arcade games. It oozes that late night, deep groove Sega type shit that I love, and it's largely agreed as another of the Jaguar's best. The title screen's deep blue gradient, hue cycling colours and fire effects are rad as hell, and the music, man, slap basses going hard, fiery guitar riffs, that crunchy driving arcade aggression. And the dumb tempo tracks are the perfect balance too, and that majestic guitar shit is genuinely some great big evening ambience. This race over screen is the most music of all time. There's multiple bikes to choose from with sick biker names and different stats. Also the Punisher through a cheat code. I mean, it's just a colour swap, it's just a dude dressed all in black, but stat wise, I guess he's the best, yeah. But I went with slow speed, high turning, man, as I kinda suck at motorbike games. It's just getting the big turns right, man. I ain't good with how much time to lean and when to slow down. But you know, that's just because that's a me problem, really. The controls in this game feel really great, smooth yet weighty, using lots of little tippy-tap sensitive maneuvers. The sprites all zoom past really fast, and stopping to admire, you'll see buildings, people leaning up balconies, watchtowers nestled among dense long stretches of trees. Houses briefly pop out of the sides of the track, and the hills, bumps and mini turns are very silky looking, with the gravelly textures flowing towards the backdrop's deep hues. The blue full moon that transitions from red evening in the distant city lights is a great lull of warm sparks rushing by in this cool little bundle of late night atmosphere. As spear of Atmos, if you may. The bike's headlights flicker, and there's even people in the sidelines, but you can't hit them. I tried. Oh, and can't forget the palm trees in your arcade motorbike game, oh hell no. And the clouds that gently amble along if you stop to take them in. It's a great game to watch for something like this, and that includes the menus too, with these glorious checkerboard flag-waving shit. 2-player split screen too, and such a welcome thing. I love getting absolutely fucking totaled off my massive fuck-off tank-ass motorbike going 100 miles an hour by just a dude, standing there, menacingly. The same square warehouses appear everywhere at such a fast and constant pace. Even though there's no landmarks per se, the courses still have memorable designs, like how the fence area past the houses might be like the start of the industrial estate, or even just beyond an airport. Even if basic visually, it's like these tracks could be memorized, despite looking so similar. These trees could lump together into a forest, like the track side details could all connect. And the speed is really exhilarating. I like the banners with the Atari that fly overhead and whatever speed demon relates to. The Japan track's filled with blooming cherry blossom, and god damn this music. Request this shit at the club, please. And yes, the crashes are quite funny, especially if you just decide to drive head fucking first into the unstoppable infinite might and wisdom of the tyre stacks. The main championship mode goes through all the tracks, and I really do appreciate that you don't actually need to come first or anything to progress. Even if you're always last, you still go from track to track in one nice little bout of fast, exhilarating butt rush speeds. You can totally zone out to this game. Yeah, it's just about that overall final ranking. And just like that, we get one of my new favourite credits ever, with that ever so classy marble grey colour, and that Sonic Special Stage clear screen font. Man, yeah, my fucking Patrick Bateman showing here. But yeah, these credits and music are just cozy as hell. And then after some nice goodbyes, they just sort of like start talking in French with the credits, which I really like to see, honestly. It's cool to see a credits screen that's in someone's native language and not just, you know, everything being in English. And I love how it ends on play video games, have fun, stay in school, stay cool. I sure will. Can't type anymore. Flatline. Damn. Anyone who played it and gave it a chance from the Shen family. What a fucking lovely group what a fucking lovely dev team. God damn. And this fastest dev times thing is really funny as hell. Oh, don't you worry. I will do everything in my power to beat this Oliver's times and settle this 30-year-old grudge. So yeah, if not clear, I really fuck with this game. Its arcadey feel, its music, and just the look and feel of everything, speeding past into frantic blurs. It's one of the Jaguar's best, absolutely, and another strong showing for its surprising mastery of arcade games. Love me some Monkey Man openings, goddamn. Flip Out is an out-there puzzle game about flipping. It's got aggressive old Windows vibes, zany crunchy sounds and jagged visuals like something pre-installed on the school's computer. Some real gobble, cheap 90s PC game kind of thing, and I quite like that. It's the kind of game you'd teach a monkey to play. So yeah, you just flip shit. Select a shit to flip and it'll trade places with whatever else was last flipped. Think and move fast, keeping track of what's in the air, where it needs to go, and match the symbols and colours, and avoid stalling so nothing comes crashing down without somewhere to move to. It's a very visual and action-oriented kind of puzzle game, like a sliding tile puzzle, but the tiles jump out and punch you in the face and assault you full force instead of just being an assault. So take mental notes and plan fast. I think it's damn fun, a real creative wee thing. I love the little alien guys, their king, and their scrunkly little cheerleader team. It all looks cut out and pasted, and the colours bleed a lot, but they fit the game's wackiness really well. The music's bloopy and crispy, lots of compressed classical music on an old cell phone kind of sweet ambience, almost kind of melancholy and very spacey, even if not the most memorable. It's really damn nice and hella great thinking music. It's just a chill, zone out kind of puzzle game. The motions of the things as they spin around and do all that aforementioned flippity shit, it looks cool, and the little guys running around and getting squished and launching up with the tiles, all the shit flying about. It's just a silly little goofball of a game. All their weird little animations too, I've no idea what they're doing, but I'm pretty happy about it. Nice little visual details too, like the distant planets, lush grassy greens, cool space backgrounds, and a whole bunch of little guys just messing around. I like the map screen icons that lead to the different levels. Yeah, I was surprised, but the levels are all slightly different. They follow the same core gameplay of flipping shit, but just with visual changes, different timings, weird layouts, and extra wee bits to keep track of. These levels are the Bouncing Alien Bros, the historically accurate creation of Mount Rushmore, the black and white Nightmare Diner realm with this FNAF-ass looking Bob the Tomato staring me down to shit, Easter Island's Chad level where you gotta time your flips carefully into the open Moyai mouths, I guess this is a school gym court? This racetrack, because I guess Alien Olympics? And then stages where there's a whole damn 3 ass sites to keep track of, and not getting the movements all mixed up is kinda hard. And then the final showdown against King Fluffy, the king of shit flipping himself, where you gotta deal with this cheeky little bastard flipping your shit against your will. God damn, it's pretty hard. The challenge increases throughout. I've been quite a gradual slope till just now, which it really spikes up. I like the level names and the cheat code that shows off the devs and does this weird thing where like one bar of the music gets stuck in this hellish drone and it's just the most randomly cursed shit, man. It's great, and it seems like these guys were having fun. The level unlock code though is insanely specific. Took me minutes to get the timing right every single try, but still it was well worth it. For shit has certainly gotten flipped, and I must say, Flip Out is a very cool little game, the best flipping off I have ever received, no doubt. And to top it all off, the best live theatre I've ever seen too, god damn. The little munchkin dudes spell out Flip Out. Aw, I thought they'd write fuck off. That would be really funny. Overstrike is a Jaguar exclusive with a sort of pseudo remake on the Jaguar CD. So it's space, and the space pirates have taken over an innocent planet of space colonials, and with their big space laser, no ships can enter orbit to save them. That's where you come in. As master of space hovercrafts, you must pilot the ultimate war machine, drive over lots of nasty bumps, and destroy all the pirate technology to allow the Federation entry to the planet, even though you've already blasted everything to shit. I don't know, maybe you don't clean up. The level select with little globe, ship, and all manner of stats, supplies, levels to select, and targets to shred. This game is that Jaguar staple of combat machine simulation action, very air carts and Iron Soldier adjacent. And the screen is noticeably just half a HUD because of all its textures and shit, but still the performance is pretty shaky. You'll jerk and stutter in sharp bumps that are nauseating over all the dips and hills. It's terrible at first, but funnily it's only really that bad on the very first level, with its many dented rows of green surgoop trenches to go in and out of. So you turn left and right, while up and down aim you're always centre crosshair. To acceleration, just push button to go faster and tap the brake to slow down or stop outright. And the hovercraft actually feels like one, floaty with a sort of pseudo-strafing, as the turning controls your shooting aim if you're not accelerating. So you lift off the acceleration and move to aim around whilst still keeping that forward momentum. It takes a minute to adjust, but the feeling of gliding across the ground, blasting around corners while still blowing shit up while propelled forward, it's honestly a really natural feeling once you're comfy. Your bullets are big too, so hitting a target's amidst travel, even with a frame rate in single digits, is surprisingly easy. Your homing rockets are your main side dish for dealing with the bigger targets, and the range is pretty far, even saving you from having to go up or down some dangerous hills. These are some great homie missiles, yo. And yes, the stages do ask you to drive up some sloping paths and navigate around walls to find appropriate dropping points and keep an eye out for health and supply crates. It doesn't feel like randomly generated landscapes. The enemies are well placed in accordance, the turrets in big open spaces, past corridors, huge snowfields with the drone spawning holes, patrol ships in the tunnels of built up factory yards, and spiky mines in vast murky oceans. The levels feel like properly, deliberately designed places, and navigating by landmarks is very doable here, especially with how friendly the guidance from the map and compass are. All the bouncy movements are a bit nauseating. Yeah, I found myself deliberately trying to avoid the hills in the third person mode, which gives you hilariously even less screen estate to work with. You're literally just looking through like a cyber keyhole now, it's great. But honestly, it's a bit easier to steer in this mode, even if way harder to shoot the enemies that aren't just directly ahead of you. The targets are big bulking machines, and also the fucking bad evil big skull box, concrete slab demon bone boxes. What is this thing? The visuals are murky and swampy, and the background's bare, just one or two planets up there, but the textures and colours feel Martian. Dry, earthy depictions of alien planets, and the water movements are pretty impressive. Plenty of Saturn and PS1 games that got water looking like this, so get fucked, nerds. And the draw distance isn't nearly as limiting as it looks either. So just shoot down the specified number of a specified target, and then you're dramatically, surgically plucked from the earth again, in almost a reverse manner from the careless heavy thump you got tossed down with. These little entry and exit screens have some legit cool camera pans, and none of the levels are all that long. They come in nice little bursts, ending right before you start to lose interest. It's very well paced. And holy shit, this game over is probably the most cinematic in-game Jaguar cutscene there is. Yeah, you only get 3 lives, but there's infinite saves, so just keep saving after every level and you'll never lose progress. The music's alright, I really like the stage clear theme, but it's mostly just your usual video game space combat tunes. I really don't remember any of them. But man, the nighttime stages are something. All of a sudden you're stranded in a pitch black void of musty magnolia valleys, where to light the path ahead you need to shoot. So navigating with this infrequent light from shots is, well, I mean, it's hard enough, as is finding the targets, but my god, these are so cool, these sections. The way the blasts dimly light up across the world as it darts across, it's like flare torpedoes. It's like flare torpedoes firing through an underwater trench. The atmosphere is thick here with this lack of vision and reliance on constant attacking just to see. When you stop for even a moment, the lurking, moaning ambience creeps in like death. Yeah, this is some real unexpected desolate horror here. No, not knowing what's around the corners or where to even go, you're lost in this hostile void with nothing but your gunfire for guidance. Frantic and desperate, it's really pretty badass honestly. And the stark light of the pickup ship feels all the more relieving than usual. So it's these same few level types on loop till the end, which I didn't reach as there's no cheat codes that are known for this game, but I did get a fair way into the game for only about an hour's work. Yeah, honestly, it's a game that's legitimately good and pretty fun if you can look past the performance and learning curve, which really aren't that bad when you give it a wee minute. It's a bit chunky, but it's satisfying and has some legit really fun controls. But it's the kind of thing you gotta be in the mood for. It takes a minute to get your bearings and it's awkward, yeah, but the drifting into destruction and shooting as you pilot forward automatically, it feels really cool, and it's doing interesting things under its lid. The gunfighting's blasty, the navigation's friendly, and levels make for good exploration, but it's certainly got some issues, even if they're not really noticeable after a while. I quite enjoyed Hover Strike, and I wish it well. Power Drive Rally is a Jaguar exclusive sequel to some top-down racing game, but I actually kinda like top-down racing games, and I'd say it's an easy contender for one of the best games on the console. It's a really fun, unexpected little gem, just sitting there deep in the depths of the back catalogue. Its scratchy MIDI jazz rock soundtrack's good, though not the most crazy music. It's got some damn nice organs. And all the races are based on countries that I assume people drive cars in. Practice mode is exactly that. 8 whole minutes of just nothing, really. You just get an open space with a few wee things in your way. You accelerate, brake, and change gears to make the speed button do the go backwards. The movement feels great, it's why this game is so fun. The turns are real slick, the tiniest taps will gently poke the car, yet holding down the D-pad will shift the car around, smoothly clicking into the angles of the track. It's a really precise and mechanical feel with just this tiny bit of skid to the sharp turns that perfects the feel of this mad little driftiness around the tight bends. So you play race by race and aim to finish the laps in the allotted time. You'll often have an opponent, but it's still only the timer you're racing against. Coming in first place just gets you more winning money, but you'll definitely want that, as money from winning is needed to pay the entry fees for races. Money can also just be found lying around on the track in little shortcuts or awkward corners alongside speed boosts. If you fail to qualify any races, you need to pay the entry fee again, so money kinda acts like continues here, and it's smart, as money is also needed to buy faster cars and repair all y'all's parts. Not repairing them is an option, but the performance loss is very noticeable after a while. The speed you lose basically makes it impossible to win after too long of not fixing. Your lights too, really, you kinda need them on the night stages. Basically, after every race, you should restock and repair everything, as there's no point losing the next race and being down even more money for retrying with the same lacking car. So win races and get money to proceed, giving yourself insurance for when you lose, and keep your repairs up to keep the victories up. It's okay to lose money keeping your car fast enough to win, as losing races is still the only way to game over. So hold on to your money only if you've repaired everything and then get offered to buy a new car, because you might as well make use of the repairs you bought first. It's a really well balanced system. I like this screen with the speeding car, which for some reason is facing forwards even though it's moving to the sides, as if it's driving on the edges of its wheels. So yeah, it's simple but addictive until the test courses. They're basically acting as like a control exam, make the right kind of reverse here through this ring and park center without hitting cones. These are about precision of movement, using the brakes and reverses skillfully. And it took me fucking ages here, but I mean, I was just being an idiot, as the end of the car you enter the bays in is actually quite important, which in my defense isn't really telegraphed at all. You'll only know you've done the right thing once the nearest guy raises a white flag. The other sound cues just threw me off. I mean, I thought they were a success indicator, but nope. Even after learning this, these tests are still very finicky. Hitting any cone will reduce your time by 10 seconds, and you've barely just got about 10 or 20 to spare. They're a good change of pace, yeah, but I'd just have liked their goals to be a little clearer. But ew, my bad I guess. The tracks themselves are really good fun to race through. All the little houses, ponds, streetlights, bridges, parks and farms, and none of the visuals ever repeat. It's meticulously detailed. Snow tracks are especially nice. The wood cabins, lamps, snowfall, it's just a really nice wintry look. And good lord, I can't forget the co-driver bro. He tells you all the upcoming curves and directions like they do in actual rallies. Now, I'm no car guy, but it's actually pretty easy to pick up on what he's saying. He definitely completes this game's feel, and I just found it funny that this random dude's voice just kinda exists in this game, constant overpowering to everything else. But I swear, I actually understand the fucking rally talk now, the hairpin rights and K-lefts and shit, damn. But yeah, it's a pretty vividly detailed game, really gorgeous sprite art overall. The amount of screen you'll see ahead of the car is just right too. You'll always feel like you know what's coming, yet it's still nicely centered for a good view on both sides of the track. It all just looks great, whether you stop to observe or just let it all blur into the passing scenery. Even just the tire marks behind you and the trails of snow look really cool. The courses sometimes have little patches of rougher surface and jumps too, forcing you to swerve and position yourself quickly as so you don't, go fucking flying into a wall. They're a fun little curveball. As you move on, it doesn't really feel like it's getting harder, just faster cars and longer courses and sharper turns. But hey, if you suck bad enough, there's a cheat for stopping the opponent's cars, and it's literally just press 6. No, for real, that's it. Just tap 6 at any time, and the CPU car will just give up and park it out in the middle of the fucking outback for the rest of time. So yeah, this is just a game I can totally see myself getting an itch for every so often. Power Drive Rally is a top tier, top-down racer. It just plays really damn smooth, and controls feel great. So yeah, that's it. That's all I've got. It's good. It's just a simple, fun racing game. Hell yeah. Flashback's one of these games that just seems to be on everything. I mean, it's understandable. The ultra smooth sprite art cutscenes are beyond just fluid. They're gorgeously shot and the colour usage is amazing. It's in that subgenre of cinematic platformers like Prince of Persia, Another World, Oddworld, You move slowly in a sort of grid, step by step, carefully scrolling the environments, gathering items, solving puzzles, and cheating death and his many, sometimes impressively bullshitty traps. You do have a gun in Flashback though, used by entering this kind of combat mode, survival horror style. Deliberately unwieldy, but very satisfying, especially when you can kill a man via consecutive shots directly into the penis. I guess these games are kinda like a platformer meets point and click adventure. They're a unique kind of game, but they're generally not my kind of thing besides Oddworld, but I really like what they're going for regardless. Flashback is no different really. It's a great game, but it's just not the kind of thing I want to play. I like all its stylized blends of dusky hues and tones and sparse backgrounds, almost like oil paintings. And the main character, I'll call him Flash because I can quite clearly see that he is indeed back, is animated really damn good. What's weird though is that the text boxes in the cutscenes seem a little broken here, maybe a Jaguar specific problem, but yeah, the text comes and goes in what barely even feels like a second, so you won't read it, you'll miss out on tons of the in-game story text, and a real shame in this kinda setting heavy game, sort of a deal breaker for me personally. As much as I do enjoy me them there fall damage deaths though, yeah, sometimes you'll need to jump almost immediately upon entering the screen, and the screen changes are pretty fast, so it's a bit hard to pull off some of the jumps, but yeah, get ready for a lot of death and this Looney Tunes ass looking game over screen. The second area of the game is this concrete warehouse, and level 3, this pale light tunnel, this dark purple kinda empty glass palace. It's like a desolate backstage at midnight, very cool. And I like how we're just using regular ass AA batteries here too, very future. Stage 4 sees you win a trip to space via game show. It takes place on this stone grey ship that gives me hella classic Star Wars vibes. So yeah, I think it's the story's about this dude wanting to wipe out the human race for some reason, like whatever bro, like come on dude, that's not a very bro positive move to pull bro, goddamn. Level 6 is this purple alien fleshy cavernous void. Always like seeing these dramatic visual changes towards the end, but I guess that's quite a classic sci-fi thing to pull, suddenly being on this alien horrifying place. But yeah, you can see why this game still gets re-releases today, because its look is just that unique, and it never really will look dated, or old rather I should say, because I'm not really a believer in outdated being much of a thing. Flashback is an awesome game, no doubt it's great, but it's just not for me. A game that's boring is really one of the only kinds of bad games, and what's boring to some is crack cocaine to others, and so I guess tonight's I am the one going crackless. It's a decent port besides the cutscene issues, but regardless of whether this game's your thing or not, it is absolutely a worthy addition to any console's library, especially to the poor starving Jaguar, so I'm more than happy to play it just for the fact that it's here at all as part of this oddball, shitty little family. Valdiacer skiing and snowboarding is much more like an arcade racing game than some snow sports affair. This 90s tie-dyed font, man, the presentation hammers in both that cheesy extreme sports edge and that arcade excitement with some cozy Xmas feels on the side. I really love its use of that Earthbound Winters flutes and that Mario 64 electronic reverb piano. This track is just so cozy, it's practically a Christmas song. I'm always getting it stuck in my head, and I'd boot this game up just to hear it. The menu with its swirling pastel floral marks and random little sunspots everywhere. It fucking rocks, man, this cool light psychedelic type aesthetic. And all the snowy looking landscapes are gorgeous too, the views of the mountains with their cool chilly winter wonderland. The race types are all just get to the bottom, but very indifferent flag gate things, where missing gates leads to time penalties. The core game is go fast and don't miss flags, and it's genuinely a real rush. The difference between the skis and snowboards ain't much, but the skiing is basically less swervy I thought, so I found it a little bit easier to work with than the snowboards for the kinda twitch reflex movements that you gotta pull off. So you accelerate, sharp turn and jump. Yeah, don't really need the sharp turns or jumps that much though, so just keep holding down that accelerate and focus your roll on the back and forth movements. There's this very snowy kind of traction to the turning, and crunchy icy songs highlight the surface changes. Jumping over hills at the right time will bust out a sick and very pointless trick, but just try not doing it, man, it's hard. Funnily, it feels really akin to a game like Super Burnout on the console. The gameplay is purely an arcade deal. I would not call this a sports game in the slightest. You race down hills as fast as you can, swerving and doing your best to stay on course. There's obstacles, but just the winding, bending tracks are challenge enough to stay on, and not go smashing into those very comfy looking trees. And in the slalom and downhill modes, you have those little flag things to go through. Your tiny precise movements need to be on point. Missing even a few flags can cost you the whole race, and at max speed it's very easy to miss streams of them in a row. So you either gotta hold the brakes and take your time, or just go balls to the wall max speed and magically swing your way around with delicate, instant, intricate lefts and rights, like some kind of rhythm game frenzy. Taking things slower and actually braking, I did found to be better, but man, rushing through those gates at top speeds, like some kind of slipstream wizard, it feels badass, especially when you get into the groove of it and start moving into place preemptively. Sometimes a river or stony patch will pass you by, so jumping does help a little bit to keep up your speed here. And I like how the Virtual Studios logo keeps showing up between screens too, like some kind of brand logo you'd see sponsoring Winter Olympics and flashing their logo at every transition. And there's a secret options menu. You can watch the game's animations, like the dude just trundling down and celebrating intermittently, or the trophies screen, which looks really cool with that sky-high mountain and the trophies' shiny marble graphics that match the background. And yeah, this is maybe one of my favourite sound test screens ever. The game's music slaps, sure, but so do the sound effects. The big crash symbol is used for menu changes, and even sometimes in just regular selection noises. And you can time the effect symbol to the music symbol, and it's quite funny to try and make them sound like they sort of match up. But the sound test menu lets you fuck around with the sound effects on top of the music, and man, they mesh so damn well. They were just begging me to sit there for legitimately about 15 minutes and just goof around, like some kind of insanity-inducing sports commentator drum pad. Oh my god, I kinda hate myself for spending so much time on these shit mixes.
Purple, time, chill, time, chill, purple, jump, chill, jump, purple, chill, time, chill.
The way the track moves and bends constantly looks awesome, but it is a little hard to keep up with and see the track ahead over the hill. I feel making the game's perspective just a little more downward facing would have helped and made it more feel like I'm actually going downhill, as this just looks like flat ground with this view of the mountains, which, I mean, they look great, but the ever-present horizon and shape of the land, it makes for the sense of skiing on this huge flat ridge at the start of the valley. Yeah, I love the look of all the motions, but the sense of going downhill isn't entirely there. But hey, don't really matter. I like the race end locations, all the dudes on land speeders and the snowplow party and the chairlifts all over. I used to live somewhere I could see a ski range from my window, and on some nights there was this noticeable light that slowly moved around on the hill. And I'd always assumed it to be a snowplow up there doing some late night work. It was really relaxing to look up there and imagine that kind of snow-covered separate reality up there on those cold mountains. And just think of someone up there grinding away ambiently deep into the freezing nights, and how I can kind of get a little window into their world via that small light. But do you think the staff at Valdiasir played this game? What if they had a Jaguar set up in a reception lounge at the ski resort or something? I mean, if you're a big expensive ski range and someone makes a video game about your ski range, I mean, yeah, why not buy the console and the game, have it set up as a showpiece for the guests? Ski ranges are already just such strange environments, serving only one very oddly specific purpose, yet still being like a small hotel or even a mall just out there atop a fucking mountain, so far removed and distant from everything else. I don't know what you'd call it, but it's certainly in a similar realm to liminal space type stuff. Now, imagine being in a place like that I'm playing some fucking Jag, bro. I don't think hallucinogenics could give you a crazier shit. I like these display board screens and the fact that the crowd is all stuck together to watch this one guy T-pose his way down a very long, very gradual and very dangerous hill, where motherfuckers just left their land jet skis lying around for people to hurtle into at 70 miles per hour. Yeah, who don't love some winter sports crashes? Got that. I'm just into the kinda small weird details in these winter sports games. They're another specific genre I just like to soak up, their Christmassy kinda warm nostalgic feel, watching low poly wooden lodges and random little towns alongside the mountainsides fly past. This game doesn't have those kinda cozy looking buildings, but the same appeal is definitely here. This game is great in its sheer simplicity. It's real basic, but the gameplay is a rush and the wintry atmosphere is really nice. It's a cool mix of arcade and snowboarding, and it's a top Jaguar game for me. You can bet your ass I'ma be playing Val d'As peeing on floorboarding this Christmas. And maybe it'll be a new December gaming tradition. There's some awesome old renders in the menus of Towers 2, the dwindling candle, lantern posts and shiny fountain. This is a very chill, very classic first-person dungeon crawler RPG, really cozy and midnight-ish, and coming out late and limited in the Jaguar's lifespan. I like how start and load are called incarnation and continuation. I respect that dumb renaming of stuff, as long as you know it's not something too esoteric like strength being potent solidity or some shit. So story goes, some powerful astronomer magic guy has fucked up anyone trying to scale his big ass tower to stop him from doing the evil magic and shit, so go climb that tower, Conan, and stab the bad dudes. It's preset characters time, and oh boy, what handsome fellas we got here, goddamn. But I just go with the stupid big ass ooga booga big stick go bonk guy for action RPGs. If there's stats, I'm betting the house on strength. You can ask a few numbers worth of reroll here, which is quite nice. The dark cavernous visuals are really relaxing, real dingy and cozy like a cinema. The dark purple stones and random pillars, tables and cute 2D compressed ass looking furnishings, the torch graphics, the way they're not just a texture is cool. They burn and flicker with this warming yellow hue against cold brick slabs. The little windows too, that purple evening hazy mountain view, that same image appears on the map screen, which you'll be seeing a fuckload. The saving anywhere is great though, just be careful you don't loft sock yourself. On screen is your basic health and magic bars and compass. You open the menu, which is also how you activate the hand mode that lets you sort of pick up stuff and interact. It's your inventory and armor screen too, and on the opposite side is your portrait, which is funnily enough used for healing, as to heal you just up and drop food into your face hole. It's a pretty clever use of this random graphic, and it's also just kind of funny to dump tons of cheese into Conan's mouth. Oh, but you don't just eat to refuel, you need to sleep, and there's a dedicated sleep button. Just fucking up and lie down for a nap in the middle of a war zone full of knights and ninjas and shooting eyeballs. But really, it's very convenient. Sleeping restores your health, but only if you've eaten. It's like you eat to build up the HP that you'll then recover once you sleep. All those little non-action mechanics like that are mapped to the number pad. The main face buttons are just for attacking, selection, inspection, and spellcasting. So all the stuff that you'll need in the heat of the moment. So yeah, this is probably the most fitting kind of game for this sort of number pad setup. In fact, this is basically the only RPG on Jaguar at all. So it's quite a special game in that regard. It gives this game a great sense of place on this console. I mean, it's a pretty good game anyway. It's a little awkward, but in that cool old first-person RPG kind of way. Like, I've no idea where to go, and I've collected all that I can on these floors, but I still ain't progressing. There's these tiny gold buttons to open up secret passages on random bits of the wall, but I've just found that they led back to places I've already been. Even used a cheat code to try and unlock the rest of the map, and yeah, I still kind of figured my way. I double checked places, but I just got no how idea to get beyond this room of rope ceiling pulleys. There's a whole 10 floors, and I've only seen half of the first 2, and I was getting kind of into this as well, but still, it is an old RPG, so it's no doubt going to have some cryptic moon logic. Combat is real basic too. You just attack and watch your JPEG hands stab around a bit. You get up close and mash the button, and I find it helps to go in and out of the enemy and kinda keep distance when they move, and then lunge in for one of the pokes in their face. It's basic and hella brute force, but I still quite liked it. The enemies running away like little terrified little children is pretty funny as well. Like how the movement speed is really fast and actually a little hard to steer, but I do like how your arms sort of trundle around in front of you as you jog. And some of the in-game text is also really funny when you like fail something, as they're just like so blunt about it. So yeah, you get spells via scrolls. You just also feed them to your man to learn the spells, and then they're interchangeable at any time via the inventory. I only got some basic projectile kinds, but they seem pretty cool. The first item in front of you when you start the game up also is the backpack, so make sure you don't just ignore that like I did at first, as you'll have next to no inventory room at the start. There's all your usual keys for doors and useless shit like pots for throwing around and breaking, and man, I sure hope these aren't important for anything. And all these paper notes too, all sorts of clues and pointers and just funny signposts kind of stuff, and they make for pretty good breadcrumbs. The map layouts for the later floors, and you probably need them because the maps on the later floors get seriously damn cool and big, these really weird shapes and out there looking room layouts. So yeah, overall this game is fairly good, and most of its problems are just old RPG problems anyway. It's very primitive, but I really like its chill, slowed down, sleepy, late night classic fantasy ambience. Like playing D&D when you're camping or something like that. It's just nice. All the little rooms and details, like the goddamn toilet block. Yeah, it's a nice old RPG and a standout title on the Jaguar, if not anything too amazing. It really just makes me wish there was another RPG on this console. Iron Soldier 2 is basically the same as the first, with new weapons, new levels, and a new textured look, yet still with the same vast liminal space horizon views as the first, creating another great world-gazing experience. It's definitely a bit harder than Iron Soldier 1, with new enemies like parachute tanks and these fast-paced upright spider mechs, which can actually be played as with a code, turning the slow burn mecha destruction epic into a frantic hit and run, rushing around and spearing your way straight into the target buildings, the glass cannon way to play the game. Also infinite rockets, fuck yeah. The mission objectives still suffer from being just a little too unclear on where to go immediately, but ayo, that's also still mostly just a me problem I think. And this was one of the very last Jaguar games to come out in a very limited release too, for both cartridge and CD. At least Jaguar got to go out on a flagship title, and it's cool to have two slightly different versions. The story is just about the evil company from last game being replaced by the next evil company down on the list, and you leading a more structured Republic military crusade against their more terroristy part-time guerrilla flavour of corporate evil. I like the intro renders nicked from the FMV of the CD version. Now the CD soundtrack is badass, like regular Jaguar sound trip music's been dragged into the studio on full blast with noisy, fiery guitars, big drums, huge chords scaling, and frenzied aggressive melodies upon strange industrial tones, all mixed sparingly into the explosive battle themes, like gunfire transfused into music, with some unsettling moments of ambience too, and a washed out, hazy, powerful sort of sound, like staring at an overcast sky. But the cart version don't got any of this. Disappointing, sure, but it's obviously to make room for the extra visual flair. And while I'll always value music over graphics, the lack thereof is still cool, making the 1000-yard dreamscape war zones more vivid with the light sunscapes of the in-game effects, making up for the lack of a direct score. Same kind of sick watercolour digital art on menus and missions though. I love these overview shots. The computerized drone photo wireframes, and the mission names are still badass too, like episode names from a very 90s mecha anime. The stage colours, sky tones and endless city views, it's all very chill. The skyboxes are a bit brighter and more detailed too, but with still that same pastel, empty, alien skies feel. I like it more than Iron Soldier 1, but that's really only on the CD version's music. But really, this sequel is just as good, even if it's just more of the same. The ambient and visual appeal is still definitely there for me, so I should probably just shut up and let the game speak for itself. iWar is akin to Tempest 2000 meets Club Drive, like a Combat 2000. In the future, the internet is pretty damn big now. So big that the air conditioning costs for this fucker gotten so high we had to just up and move that bitch underground in the fucking North Pole. But then one day, a rogue virus program was unleashed. Digital economies collapsed, planes fell from the sky, all kinds of crazy shit I imagine. The evil virus, or rogue AI, or 4chan metadata, or whatever it really is, I don't fucking know. But basically all the tech shit is now totally shitted up in the world. And you, a living and heavily armed antivirus program, must traverse the overly saturated data buses, circuit board valleys and flowing caves of wireframe hell voids to go fuck up that virus and save the internet forever. Or at least until the next big data leak or some shit. I don't know, honestly. I'd give it like 4 months. Some nice Matrix-ass looking UI, and there's a whole mode for just viewing the game's 3D assets, so they must have been pretty proud of them, and rightfully so. The world in a PC idea is probably the best application for these Galrand shaded graphics. I hope I'm saying that right. 3 tanks to choose from, with 3 variations for different speeds, damage and health bar sizes. They look like battle cruisers, real Imperial Star Destroyer looking flat and highly sculpted. So you blast enemies and scurry around collecting data pods. Enough data pods will open the way to the next of 15 levels. You got your normal attack and your rockets, AI assistant power-ups, shields and presumably lots of other cool cyber shit. There's like 6 different camera angles, behind it various distances, a first person one and then all the fixed cinematic third person ones that are absolutely gorgeously unplayable. So yeah, collect pods to open the exit. Jaguar games love this shit, man. Pods can be found in pretty creative places though. Some just lie around or in big boxes of 3 you gotta blow up. But there's some tucked in well hidden below corners, guarded by enemies, alongside bridges or atop platforms that you gotta use these bounce panels to reach. There's lots of bouncy traversal needed that's very fun with these shapes, steps and structures. You gotta scale with them, getting increasingly elaborate as you go. You get some real airtime. There's switches for activating them and also the doors and teleporters that send you from room to room. You'll use them constantly and you really gotta keep tabs on what goes where, but it's fun to get lost in like a mirror maze. It's another game that'd really benefit from a strafing though. You just gotta sort of keep your distance, aim and shoot and mash until you win. The levels are quite narrow sometimes, so the battles very much become brute force, shoot first to win. It's okay, but drags the pace a little, and it's hard to deal with more than one enemy at a time. The gunfire gets pretty chaotic. There's dangerous laser walls and one-hit kill spike boxes too that I never would notice until they had killed me. The lasers can be butt rushed through though if you can be fucked with switches, so there is little strategic decision. Fuck, I can't say that. So there is little strategic decisions to make. Charge in and risk the health, or take your time the more roundabout way. Personally, I just found it way more fun to just pick the high speed ships and rush my way in and out and just snap up the pods without fighting at all, like a cheeky, pesky, shitty little thief just skidding all over. Yeah, the movements feel icy and floaty, but with a certain glidiness that I enjoyed, especially when taking corners fast. The music is bass heavy, drum laden droning synths with some cool ambient effects. It's very sparse and crunchy with some rather sick beats. Not bad, not memorable, but very cool when you're there. Visually, now please bear with me here. Minimal poly cyber kaleidoscope walled garden water voids. Yeah. The bright diamond-shaped sparks, explosions and blasts, these particle effects are awesome. The way they all de-shard and separate is trance-inducing, especially the way the levels form, all just growing out of these triangular shapes, like the world is being torn down and re-established in an instant. The effects mesh really well to this dreamlike cyberscape. Somehow every room feels both unique and yet completely flat and repetitive, creating this rift in the sense that they connect, or that you're going anywhere, like this whole world is just some sporadic manifestation of random data. Scattering, deranged, yet still having this mathematical precision and artificial sentience, an alien sense of structure that, with the bright coloured flat polygons, drags your brain out of reality into its neon glaring halls and castles of glowing soulless colour. This unending string of fever dream dissociative coliseums, huge checkerboard warehouses, candy cane pink half-roofed halls, this towering Aztec pyramid, deep corridors, long stretching hallways, and desolate virtual palaces, pastel-shaded tube tunnels. Just get a load of this. It's almost like every room has its own distinct colour scheme, and the way the lights ripple across the floor as if there's light emitting somewhere from outside this chasm of blackness above the high barriers. But after each level is a bonus stage, suddenly this fast-paced flying game. You just gotta move your ship around and collect enough pods for an extra life, which is kinda pointless when you'll just get by using level codes, but still they make a pretty exhilarating break. These DMT trip kind of symmetrical patterns and shifting lines, like jumping headfirst into a vortex, and the screen after showing this big blue room with some kind of generator looking thing, like the Death Star 2's core chamber. And then the final boss. The virus itself is a carnival game of ball toss. Real odd choice, and pretty hard at first, but then you get the timing down. The way the holes keep moving increasingly fast is really stressful in that awesome kind of rhythm game way. There's definitely a pulse to follow, and the absolute speed of the final few hits is a real rush. And then you did it. You saved the internet. You fucking idiots. Cue end screen, with some sick background art to add to the ever-growing list of end screens that feel like they're from a totally different game. Overall, iWar is a fascinating trip. The game might be flawed in places, but it's hugely fun as well, even if it doesn't work all the time. When it does, it's a very unique sensory overload that's memorable for all its endless rooms that feel like both a hellish prison and some kind of dream I've forgotten about from years ago. It's just got its own little world, and I really like what its atmosphere's got going on. Syndicate, but I've hardly sinned at all. Syndicate is kinda like cannon fodder, another Amiga port about moving guys and shooting guys with the cursor. The story is your usual, oh man does the future ever suck and all the politics and rules and shit are shitting enforced through violence and you're part of one of those violent political parties and oh boy, time to shoot the fuck out of every other group and take control of the world. Its dystopian, bleak, bronze-coloured brutalist buildings are quite beautiful in posing ads, dead, fenced-off parks, cold statues and pillars and warm lights emitting from the windows. It's a sterile world in look and feel, this sepia-tone industrial complex. The music is another raw basslines kind of sound, dramatic, droning, electronic suspense incarnate, but one riff kinda got stuck with me for a while. But it's for the most part a very farty sound. There's customization for your company name, your name, and your go so hard feel free to screenshot ass looking logo, and there's like a fucking 100 of them to cycle through. But the menus, especially in the preparation screen, are kinda unwieldy. The accept button changes for each screen, like one button opens the menu and then it has its own different accept input that's different to the regular one, and god damn, it's just confusing. Immersion kinda goes out the window when the men I accidentally send out to war have nothing but ladles to fight with. But there's a lot of data and stats, and I just found it pretty hard to work through to find what's important here. There's research for new upgrades, and then equipping your men with all these right bits of equipment and guns, detailed breakdowns on equipments for the fucking chest and stomach. It's convoluted to me, but if you like all this data and shit, then it'll be more tolerable to you. And like other Jaguar games, the mission objectives ain't too clear for me either, so that's another problem I had. Even if a game is good, if objectives are something I have to half guess, well, it just kinda sucks. I assume it's your usual kill all the guys or steal a car and get to here because supervillain. Piloting the cars looks fun, but the routes they take are awkward and follow certain lanes and seem to trundle towards your chosen point in ways that you can never really follow, but it is very funny in how disobedient this car is being. The level select is this world map, showing your territories and the area's taxes, but the levels don't look different no matter where you are, save for the factory, offshore, void world metal frame of a last stage. But during gameplay, it doesn't really show you the inside areas very well, the buildings full of corridors, even though they're explorable and full of guys I assume might be kind of important. I'm pretty sure there are places I need to go, but I just blindly clicked around and hoped to get somewhere, but I could never really work these out. Just like the flashing text on the side of the screen showing current actions or actions that you can do, like going and persuade, and I know there's someone I have to talk to here if the mission brief didn't just mean shoot the bastard, but again, if persuade is a command, I've no real idea how to do it, and I tried my best, Mom. This just really feels like it wants to be played on PC rather than on a console. Like, PC and console are just such different beasts that comparing them is never really worthwhile. It'd be like comparing mobile games to arcade games. Like, they're just completely different ecosystems altogether. Like, of course things will be technically better on PC. I mean, no shit, the PC made the game in the first place. No, the point is that they have completely different appeals, and some games just work better on one rather than the other, and this is definitely a very technical, kinda old PC action game, and I just don't find this very fun, sorry. It's a decent port, besides just not being ideal on a console. I wish it had more to say here, but hey, that's alright. It's a simple game to play, just with lots of intricate bells and whistles, and if it's your speed, then all the better to you. Variety is a good thing, and just for that, even games you truly cannot find enjoyment in are still valuable in the right place. So to fans of Syndicate, I can salute that, but just for me personally, I have seen better kits. Spiritual Sister to Kazumi Ninja. Ultra Vortex has many similar problems, but fuck you, I think it's awesome. Also quite a bit more fun. The music hits immediately, going hard as fuck with that MIDI metal soundtrack, and I fucking love it. It's just barely managing to not distort in blasting chugging chords and slap basses. There's some honest to god good riffs, drum patterns, and just interesting 90s alt metal kinda shit, and plenty of cooler, slower doom metalish bits. Interesting little uses of all sorts of instruments, and just some thumping regular EDM chunks too. The overall OST is diverse, and honestly by far the best thing about this game. It's trying so hard for MIDI metal, yet it honestly works. If this was recorded with real guitars and shit, it would sound goddamn great. But it's like someone just wrote a whole metal album, and that metal album just so happened to only come out on Atari Jaguar with a free scuffy fighting game included. Their classic story of evil god wants to apocalypse the shit out of Earth, and so a bunch of rowdy fucks gotta punch the shit out of God and get his ultra vortex powers to satisfy their own ends. I don't know, I guess they were just feeling like some deicide that day. This brick menu looks kinda dull in comparison to the actually damn cool hellscapes that serve as background art. Like, check out the character select. This huge demon guy staring down the players like me by the fridge at 3 AM trying to work out which sauce I should chug. That red sky, marble borders and spiked bulldozer that transitions between screens. And I like the title screen's chrome body horror eye machine that's on the life bars too, watching the fights below. And you've got all your classic Mortal Kombat wannabe characters, presumably lots of the devs and outfits and all that good shit. Rockman, Raiden Man, Slime Man, Rasta Man, Malnourished Ninja Man, Woo Man, Chainsaw Man, and spiky skinless zombie baby bug curl man. And yeah, the backgrounds are sick. I like the Stone Man's totem pole, animal skull hut shrine up in the clouds. Like, that fast moving cloudy background is so relaxing to watch, goddamn. Lucius got some Roman baths, plus the only fatality I could actually pull off. Just uppercut off the bridge and boom. The ones with the monsters and their green goop look so stupid, but the ones with the people are pretty damn brutal, Jesus. Oh, and no, you don't finish him. Oh no, we're a proud annihilation time family. Buzzsaw skeleton dude got that classic hell looking stage. Meat caverns of a sickly fleshy pink, and that hellfire background is fire as hell. Oh yeah, and it's called Hell's Kitchen, so damn, I guess all that anger really got to Gordon Ramsay in the end. Oh well, he deserved it. Fucking gourmet ass cooking fucking bastard. Skullcrusher's got this ruined temple with lilac heavy clouds, and all the washed out trees covered in fog. And the game crashed twice here too, so I guess fuck ancient history, I'm not rendering that shit. Best girl and only girl Volcana has this grungy city shithole, with this homie crunking away, dudes fist bump in the air, a random little gang of scummy characters just standing around and shaking, the motherfucking four-armed lady and the dude endlessly chugging Red Bull. And yeah, this music slaps. Jaguar is where the real Nirvana fans hang. Dreadlock has the underground subway tunnel, the blue checkerboard floor is in suspiciously good condition, and the dead guy just chilling in front of the advert screen like it killed him. I love Shiny Goop Man and his goopy shiny throne room, the big pulsating eye door and the dragon gargoyles, like a mesh of metal tree roots, and damn, that's some hella waxed floors, my dude. And Goop Man's goop gloops off of him into gloopy globules of goop instead of blood, and I just liked that. So yeah, it's just punch, kick, and quick punch. And like Kazumi, just go for them jump kicks. Now, granted, it's also good to use the regular kicks too for the range. It's definitely a wee bit harder than Kazumi, and plays a lot better, a smoother kind of weight, but yeah, jump kicks or just mash the fast punches and you'll probably win. This reminded me a bit of Battle Monsters on Saturn, and that is a high tier shitty fighting game, so a big compliment. After beating the lineup, you got one last stop in the blue Mario sewers, and you gotta fight off 5 characters at random, but now this time in shadow form. There's no real difference, they're just a bit harder to see. It's a cool idea though, and decently challenging. Way harder than the actual final boss, who's got attacks with good range, but they're all downward aiming, so yeah, just kick him to death in the face. Also, why does he look straight at the camera when tail stabbing, looking at me like, hey? Aye, so just kick him in the face and boom, you saved the Vortex and got the big power. The last level's backdrop is awesome, and I do quite like Snake Man's dragon design. His skull mushroom cloud cavern, like a whole world dying within a cave, that's freaking badass. There's 2 bonus stages behind cheat codes, some dark corridor with harsh spotlights, and this star-filled blood moon desert with that badass ancient tower in the background. Cheat codes are entered through some classic Jaguar cheat code hand twister. There's a super speed mode, one-hit deaths, the ungodly screen flip, and a cheat that unlocks something to do with a Jaguar voice modem? Oh, okay, so yeah, apparently there was another peripheral, kind of like the link cable, that was intended for connecting two Jaguars via telephone modem for talking to your homies while playing Jaguar through the phone, basically. Yeah, what? Sure, it was never released, and the secret options in Ultra Vortex is the only known piece of code that exists for the thing, but hey, it was a thing though. It worked. It just never came out. My god, Atari. Y'all gotta learn to curb your ambition. God damn. Anyway, so let's end with a rundown of those badass character endings. Buzzsaw Man uses his big brain juice to somehow make peace with his rival gangs, because I guess he's just a big stinking nerd. Skullkisser takes over his neighbourhoods and now wants to rid the world of those pesky, silly little humans. Rockboy also hates them humans and scares all the other power shifters into doing some anti-human genocides. Not cool, bro. Oh, but don't you worry, our man Mercury, the slime man, doesn't give two shits about humans or power shitters, bro. Just fucking took godhood, left those fuckers behind, goddamn Chad. While Lucius out here with the meat hacker homies, just doing some good work campaigning for human rights. Dreadlock goes around beheading government, okay, that's pretty based. And Volcana proving best girl as she just flexes on the haters and unifies all of monsters and humankind together because, I don't know, she has nice hair or something. Each one ends on this poetic monologue about the good of heroes and the shitty nastiness of the bad guys. So overall, it's yet another janky fighter, but the music slaps, and the game as a whole's got some cool focus and ideas. The stages are ominous, the characters are more out there, and the gameplay feels much faster, yet with that same satisfying jank. It's got a style. That chrome stone castles kinda black magic urban occultism style. Very metal. It's no great game, sure, but it's a great bad fighting game, so maybe it's just a good game. And even if just for the music, Ultra Vortex is something I think of as being both ironically and unironically badass. Attack of the Mutant Penguins is one of the most incomprehensible games I've played in a hot minute. It's like a top-down puzzle action game about collecting shit and activating machines to steer the flow of these little penguin guys bouncing onto this big dude. You collect gremlins, drop them into crates to get letters for weapons which you smack penguins with to gather atoms alongside power-ups to prevent more penguins from warring. It's an insane little cycle that's mostly just a balancing act, but it's just got a few too many gears working all at once for me. Menu music is all you get in, making the levels feel a little empty with their bright flat backgrounds and cute obvious looping points, but they keep the main action obvious and don't overcrowd. The title screen sets up this old sci-fi B-movie alien thing, but sadly that does not really carry into anything. There's the regular game mode and something called Pandemonium mode, which have different levels, but my brain would implode before I knew the difference. You got two little alien dudes, sad green bean man and red egg cup ball man. They look like something from a primary school maths textbook, but don't worry, the only difference is their special attacks, which don't amount to much. It's a goofy, interesting little game to observe. All the weird little rituals and moving parts are quite fun to watch, if not just for being mind-melting. The desert background's maze of canyons, the ice level's pale blue patterns like Sonic CD's Time Warp, and then there's a goddamn fucking hell level full of real-life skulls, demon faces, sickness, decay, bones and death everywhere, over this backdrop of fun kiddie Halloween boo haunted hills. Like, damn bro. I like collecting the little furball guys though. They are silly little critters, and I think that is nice. You're smacked with tutorial text when you first start. Every time you press a button, it'll freeze and tell you what that button sort of sometimes does. It's hilariously jarring, but at least they're trying to get the rules out of the way quickly, even if a slower explanation might have been better for my brain. Yeah, it's all about planning routes and juggling all the little mechanics and feeding the right amount of each penguin to the scale god statue. I wish you'd move a little faster to have more time experimenting with all the little things at least. This game is madness, but the madness is its thing. Shit happens, doors open, boxes explode, it's an enigma beyond rationalization that my dumb brain could work with, and that's okay, it's just not for me to get to grips with. Just watching the game is more fun to me, as it's obvious how little a fucking clue I've got just from the movements I am making. The end score screen does have some cool fireworks and green tunnel background scrolling though. Oh, but yeah, just trying to explain this game would be rather tedious, so I'll just say it's a funny little game with a charm and weirdness that is quite intriguing. Soup is a fast-paced puzzle game with some hella chill old Mac energy, especially in the music. Its compressed time keyboard jazz lounge is very relaxing and meets the bright checkerboard minimalism wonderfully. It's classy music you could steal a diamond to. Soup just feels really modern, I guess, because of its clean, sparse, bright menus, like a stylized modern mobile game. Sliding, rotating level selectors, symbols on the menus, and glowing, shiny text that all meld together into a fancy, restaurant-feeling menu with a sparkly, snazzy look that's bright but perfectly concise, like the colour combinations of the levels, the dots and lines that divide the board in a way that's both eye-pleasing and very easy to follow. You control the centre arrow moving on these dots sealed in the middle square. You must prevent the splat shapes from reaching your island box. You just move and tap to fling the arrow forward or backwards if done right out of the forward tap. It's all about colour matching. The arrow's colour switches with the last thing it made contact with, but if it hits something of the same colour, that splat is gone, and the arrow continues through until it finds a different colour to repel off of, and subsequently switch its colour again. It's like you store colours and have to frantically match them all up, planning carefully for what colour you'll absorb from behind. The more splats you clear at once, obviously, the more points, but there's also your special zaps for clearing whole columns and these 5 icons that when collected clear all the goop away. All that zoop goop. So you zoop from side to side, matching arrow to splat colours, and switching with different colours to get the one that you currently need, and stack up them same boils for some neat combos. It really gets you on your toes, and the relaxing music does not prepare you for the kind of fast-paced thinking, just fucking hit the first thing that matches, oh god, oh fuck feel of the game itself. It's really good. It's simple and minimalist bright patterns, lo-fi jazz beats mixed into a real treat snack of a game. It gives the feeling of going to the nearest neighbouring town on a sunny afternoon when you were like 10. It's got day trip kinda atmosphere if that's understandable, but it's just nice. The totem stacks of splats mount up, and it's pretty stressful when you're just barely scraping by with the frantic zips to just anything that'll match up. The light streak that your arrow leaves behind when going all over the shop really gives that movement the oomph it needs, and you really gotta aim and position well. Accuracy is as much this game as the puzzle and fast thinkings. The board game colours and layouts are quite literal eye candy. They look like sweets, cakes cut down the middle, and ice cream kind of shades of pinks, peaches, limes and teal. The starting level is that of the main menu's dot box game void, but the gradual blooming of the colours is very pretty and makes levels feel like advancement. Like the final level perching you inside this out of place airy patch of sky on the mother of all chessboards. And the high scoreboard with its sweater stripe colours and heart emoticon looking things. Soup is just a damn nice puzzle game. It's got action and big thinks alike. It's cozy. I like its waiting room, elevator view kind of feel, and the game's definitely something I'd want to come back to. For all you lo-fi jazz BGM fans out there, give this OST a chance, or even just the game itself. It's another oddball that doesn't quite feel at home on the Jaguar, but it is very welcomed. If I had this on my phone or desktop, you can bet your ass that plenty of work would not get done, and many's a bus stop would be filled with the sound of FM electric piano beats to relax and study to.
And play games too. Mainly the game Zoop. Zoop on Jaguar.
NBA Jam is one of those all-time classics, and I never really got why. I mean, it's just basketball, but having not properly played it, I get it. It's very arcadey while still working as a traditional sports game. I can see why it's appealed to sweaty gamers and sweaty sports fans alike. And some even consider Jaguar NBA to be equal to, if not better, than the arcade original. Presented in 3D sounds, holy shit, I love those. The attention ball player's intro text scroll is so dorky, so proudly boasting about all these sick and gnarly radical features that I have not the slightest fucking clue what they mean. But look at all them features though. God damn, it's good to own a Jaguar, bro. We got fucking time settings, let's go. The music's very Genesis sounding, chill light beats, pretty groovy meets slightly goofy and garagey, and the player roster showcased this scrolling display of like 100 men with all their names just going by opposite in the opposite direction, so you'll have no idea who anyone actually is. Yeah, there's tons of sports settings that I do not really care for, except one for how long you're allowed to hold the ball, which setting to the minimum turns the game into this amazing mess of constant stopping and changing. Also, for your information, juice mode had better be turned on or we don't fuck. The sheer volume of NBA stars in here is certainly impressive to see. This legit just a motherfucking cartridge full of nothing but men. Some of the photos they chose here too just scream of I don't want my photo taken. Some real high school class photo looking faces here. And the players themselves looking goofy, like big head mode is the default. But yeah, not much to say on visuals, just shiny floors and dark stretching seating areas of a basketball court with cameras flickering from the audience. I wasn't a fan of basketball in school, and I really don't think schools should force competitive sports onto kids, but still I was pretty damn good at shooting them hoops, as judging depth is one of the few things I'm good at when it comes to sports type shit. Probably a damn fun two-player game though. Having a sports game where there's only 2 players per team really makes it look clean and quick to follow. So yeah, you sprint and swerve around opponents and getting close to shoot, timing your button release at the top of the jump. Getting it just right is pretty addictive. Either stick to passing between players to work your way around the opponent gradually, or just go ham and run in with your one dude and hope you can get in range without the ball being stolen. It's frantic back and forth, constant speedy movement, and it gets pretty tense trying to claw back a few points in the last minutes before losing. There's power-ups appearing across the floor, although the only ones I really noticed doing much were the speed-ups. There's the ball catching fire and the massive jump slam dunk shit, but I'm not really sure how it all works. But it's very fun to play, even without knowing the nuances of the game or even the sport. I like all the presentation too, bright surfaces and scoreboard style characters. It's a real fusion of sports and arcade aesthetics. And NBA is well known for its many cheat codes. They go pretty hard, so let's run through this shit. You got small heads, even smaller heads, small tiny midget men, little tiny bouncing balls, cardboard cutout men who stand there like the Goku Supreme pose and scoot around without moving, called the 32x Doom mode. Then there's the real shit, the character codes, because yes, I too have always dreamt of playing basketball as Bill Clinton. There's also the Berry mascot, and Prince Charles be ballin' for real for real. Sorry, that's King Charles to you, you disrespectful wee bastard. with Hillary Clinton, Will Smith, Prince of Bel-Air, and damn bro, even our boy Jazzy Jeff is here. Yeah, you know, Jazzy Jeff. Damn bro, we ballin'. We ballin' for real for real. The game's devs too, these absolute mullet-headed chads and lots of other seemingly random employees or friends or whoever they are. Makes it seem like they really had fun with this project and really took it upon themselves to make this a great NBA. So yeah, NBA Jam is indeed good, way better than I thought. I can see why this game gets such a high reputation among general, mainstream, retro gaming journalists and boring type shit like that, but really they're not wrong. It's a great mix of sports and arcade chaos, and let me tell you, as an anti-sports guy, that's quite something. White Men Can't Jump is a basketball game very loosely based upon a 1992 film which I watched for the sake of just a shitty little bit of context, and I'm almost tempted to start talking about it, but let's not make this turn into a review of the film. The game's developers are the same as NBA Jam's developers, not like it matters, but you know, I just found that kind of funny. Like, look at them neon clear letters and that colourless city background bordered. God damn this aesthetic. But yeah, there's basically no ties to the film besides the name, the whole basketball hustle concept, and a few other little oddities. The music's not bad, it's rough riffs and crispy bass lines with light drum taps, but the empty, grungy feel fits the visuals. Muddy and grainy, and the way the camera swerves and zooms all around out of control is very reminiscent of 90s sports tapes. This gradient void floor of just one deep colour, and the background almost being a mirror of it, the way it's just blocked by these pin-up buildings, trees. It's such a distinctively weird look. It's like you're playing in some cylinder room, and the world is just painted on the rounded walls. Similar to NBA, it's 2 players to a team, and don't these guys just look like the happiest band of merry jolly blokes you ever done seen? Motherfucking Tower and Eggman, Gruff and Scrape, Rabies and Twitch, Skin Smack, Jules Freaky, Dr. Egg and Slag. God damn, y'all did not need to go so hard on the nicknames. There's women in this game? Excuse me, you promised me only white men couldn't jump. The park's probably the best looking area, the floor like tinted green glass to endless black, trees and mountains in the background glare out from the blue. There's absolutely no depth, but yet somehow it looks very, very far away. Like the beach is akin to an empty concrete garden with late evening blue, yet well-lit floors like an indoor city from the future. We ballin' in Midgar or some shit. I guess it's meant to be the opening shot from the film, but wow, yeah, let's not have any of the film's characters. No, let's have the shitty beach that you see for 10 seconds in the opening shot. Yeah, that's what the game was needing. And yeah, the characters look lovely. The way they lifelessly plod, half jogging, while stiffly hunched over when motionless too, like the actors were told to run on the spot, while staring down the cameraman like deep in planning someone's murder. The neighbourhood level is like some Truman Show type shit, this prison box dimension for basketball fans. And then the city court looking almost too messy and dirty and dull to match the rest of the sullen blue backdrops, this dishwater grey with clean city far in the background. It's such a dreary mesh, these hellish ghost town JPEG worlds. But yeah, it's similar to NBA in how shooting and passing works, but now there's more violence. Punch to take the ball by force after they drop it. The ball bouncing all over this little half-court almost becomes the main challenge. And it's interesting for a basketball game to be more about causing chaos and picking out the ball with precise placement than your more proper sport rules. But all the moving around really wore on my fingers. You've got to be right up in the opponent's faces as well to hit or steal the ball. It's awkward and really hard to pin down, and that's almost sort of what's most interesting here. The gameplay is still sort of arcadey feeling, I guess, but it's slow and more about positioning than reaction. Even with a stamina bar letting you run for a few seconds, it's only really just to get a clearer shot of the hoop. Yeah, lots of sticky shuffling and stomping around. Yeah, I do definitely think there's an element of fun to be squeezed here. The main tournament mode follows the film's vague goal of "me need money from basketball. Old boy, time to make deals with shady men in shady men attire." You get a choice of 3 games of differing difficulty, entry costs and prize money. These two broker dudes and their NPC ass 2-frame animations, their faces honestly might be my favourite thing in this game. There's some real asshole who'll con you playing basketball looks to them. Absolutely great casting, and holy shit, Lane Staley? So yeah, win games, earn money, don't lose money or you'll die. I found winning pretty hard against any of the opponents, so you might as well choose the ones that are potentially harder but just pay you better anyway. And god, all the random text during play is so freaking good. They get in the way and just remind you of every single little action you've taken, obstructively and really for no reason. As the characters also constantly remark on everything. Combine that with the sludgy music and the endless text boxes and their psychotic never the same font or colour, makes this game hard to play without stupidly repeating everything out loud just to stay focused. Oh, and yeah, if you get punched too long, you'll be dumbed like an upside-down tortoise for way longer than you should. With its gameplay polluted world, constant stupid speeches, and all the goddamn multicoloured, multi-fonted in-game messages, this game becomes that special kind of annoying where just focusing is half the battle. This game's some real shitty game, very at home on Jaguar, but the roughness is very fun to mess around with honestly, and I quite like the half-court style, where the one net becomes the cradle for all this madness. The punching, the ball flying around, and trying to pick it up amidst all the talking and text prompts, then running away and trying desperately to just shoot a single damn good shot. There's an ugly kind of relaxing here, even if it's not exactly fun. Not a zone out and enjoy game, but more like smashing down drywall with a sledgehammer. A strange, unintelligible catharsis. The weird grunge void and gameplay like having to wrestle down a living blob of concrete. The music fitting that scruffy cool. There's definitely stuff to like here, but it's very messy and a bit of a slog to find. But hey, I like watching the stupid players run around, as cruddy and stupid is plenty enough for me. And yet, the film is way better, I would say. Trevor McFur is an absolute miracle. It's like an Action 52 game remastered in HD. It's a glorious mess, the best kind of shitty game. I mean, just listen to the menu. This music sounds like it was made by accident with like zero clues how to write music, but it's great and it still has a really nice lucid quality. The graphics themselves are quite something too. The background loop points are very visible and they all clash with the enemies and their strikingly, beautifully jarring designs. Like this chalkboard tunnel mural, light blues and pinks and random shapes, signposts and chrome angel babies wearing sunglasses. It's like one of those deliberately batshit fucked up Japan only shmups, but this does not feel at all intentional. It's amazing really. Nothing about this game feels understandable. I mean, it barely even feels like it was started, yet it comes together in a way that's just such perfectly orchestrated confusion. On the sound options, I like the huge ear that's just there to represent the concept of volume, but yeah, you have 4 planets to choose from, which all must be beaten to reach the final and 5th. But the fucking animal pictures, man, my god, they're just so fucking good. They're just like big cat faces badly cropped onto military uniforms. So like you select a mission, you beat a level, and boom, fucking lion general, business leopard, this literal cat girl telling me to clean my litter train. Dude, we're fucking space pilots. This dialogue is immaculate, and just the fact that I meant to be like, oh yeah, of course, it's Trevor McFur. Yeah, that normal spaceship I was controlling had a fucking cheetahman piloting it. The face of Atari Jaguar himself, it's gorgeous, and I'm in love with shitty game Star Fox. It's stupendous, a real god tier shit show. I mean, a lot of the space backgrounds are actually fairly pretty, nice purple star clouds, but most of the enemies in these stages are just rocks and snotty goops and a bunch of random shapes like fighting company logos in space. And the boss fights are just these huge damage sponges, which just have one never-ending attack pattern that you just sort of gotta brute force your way past. I'd say just save all your special weapons for these guys and then just mindlessly let them off and hope for the win. But I mean, their designs are actually pretty cool though, like this balled up mecha dragon, this green bug robot, this weird armor deity. They're like some really cool cheesy kaiju type designs, but my god, the audio that plays during the boss fights, is this boss music? Their battle cry? My Jaguar dying a slow arduous death by the way of Fursona Star Trek? Oh yeah, and this was a launch title, so I guess if you weren't into Cybermorph, you could go out and buy Trevor McFur instead. The balls on Atari to send this out on the front lines is astounding, and it was surely not a roomy production timeframe for whoever was behind this one. I mean, yes, this game was obviously not finished and not even near started. So really, you cannot blame it at all for its faults, you should just enjoy it for what it is. Yeah, there's a lot of special weapons, one for each number pad button, and starting each level refills them by one, with enemies occasionally dropping them. You've got shields and beams and boomerangs and assistant ships and spinning bombs and spreading arcs and fucking magnet. They're all quite varying in usefulness. The AI ships and the shields are your best, as they usually are. But having them all mapped to each number pad key means you not only gotta remember which number is which weapon, but also gotta try pressing them through midway playing a shmup. And yes, as you can see, there is no level design, it's just this huge 5-minute butt rush of enemies, sporadically swarming with seemingly no thought, like, look at these crazy patterns, goddamn, there's like no sane thoughts behind them, just plopped anywhere. It's incredible how weird it feels to play a game where every little thing feels so confused and out of place, like it's all been randomized. It's fascinating. The grey swamp level with these stationary spitting plants, the flying skulls, and man, the fucking mudman is terrifying. Jesus fucking Christ. It's like an actual human, what the shit, Jesus. Your basic shot upgrades are also surprisingly a must, I would say, as in its most powerful form, your basic shot becomes this spread arc that's great for keeping the enemies from even getting on screen, which you kinda need to do. Yeah, this game is pretty unforgiving. No clue how you're meant to beat the 4 main planets and then the final one on just the 3 lives, but hey, it'd be an insane feat and I almost want to try it, but god, I'd be impressed if it was even possible. I like this mountain planet though, with that sky that's honestly gorgeous in the background there. Shame about the floor rock anus farts that you can never see coming because the foregrounds block them. And there's a fly through the rings bonus round too, which I really did not expect, but it's pretty fun in how it like builds up speed. But yeah, you really just gotta kill everything you see as soon as it's on screen, let as little enemies mount up and force you into an eventual corner. That's sort of why you need the maxed out basic shots. There's this ice level with falling crystals that always fall in the exact middle, so you just sort of gotta stay back and keep shooting them, alongside all the novelty Halloween spiders and pink 2-legged big-headed dinosaurs and the fucking slugs. I mean, yeah, Trevor McFur is a pretty boring shmup with nothing but endless thoughtless waves of enemies, but it is also one of the most batshit, weird-ass and amazingly fucked up games I've ever played, and I'm very glad that I did. The confused lack of identity or anything concrete, it's all rather a mindfuck. It's a real masterpiece of shitty games, like the Death Crimson of Atari Jaguar, and that is a real compliment if ever there was one. I want to beat Trevor McFur one day, I really kinda do. It's this brute force sort of challenge, a real experience, a legendary kinda struggle. I recommend Trevor McFur in many ways. It's just that perfect amount of awful and ape-shitting enough that you don't really want to play it, but yet there's also this sort of balance of it being sort of fun enough and actiony enough that you kinda want to keep playing as well. It's both simultaneously no fun and yet also fun. And it takes a real magic to make that kind of shit work. Trevor McFur may indeed be the worst shmup I've ever played, but absolutely an experience I would have again. Sensible Soccer is a soccer game that is sensible, and it is so sensible that I find it unplayable because sports games are shit, although I do love the Telegames logo. It is the highlight for me, and this is a very technical kind of sports game. This menu music's decent, and its deep blues are nice, and there's so many game modes, so many settings, teams, arrangements. It's overbearing for my stupid non-sports brain, and the game itself is real basic. It's football with little matchbox men, fast and lots of movements to watch, but it feels less like an engaging game and more like just watching tiny little AI men kick balls around for 10 minutes. The start screen is pretty funny though. Every man looks identical save for a different application of hair gel. This game is about that football simulation, all the matches, team formations, replicating seasons, setting up tournaments, or even just watching the AI play through specific games that you set up. Or, fuck me, just forget the football altogether and just run the statistics of who won in a seemingly never-ending football purgatory where no football ever visibly takes place. This is for all those who like football on a technical level, the kind of people who like crazy country v country matchups to see what crazy scores come out of it. This is just a game for somebody that definitely is not me. There is nothing here I enjoy, no visuals or music or anything in the game department itself. This is by far my least favourite Jaguar game, and that's just because it's a combination of many things that I'm just not aggressively into. But there are plenty who like this game. It was ported all over the place and was really popular here in Europe. Even if something has legitimately no worth to you, it's still valuable for what it is, not what you just think it is. It's a very solid football game, but I just want to give things stupid names because I guess I'm just not sensible enough. Fever Pitch Soccer is a soccer game. Its bleach white menus, that aggressive fever logo, and the sectioned off window of green grassy pitch standing out sharply, and music here, some pretty hype sounding shit. It's just your basic tournament mode with level codes for progress. There's a crap load of different countries to pick from, so that's great for learning flags, I guess. I like their tartan looking patterns of the many pitches, and there's 2-player tournament mode on the fly, baby, hell yeah. So yeah, it's a fairly arcadey football. The angled camera swings and races around, following the action closely. It's speedy but not hard to keep up with. Yeah, the stripy grass is looking cool, and the movement of the men's like watching ants speedily play, and depending which country you're playing in, the colour of the pitch changes to match the feel of the stadium, even if you only catch glimpses of its corners. The audience crop up here along the sides from time to time. There are constant cheers, really gets across that big sports match feel. I might not be a sports fan, but I do enjoy the ambience of just hearing a massive crowd cheering constantly washing over you. The minimum match time is pretty short, so it's clearly not going the full sports sim, and I much prefer that. each goal scored cuts to this screen of sheer majesty. The sky and stadium look alright, and then there's the Claymen standing there grieving, having a breakdown, taking a field shit, skidding about on their knees, going mad. They're a funny bunch of big fellas. It's also got that sweet, sweet rewind after goals too, for all you slow motion and YTP fans out there. So yeah, that's it. It's a good arcadey football game, quick and nice and clean looking all round. It's still not my kind of thing, but that's a given. I still sort of liked it, if not just for that banger opening. It's almost my kind of thing. I don't know who the fuck Troy Aikman is, but goddamn, does he ever technically support a sports game? Oh, it's all happening on these option menus, man. Everything sports you could hope for, and that all-important grass type. Fuck yes for grass. There's tons of technical football stuff, like the team's formations, individual tactics, but I know nothing, so I just try to lower all the players' pay as much as possible because it's great incentive to make them work harder. The graphics are fine. I'm digging the blue and green field gradients. The stompy, swarming pixel chunk men are funny to watch as they intricately dance scooting around, putting, or whatever the fuck they're doing. The scrolling of the pitch looks slick, and I like how the snow just makes it look like coloured film men have invaded the world of black and white video recordings. So yeah, play ball, throw ball, pass ball, make the AI do formations, change formations, try and get a touchdown or that big fork shit. Yeah, I don't know, care or like really anything sports, and I consider the world of sports video games to be sort of its own separate industry from like actual video games. Yeah, that's the kind of Nazi ass, hipster ass shit I'm stuck on, but too bad, I'm just not a sportsman, so really all I can do is look and say, well, it seems alright if you like football, and I'm sure that's probably true because I think it is. It's just a game I don't really find much fun in playing, but thank God the AI can play it for me. Zero 05 sits in a similar realm as Tempest 2000 and Kin. DEFCON is the galactic defense team you work for, and the plot and mission briefs are your usual aliens are evil and violent, please go kill them Captain Bugspray so we can colonize and peace. The sound options let you adjust the bass and treble of all the game's audio, say you want more of the music or more hefty sound effects. Like, that is seriously cool, and I can't think of a single other game that's ever done this. And I like the CGI character portraits too, they look like something from a 2002 kids show here in the UK, or claymation characters. It starts with a sweeping pan of your mothership, and I gotta say this now, but for anyone who doesn't like flashing lights and constant strobe effects, then please do not watch this, because this game will gouge your eyes out with sheer brightness assaults. So you control the angle of the ship's shooting. You rotate and shoot. Your health's at the bottom and you refill that by defeating enemy sets and then aligning yourself just right to get in the line of fire for collecting these orbs. But that's not all, you can change between the 3 things that charge up with every orb pickup. Your health's the main one, but you can also power up your shots, or just the amount of points you gain if you're feeling ballsy. It's about choosing the refill type to suit your current need. Say you have full health, then power up your shots, then when you start getting low, switch back to health. Or just stay on health all the time to make things easier, or just try and scrape by a few more lives by increasing your score. There's a basic homing missile too, which acts sort of like a screen clear with delay. And you can also barrel roll for evasion, but I could never get the timing down, so I'd say just focus on shooting foes and bullets as fast as possible. The options button cycles the charge types. They smartly realised that the number pad ain't really touchable during gameplay, and options is close enough to see that it could very easily double as a 4th face button. So you rotate in 360 degrees, keep shooting everything and switching between the types of charge to maximise your efficiency. And I promise you need to, because this game is hard as hell. Even on the easy difficulty, you can very easily get killed in one fell swoop, as the iframes don't really seem to do anything. It's chaos. This simple 360 turret gameplay is all about reacting. It's absolutely got that kind of Tempest 2000 or Panzer Dragoon form of intense zen out. The music is in line with that, although not the most noticeable. It's your usual crashing trance beats and strong synth, everything you'd expect by now from the Jaguar. The overload of sounds matches the overload of surroundings, aligning yourself with the frantic patterns of targets as shots ripple and spark across space. But then level 2, and now it's a stationary turret defense game. No refills to strategize, just shooting. You move both crosshair and your rotation as the full circle around you is in use, and you'll have to be constantly on guard from all sides. Watching that map, quick rotation on, pinpoint stopping and then hitting the target's weak points. 4 lasers in the corners let you spread your aim over closely positioned targets or on one center point. The cannon violently shakes under the force of all the attacks. It's slower, less chaotic, but still has that same overpowering effects, patterns and flashing blues and reds, constantly firing on all cylinders, demanding attention. It's such a simple gameplay shift, but it matches the precision aim and fast reactive gameplay as before. Explosions blare and the white lights cling to your vision, trail and trance lines around every small movement, highlighting them in a blinding light that shakes every space and star in sight. And then level 3. The tube sections. You just move in a circle and have literally no longer than a single moment to turn, avoid walls and shoot blockades to make room. There is literally no time for anything else in your mind here, it needs to be instant, and this game is now nothing but simple left and right movement. You can barely process anything and yet it's so simple. Some real third eye opening type shit, every moment blurring into one. Also motherfucker looking like Run on Cool Maths games. And then it's back to the first game style. And from here it's 11 more levels, switching at will between these 3 styles. 3 very different paces of gameplay, yet they all feel very connected, testing the same thing, that zone-out hypnosis in a perfect trinity of constant dangerous thrill, an electrified dream state, a trance of mind-melting experience of pure intense gameplay. And then it just kind of wears off very fast. By stage 5 I really wanted to just turn this game off, for as good as this is, it just takes it way too far, and begins to feel extremely exhausting to play. Maybe it's the constants, the intense visuals, or maybe the retries and no lives or checkpoints, and yeah, okay, I feel it's mostly just that one. Yeah, honestly, just having way shorter levels or proper checkpoints would really help a lot here. It's another Jaguar game in a league of its own, almost genreless, yet very distinctive in feel. It's extremely unique, but that's almost the issue. Controlling in 360 degrees, all angles, all trajectories, turning, diagonals and ups and downs, man, it just doesn't work on a D-pad. It's like you need to twin stick this shit. But it's not a twin stick shooter. You're not controlling movement and shooting separate, they're together. To make this feel natural, we'd need tons of practice. It wouldn't even really be that much better on like an analog stick or anything really. Then the second sections are a bit too long lasting. The bomb laying ships, asteroids, swarms and swarms of enemies. Some later levels are over 30 minutes of just this. And yes, dying is just as quick and easy here. The difficulty isn't the problem, but the amount of time you've got to perform for. Even if you get practiced and really good at this, eventually you'll make a mistake, and one mistake can very easily drain all your health. Gameplay style 3 are the sections way quicker, way more visceral, and easily my favourite. I don't mind repeating them too much because they're way shorter and simpler, but yeah, you still will be a fuck lot as well. There's no way you could do this without having at least a good few tries and getting to grips with what comes when. It all comes together to bring 0.5 down from what was feeling like a new favourite to just a very middling experience. Ease on the level lengths or the difficulty, or preferably both. This game is amazing at its core, but if it was an actual arcade unit then it'd be the coin grabber. I can see a really unique gameplay driven game here, but it's buried underneath overbearing level lengths. But I still like this game. It represents the kind of creativity of old 3D games, specifically the arcadey, gameplay centered visceral ones, and it's another buried, forgotten Jaguar exclusive. But yeah, the regular levels are long enough, but on hard mode, I'm not joking, that final level literally takes like 40 whole minutes, and the boss alone like another 10 to itself. Obviously I just cheated to survive that, and if there is a single person out there who can actually beat this game, then I fear for you, and please stay away from me. And yes, this game does genuinely hurt my eyes, and I struggle just watching back the gameplay. If you're sitting in the dark, then I'm sorry, but that's cataracts for you, my guy, oops. Even still, I have to respect the intense rave strobe effects. The fact that they go so overboard with them is almost commendable. Even if it hurts, like, man, I was fucking exhausted after playing this. You'll need a lie down to recuperate, I'm telling you. I don't know if any game has ever worn my brain, eyes, body and soul out more than this one has. It is a cool game, it really is, but the mad genius has gone a little too far here. The repetition after dying is just the worst because it's so attention heavy, and keeping that attention up after death, it's a real workout. It's just overkill. Shorten these levels and we'd have a top Jaguar game here for me, easily. The end screen is blinding yet uncannily simple for the chaos you just endured, and by now your eyes are probably inward facing, so yeah, I guess what else would this game end on, and really, I wouldn't have it any other way. Double Dragon 5 is based on the Double Dragon cartoon, which kudos to you if you even knew was a thing until just now. It's yet another Jaguar cross-platform of the SNES. This game's thing is scruff. Visuals, characters, and sound, although I kinda dig it. The music's cool, it's got some strong melodies, big chords, and plenty of funky shit. Especially this one track that sounds like a theme for some badass forgotten martial arts flick. It's fucking sweet, and I don't care if it's just Man in the Box played on a Casio, it's different enough. Honestly, I'd say it's cooler than that song and has a real vengeful feel to it. The visuals and characters match their cartoony source, that 90s ass Hanna-Barbera looking style, and goddamn, there's something. There's the two brothers of Jilly and Bimmy and a heap of random ass cartoon no-names, and I quite like them. I played the first Double Dragon with a relative once, but you know, I never would have taken Billy as a milk enjoyer. Jimmy likes video games and hates bad hair, jawbreakers into food, but not flossing. Bones is a fan of Marilyn Monroe and hates dogs. Sickles from Hollywood. Countdown enjoys New Year's but not eye tests. And fights with words like a real man. Best Girl Secca loves talk shows but hates the ads, and she's from the Silicon Valley, so she's a robot. Yeah. Dominique the Dominatrix loves aerobics and hates belly fat, and she fighting dirty in the Bronx, bro. God damn. The main villain dude just really hates daytime TV, and bro, I get you. I just really fucking like these characters, man. They're the core of this game's Kusoge style. You can distribute stats before fights, which is a pretty cool idea. I don't know what the special stat does, or really what any difference they might make, but yo, I just fill the attack and defense to the max of 5. So there's your basic mix of fast punches and kicks, and heavy punches and kicks. It moves really quick, and for once I could actually pull off some special moves. Even the defending is just a decent hold backwards affair. Yeah, it's still janky, but I think it's the most fun Jaguar fighter. If not just for being fast enough that only using the basic moves still makes for a good fight. Some dudes get more range though, because of weapons, which is always some hilarious bullshit, but the characters do feel fairly matched despite that. Jump kicks are fairly effective in this game, but the AI are really good at blocking, so I'd say just keep rapidly going between standing and ducking attacks to try and force openings. It's speedy and still has that spicy jankness that's fun to wrestle down, like the classic wall rammings and air jugglings. Sure, it's a spam fest, but just on pace alone, it's fun. Even if you just punch a man in the balls for 2 minutes straight, or keep jump kicking like a violent shitty little munchkin ninja, and then waiting till timeout like a wee fucker. You got slides and tackles and lunging movements, but even when spamming the jumps, your opponent can jump spam in timed counters, making a frantic, unpredictable kinda spam duel that's honestly great in its brute force. All sides can spam alike. Sprites flicker and dance with these MS Paint improv characters that bounce and bash all over the backgrounds of flowing waterfall temples, garage fans, pin-up girls, and endless grey industrial zone. The chemical factories, green alien juice, and one janitor dude just kinda chilling there. The city rooftops, dark evening light, distant high-rises, and nearby hotels dotting the darkened skyline. And the one random lady who just endlessly stands in these 2 windows. The backstreet diner with its glamorous babes just standing there, and some absolute party animals for the window. The slimy goop sewer with so much green shit it's become a solid floor. Ugh. The entry to Shadow Bro's hut with some real Mortal Kombat looking decor, and then finally his hideout with muscle men, stone carvings, and that stairway to the green dome cave thing. The fucking victory poses as well, man. Jawbreaker is just like a muscular grimace. And the shorts wearing Tommy gun wielding skeleton bro, the damn bondage lady, and the shitty superhero looking sickle. They classy. And arcade mode ends on a glorious 1 sentence stupid ass end story. I'd love to say I got them all, but I only managed to bother getting Best Girl Seccas. But man, if they're anything like Robot Ninja Girl gets her own talk show where she just interviews my grandma, then it's something I will definitely consider doing in the future. And the fucking taunts, man, the taunts. Overall, Double Dragon 5 is weird and scrappy, and it's a funny use of the Double Dragon property, but I think it's hella dumb fun and has some legit aspects. A lot of the music's really kinda awesome, and it's fast and cathartic, even if jittery. It's skirting the edges of being a bad fighter, and it certainly is in ways, but it's certainly not unplayable either. The scruff is its thing, and I can't hate a game that's got characters like this, man. It's an example of how a fair game can still have Kusoge appeal inside of its legitimate strengths, and vice versa. It's odd and stupid, and very proud of that. Holy fuck, this is one of the best Jaguar games, by a long shot. It's fucking awesome, from the title screen sun blur, the cinematic, insane music, to the game itself. Sure, it was on other systems as well, but this is definitely my favourite version, much thanks to the music. It's basically a slowed down fighting game, with only one set character, and deliberately limited moves, and fights that feel structured, reactive, and highly choreographed. All your attacks, punches, crouches and jumps carry a different momentum and hit different heights, all useful in their own ways. Jump kicks launch you in a way that can easily go past your opponent, while high jump punches are like a close range slam down. Your standing kick is a good overall and nice for starting hits, and punches are good for keeping up the combos. Crouch attacks for defense and pushing away opponents, and this all-purpose big spin kick that was hugely fun to pull off. Yeah, like there's just so much cool movement shit in this game. Backwards somersault dodges, the rolling kick, which is insanely fun to pull off and great for offense and defense. It's easily my favourite move in the game, at the downside of being a little bit hard to aim and leaves you open on landing. The moves, though, are quite easy to pull off at any moment's notice, and there are attack-specific counter grabs as well for certain moves, face stomps for punishing, upper kicks for juggling and interrupting mid-air, this short punchy knee jab. Every single move has such a great feel of purpose, of weight to it, and it all feels so fucking cool. Picking up this game is easy, but it is hard as hell to master. Constant attacks will stun, and I get that being kind of annoying, but this game's methodical timing and focus-heavy difficulty doesn't make the stunning feel out of place. The white bar below your health fills up in accordance with your score and via power-ups in multiplayer. When it's full, you bust out the fucking nunchucks. These reduce your moves. The two kicks now alternate the nunchucks attacking between the hands, and the punch button shoots it forward. It severely limits your moves, but it feels badass and is great for finishing off opponents or going on the defensive when you're down, with this constant close range attacking. So for modes, you got versus battles, 2-player matches with a third CPU, and you can play through the whole arcade mode in co-op too, which sounds absolutely fucking awesome, and I just really like seeing these three Bruce Lees all on the one screen. Presumably it's Bruce Lee, Ruth B, and Luce P. There's also 3 different speed settings. The default is the intended for that slow methodical fighter, but it somehow feels much easier on the faster ones. The highest of which is the one most in line with your standard fighting game's pace, but still with a bit more caution and deliberation needed. This game's just got cool Neo Geo energy. The backgrounds are bright and detailed, and the character sprites are fluent and smooth. And yes, my god, the music goes so insanely fucking hard. It's cinematic, yet full of these balls hard fills and syncopations to the rhythm, this incredible drum-heavy percussiveness with all these flourishes, just like battle themes from a highly stylized martial arts RPG. While other tracks are more groovy-ass bassy synths, flaring riffs with dancing arpeggios, peak arcade-type shit with just this awesome high-energy smoothness. Now, I've never actually watched any Bruce Lee films, but goddamn do I ever want to now. This is based off a sort of Bruce Lee semi-biographical film, so I guess technically this is a licensed movie tie-in game. The opening fight is at a busy festival hall. Glowing fish lights and concerned people and chefs have all come out to watch you get your shit kicked in by a sailor. Then comes a cleaver-wielding chef in his grotty kitchen who drags us all back with his identical twin. 2-on-1 seems unfair, but my god, it just makes the action even more badass and flowing. Fight 3 is in the gym, and this is where shit starts to really get hard and makes it seem like the opponents can read you, countering your moves with brutal precision. Stage 4 is another one-on-one against a fellow martial arts bro. I like the ominous room of this strange council watching our duel from above. And this is where the game ends on easy mode. Yeah, that's probably my only real complaint in this game. It's one of those that only lets you see everything if you're playing on hard mode. Normal mode blocks only on the next level too. I mean, the game's challenging on any setting, and I get why this is done, but my problem is that you're never really told about this unexpected roadblock until you get to it, so it just kinda ends up wasting your time. So yeah, just leave that difficulty on hard mode. Stage 5, the film set, is as far as I can currently get to in said hard mode. It's another 2-on-1 fight in a steep snow-capped mountain range. The two enemies have some really big rangy attacks, but aren't the most aggressive. I can get fairly close to winning, but having to fight all the stages over again before this one, it really slows things down a bit. But all the opponents have the same basic skills and moves, so even the first fights still make for a good practice for the later ones. It's a constant challenge on all fronts. Beating this game is like a long-term goal, but the feeling of skillful, highly choreographed combat you get is badass. It demands focus and precision, but it's a game you'd want to get good at. But for now I've still got other Jaguar games to play, so the Ninja Girls will have to wait. The 2-on-1 fights are honestly really fun though. They don't feel unfair, just a great flip in the kind of way you need to move around. Even more about caution and positioning now, making you dodge every little move and avoid being caught between the two of them, and focus on taking down one at a time. The bonus stage is thrown between every 2 or 3 levels and provides some nice stun time. You just bonk the sticks at the right height as they pass. It's just for the nunchuck points, but it's a nice little workshop we're in. One of the later levels is this mountain hut with pale lilac sky and chalk stones carried by machines overhead. Another is this museum-looking room with armour sets, a prized guillotine and blue-stained glass letting light softly fall over the walls. And the last stage is this luxurious red hall, feeling very subdued and deluxe for the kind of grime and action you've endured. The movements of the foregrounds, background and floor, this game's got that realistic arcade pixel art that just looks so awesome. You shake when thudding to the floor, and just all the intricate combat moves, swerving, jumping and somersaulting every which way, it looks fucking amazing. The combat is methodical, tense and feels so skillful and deliberate. The kind of stress and focus you'll need is that of a Dark Souls boss, but with the added pressure of game overs and arcade style retries from the start. So it's fascinating to see that kind of slow burn combat being in a 2D fighting game like this. So you have 3 continues, but then once you've lost the last one, out of fucking nowhere, it's the devil, I guess. This is your continue screen. You need to not fight, merely survive. Survive this blue void samurai devilish dude to regain your 3 continues. Now this fucking rocks, as you effectively have infinite continues in this game, as long as you're capable of staying alive. Just the fact that you don't even need to win gives this fight an insane tension. Like, the foe is just so truly more powerful than you, and you have absolutely no hope. And yes, it's hard, even though you're only just trying to keep your ass from getting hit too much. It's really hard. And yet, this game is just fucking awesome. It makes me want to get into Bruce Lee movies. It's a real testament to his legacy. If Bruce Lee got to play this, I'm sure he'd think it's the shit. And it goddamn is. This game is a martial art in of itself, learning its intricate brutalist dance. It's fucking awesome, and the music just perfects its feel to me. And this game getting shrugged by critics on release is just more proof to me that mainstream gaming news, talk journalist type shit never has any fucking idea what the actual point of a game is. I mean, reviewing is just paid promotional work anyway, so yeah, it's not like you need much passion to review a game. Like, dude, this isn't Street Fighter, this isn't even a tournament fighter. It's a weighty, cinematic, stylish, ballsy as fuck choreographed martial arts sim, and yet it's brutally simple and perfectly concise. It's intense, hugely satisfying and focused gameplay made manifest. It's badass and I love the music, and yes, the other versions are very cool too, but I'd say this is definitely the best one by a small margin. And similarly, this is definitely a top Jaguar game for me, without a doubt. In fact, it might be one of my favourites, and I'm just gonna say it, if Tempest 2000 didn't have its music, this would be my second favourite Jaguar game. Easily. It's fucking good. I've got Theme Park on Mega Drive, I think. I thumbed it in a shed of a relative who was moving out, alongside a paint-splattered Master System, PS2 Fight Stick, Mario Land, and this Street Fighter VHS guide from an old UK Nintendo magazine, and I'd really like to check out this tape one day, but for now we're talking Theme Park. It's a fairly good management sim, pretty easy to pick up, and doesn't really give you too much to work with early on. It's the kind of tycoon game that's more about building up everything slowly. You won't have many rides, decorations or stalls to get creative with until unlocking them later. It's another Jaguar game that's maybe a little more suited for playing on a PC, but it's not action based, it's just menus and stuff, so I think it's fine on a controller. And I have quite a big love for theme park sims, and this is interesting in being one of the earliest ones. Its clean layout is bright, and the music that plays for each ride makes for a real cosy funfair ambience. It's nice and colourful looking all around. The moving pieces and cartoony characters is all very light and nice on the eyes. while the speed settings inversely make it really hard to follow what's going on and kind of tank the game's performance quite a lot. But the menus are quick to navigate, the management is a fairly good challenge, and there's enough customization options for different difficulties for making something easy to goof around in, or if you want a real serious management battle. It's a solid game. There's just not much for building options early on, rides or crazy park designs, and only the basics for random little bits of set dressing. It's a basic tycoon game alright, but it's still pretty solid. Evolution Dino Dudes, aka Da Humans, is a proud forte into the genre of caveman games. You know, one of the classic retro genres: shmups, platformers, beat-em-ups, caveman. Think ya Bonk's Adventures, ya Joe and Max, you know, caveman genre. However, unlike most caveman games, Revolution Final Man is not a side-scroller but a front-scrolling puzzle platformer. Now, I'm not someone who really likes puzzle platformers on console. It's something I way prefer to play on a handheld, as it's just not really the kind of game I want to sit down and put all my focus on, but even still, I can tell you that Evolution is a very nice little game. Like its pictograph title screen. Sorry, I must be getting this game's name wrong. I think it's E-Tree Egg Stegosaurus Egg Batman Wheel Tree Ladder Tree. And check out this beach screen with our dino dudes just kind of standing there and fucking around, or whatever it is they're doing down there. It's such a fucking good drawing too, like, but the monkey men down below just make this awesome sunset image look fucking hysterical. This game's art is really kind of funky, as the characters don't fit the compressed real life photos in the background, but this is hardly a complaint. It's very charming in its scruffiness, and a primitive look fits this primitive world. And I like the main menu guy. We move around to select stuff. You gotta love a menu that doesn't feel like a menu, right? I like the stone carved Jag controller, and the way the ground looks like just a stretched rock JPEG, and the snowy gorgeous mountains, and the obviously drawn in trees. It's all roughly contrasting, and the look gives off an amateuric charm of something like an old Flash game. But this was an old PC port, I suppose, so it would have that quality. All the characters and enemies are just really scrunkly looking little goofballs too. It's very nice on the eyes. So you gotta get your caveman to the end goal, or sometimes kill the dinosaurs, or just rescue one specific cave bro. Dino bro? Dine bro? Dino homie? Dinomies? So yeah, rescue the dino bro means. There's no one solution either, so sometimes just trying out things can lead to unexpected success. On levels where there's a minimum amount of dudes to get out, all the extra dudes you collect will still be very helpful in bulking up your forces next level. You can't go under the necessary amount either, so don't worry about clearing a level without enough, as the more dudes you recruit just makes life easier, as you can stack your human ladders higher. You'll be stacking these homies so damn much, and you can find shortcuts from just using sheer numbers. At most, you'll have 9 cavemen per stage, and the number pad switches between them. Yes, some decent number pad usage, because regular buttons are for fuckmuffins. Each cave dude can do the same basic stuff, except for the shaman wizard dude, whose thing is to turn your cavemen into items, which is fucking brutal. But using items is the only thing the cavemen themselves can do. Basically, you move cave bros around, and every other action is done via an item. You'll pick up an item, use them, and then also have to think about who'll need that item next and throwing it over to them or leaving it somewhere in reach. The spear's your main one, used kinda like pole vaults for jumping. So for example, you open the menu and select an item, which starts up a little power bar, which you've got to release, and the power bar determines how far you'll jump or throw the item, depending on the action. It might sound a little convoluted, but soon you'll have the button inputs down, and opening the menu and using items becomes a simple 2 or 3 buttons away. But items have multiple uses. Throwing the spear can both pass it and kill the dinosaurs, but it'll also kill the cavemen, so be careful. Every little bit of positioning is very important in this game. It's definitely one of these games that's quite unforgiving in the sense that one small easy to miss step can ruin your entire run, even if what it's asking you to do isn't too strenuous overall. I like the power bar adding a little bit of action to the game as well, making your timing important, especially when jumping onto birds or trying to hit the dinos. So this game is largely just about traversing with use of both spear and sweaty mantower. It is simple and it's no doubt slow. I wish the dino dudes walked a little faster, like the guy on the menu. Hitting the dinosaurs feels a little hard to pull off consistently as well. You're meant to like hit them in the head, but not like the face, as they'll just freaking eat the spear in midair. And they'll kill your guys in one go too, and sometimes you gotta carefully pass them by, so yeah, caution is a must here. The verticality of the stages is a big part of their design too, as you'll need to drop items down for another dude to use after sometimes. The fire torch item is only really needed to burn down little bushes, so they're basically just keys. The rope is also just like a portable ladder, but I just like how all these mechanics show the game's bros helping bros kind of thing it's got going on. It's got some very strong bro positive type shit, it's pretty great. Yeah, guys don't got much fall resistance though, so you gotta use them ladders, and some stages have switches that gotta be held down, yeah, classic wall switch type shit, but it's luckily not too often in this game. It really makes Evolution focus on its core traversal puzzles and careful tactful item use, almost like inventory puzzles. It really does give you those rewarding eureka kind of moments, and it's fun to work out your moves, but I'm just not into the speed it takes to then make those moves. There's also this stone wheel item, which just rolls down hills to jump big gaps like once or twice, and I'm sad it wasn't used more as I really like momentum-y puzzle stuff. And again, also just because the speed of the Dino Bros is really my main hold up here. The later levels really test you on using all the items in conjunction. And wait, all of a sudden, there's a woman out here? In my sweaty caveman game? Ew. I should take the time to mention this game's music as well, at last, because honestly it's all totally fire. Every track is a bop, it's very goofy and bouncy and rhythmic as hell. Tom drums lumber with thuddy big snare hits, a nice meaty sound, and the melodies have that sort of earthboundy feel to them. Soft synths and bouncy electric pianos, yet with a similar kinda weirdly sweet ambience too. Lots of arpeggios and satisfying little shifts in the rhythmic patterns. It's fun as hell, really catchy, and an overall very aggressive closed parenthesis kinda shit. So overall, Destination Anal Bros is a solid puzzle game. It's on the basic side and not something that I'd want to sit down and play all 80 levels of in a row, but it's clearly a game not meant for that. You just pop it in every once in a while when you want to stretch your brain and just hang out with it. It's relaxing, the kind of game you'll slowly chip away at for months before you just sort of finish it one day and move on. Even if it's not my thing, it's a good game to sample and a very solid puzzle platformer. It's cavemen being bros and just trying to survive, and that's pretty commendable.